Uh, New Patrick Waterman's
just a couple minutes, I think. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. It is approximately 8:04. Thank you all for being here, and I'm going to hand the reins back over to Judge Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. And we will continue with the hearing that commenced yesterday. Little housekeeping measure. Want everyone to know that Mr. David Coleman has a hearing next door, court hearing next door that at 9 o'clock that he must attend. It will not affect our hearing, though, as his able colleague, Steve Coleman, will keep the seat warm for his father while he's gone. And then we will continue this morning with, I believe, 2 more witnesses, Ms. Howard, if I'm recollecting correctly. And then we'll get into summarizations and conclude the hearing to that extent. I understand the chairperson, Chairman Moss, will then give us some direction on how the meeting will proceed once the summarizations are done. So without further ado, we'll continue with the evidence being presented at this time by Ms. Howard, and you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, just one housekeeping
Sure.
issue. Both Ms. Howard and I have a few additional exhibits. I think ours have been provided to Clerk Roebuck as well as all the commissioners. We have exhibits U, V, and W. And I believe Ms. Howard has a number 33, or if they're more than that, I'm not sure. 33. So we just want to make sure the record's clear that those have been submitted and accepted for filing.
Okay. We should probably have the Chairman Moss acknowledge that the board has received all these things.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Administrator John Gibbs to the stand.
And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat. And for the record, your full name and spell your last name.
John Gibbs. Last name is Gibbs.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Gibbs.
Morning.
My name is Sarah Howard, and I represent the health officer, Adeline Hamley. First, I'd like to talk to you a bit about you being offered the position of county administrator. You were offered that position by Mr. Moss prior to January 3rd, 2023.
Very kindly and respectfully, that's not related to the charges at hand, so I would decline to answer that.
It is related, and I would ask that you answer. You're under subpoena today.
Charges at hand are incompetence, misconduct, and neglect of duty of the interim health officer. So I'm happy to answer any questions relating to that in relation to the budget. Those are the charges that were laid out, and my employment here is not related to that. So very respectfully.
It's absolutely related to the charges, and I would ask the chair or the judge to compel compliance with the subpoena today.
Your Honor, if we could have a moment to confer with Mr. Gibbs.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now, your request, Ms. Howard, is that the chair and or the myself in a position of facilitator somehow enforce or sanction the witness into answering questions.
Your Honor, if sorry to interrupt. I think if Ms. Howard would ask her question again, I think we can move on.
Okay, and just to remind the public and of course, both counsel, you both know, I have no contempt powers. I have no authority or power beyond a facilitation role. Of course, the chair has subpoena power, and the subpoena was issued, but I'm not certain that with that subpoena authority comes any enforcement role via the chair. So I don't know what to tell you, but in any event, Mr. Coleman has conferred with Mr. Gibbs and perhaps we can move forward. Go ahead.
We'll see if we can. Thank
All
you.
right.
Mr. Gibbs, you're here under subpoena today, correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Moss offered you the position of county administrator prior to January 3, 2023, correct?
I was given a position on January 3.
You were here, though, at the January 3rd, 2023 Board of Commissioners meeting, correct?
Yes,
And you were expecting the board to fire Mr. Shea from the role of county administrator.
I was expecting that there was a possibility I would be offered the job of county administrator. That's why I was present.
Okay. And you were told by Mr. Moss there was the possibility you would be appointed county administrator at that meeting, correct?
Possibility.
And that's why you were here.
One reason, yes.
Okay. Now you were given that job without any public job posting, correct?
I'm not aware of if a public posting was made or not made.
And you were given the job without any interview process, correct?
I don't know.
Did you interview with one of the commissioners?
I had conversations, of course. Whether or
Okay.
not someone would consider that an interview or not, I don't know.
Okay. So you had conversations about taking the job with Mr. Moss, I presume.
Potentially, yes.
What do you mean exactly by potentially? Did you?
Conversations about potentially taking the job.
Okay. Were there any other commissioners-elect that you spoke with about the potential of taking the job of county administrator?
I believe I spoke with Vice Chair Rhodey as well.
Okay. Any other commissioners?
I don't remember.
Okay. I want to ask you about your initial meeting with Health Officer Hamley in January 2023. You told Health Officer Hamley that you did not personally know Nate Kelly, correct?
That's right, yes.
And you told her that you had no role in the selection of Nate Kelly to be the health officer by this board, correct?
That is correct.
All right. You told her that your plan would be that Mr. Kelly would be appointed health officer by the board and she would be permanently demoted to deputy health officer. Is that correct?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You did tell her that you expected Mr. Kelly to be appointed health officer, right?
The board did pass that motion on January 3rd.
So that's yes.
Yes,
Okay. And then you told her that you expected there would be a place for her as deputy health officer,
I
correct?
do not recall that.
Okay. Now you've seen the background check that Human Resources did for Nate Kelly, correct?
I do not believe I've seen that.
Okay. You directed his resume be sent to the Department of Health and Human Services?
That's correct.
Okay. Who did you direct to do that?
I did it myself.
Okay. And you did that on or about September 28th?
I don't know the exact day.
All right. Did you send that with an email?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you email that to?
I don't remember the name of the individual at MDHHS, but it was MDHHS.
Okay. And you asked DHHS to approve Mr. Kelly to be the health officer after this termination hearing, correct?
To approve his credentials, yes.
Okay. Now you have received a response from DHHS, correct?
Yes.
And the response was that you have a health officer at the moment, and if you don't, they'll take a look. Is that a basic summary of it?
I believe their response was that because the position is not vacant, they cannot make a determination on his credentials until such a time as it were to become vacant.
Okay. When did you receive that response?
Maybe 2 days ago, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And that would have come through email also?
Yes.
Have you spoken to anyone on the phone or otherwise about the appointment of Mr. Kelly?
You mean anyone at MDHHS?
Anyone at DHHS?
No.
Have you spoken to anyone else on the phone about the appointment of Mr. Kelly?
You mean anyone outside of MDHHS?
Yes.
On the phone, I don't know. I mean, I speak with many of the members of the board all the time, so it's possible it could have come up in a conversation.
Presumably you spoke to members of the board about forwarding his information to MDHHS on or about September 28th. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Who did you speak with?
I believe Chair Moss and Vice Chair Rhodey.
Okay. Were there any other commissioners you consulted before sending Nate Kelly's application to DHHS on or about September 28?
I don't remember.
Okay. Um, I'd like to talk a bit about Cindy Dreisinger as a direct employee of the board. And more specifically, a direct employee of Mr. Moss and Ms. Rhodey. Mr. Waterman testified yesterday that when he was the deputy county administrator, he told you that he thought it was concerning and unusual that an employee directly reported to a commissioner like Ms. Dreisinger does to Mr. Moss. Is that correct?
He did say that, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Waterman also raised the concern with you that if it was ever discovered that Ms. Dreisinger did political work on county time, it would likely be blamed on you and on him. Is that correct?
He did share that opinion.
Okay. And you told Mr. Waterman that you agreed that he was right to raise the concern, correct?
No, I told Mr. Waterman that, thank you for sharing that concern. I have no evidence whatsoever that Cindy was doing any political work or anything outside of the ordinary. If you have any such evidence, let me know. He responded saying, I don't have any such evidence.
Okay. You told him you talked to Mr. Moss and Ms. Rhodey about it, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And did you do so?
I believe so.
And what did Mr. Moss tell you about what Ms. Dreisinger was doing?
Cindy is properly reporting to Chair Moss and staying in communication with him and Vice Chair Rhodey as well, and doing her job as expected, often working remotely. But yeah, she's doing her job.
Okay. And what are her job duties?
She is, I believe, the assistant to the board. I don't know if that's the exact title, but just various things that members of the board might need.
Well, specifically does that mean that she does?
Any kind of tasks such as preparing documents or helping to get ready for meetings or things like that.
Don't you already have Mr. Epperson to help prepare board packets and other things?
Jordan works for me, not for the board. Cindy works for the board. And also Jordan just started on August 21st. Cindy has been here since the beginning, working for the board.
Okay. Now you don't supervise her directly, correct?
No.
And you've not worked with her at all directly?
Maybe a couple of things, but
Okay. And Mr. Moss and Ms. Rhodey confirm that she's not doing any political work on county time?
that is correct.
Okay. Early on, when you met with Health Officer Hamley and Mr. Waterman, you initially talked about the health department and what it does, generally speaking, correct?
I believe so.
And Health Officer Hamley told you about the Title X Family Planning Grant issue in one of those first meetings, correct?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Do you remember her saying anything or talking about the history of the family planning clinic here in Ottawa County and how it had been here since the 1970s?
I think we did maybe a general overview of the family planning function, from what I recall.
And she specifically brought up the issue of Planned Parenthood and how Planned Parenthood would have the opportunity to obtain the Title X grant that the county currently has if the county gave it up, correct?
I do not remember that.
Okay. Now, you had concerns that you brought up to Health Officer Hamley about the sexually transmitted infection clinic at Grand Valley State University, correct?
I had concerns about the GVSU sex leak event that was happening and any Ottawa County participation that might be involved in that.
Okay. And she explained to you, didn't she, that the Sex Ed Week was a student event that they coordinated to happen at the same time as the testing clinic, correct?
We determined that Ottawa County Health Department was in fact involved in certain aspects of GVSU sex leak.
And who was it exactly that took the position that the health department was involved in GVSU Sex Ed Week?
GVSU Sex Ed Week webpage.
And did you, you didn't share that with her, with Health Officer Hamley, did you? This
I did when I
webpage,
found out about it. Yes.
the webpage you did?
Yeah.
Okay, was it Ms. Dreisinger who told you about the event and raised concerns?
I don't remember where I heard about it from.
Okay, Ms. Dreisinger also works for GBSU Student Services, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're aware that Health Officer Hamley took the position that it was not an event that they had sponsored. They, of course, knew about it, correct?
So I found out about that event on a Monday. I had my regular one-on-one check-in with Addie the Friday before, when we were just talking about avoiding controversial issues that could bring bad news stories to the county. And I believe, from my understanding, that Addie was not aware of it at that time. But as soon as I found out about it, we talked about it. She became aware of it, and we did find out that Ottawa County was in fact right there on the webpage, and an Ottawa County employee was actually scheduled to do a session at this GVSU Sex Week.
And you brought that up to her because you were concerned about, I think you put it bad news stories for the county.
Bad news story. It's not something I believe that the people of Ottawa County would want their taxpayer money being used on. So I was very concerned about that.
All right. And at one point, after Health Officer Hamley answered some press questions about it and sent out a press release, you actually called her over the phone and cursed at her about it, correct?
I called her to ask some questions about the nature of Ottawa County's participation in the event.
And during that conversation, you used the F word with her, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. In February, you met again with her, and there was further discussion about the Title 10 grant that the health department receives, correct?
I do not remember that.
Okay. And right in that same time frame, not long after the GBSU Sex Ed Week story, Mr. Moss was on the Justin Barkley radio show talking about how the health department was providing radicalized sexual content. Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. So you weren't aware of the chair being on the news talking about an Ottawa County bad news situation, as you put it?
No, that's something you'd have to ask the chair.
Now, in February, you talked to Health Officer Hamley about the possibility that one of her employees, who is a sexual health educator, Heather Alberta, would be ousted, correct?
I don't remember that.
You talked about her involvement with a educator group, MOASH, and you said if you found out she was any further involved, she would be fired or she'd be out of here, correct?
I may have told the interim health officer that I did not want any health department employees participating in controversial events or initiatives that will bring scandal to our county.
Okay, so you're very clear with her that controversy, as you saw it, was a definite no-no, correct?
Controversy of this particular nature.
Of a sexual health or sexual education nature?
At the GVSU Sex League, they had an event about condom cupcakes, that kind of stuff.
A moment ago, you referred to the interim health officer. Are you talking about my client?
Yes.
In February, you also talked, in addition to avoiding controversy, you talked to my client about how the commissioners did not want people with certain ideologies working at the county in any capacity. Do you remember that?
No.
You don't remember telling my client that the commissioners were reviewing the whole process for appointments and hoping to be sure people with certain political ideologies didn't end up with appointments or employment?
Absolutely not.
Okay. There wasn't an occasion where my client talked to you about one of her employees who was up for a board position and she was wondering what the delay was?
We did have a conversation about that, yes.
Okay, and you told her they didn't want any activists on any of the boards?
I think that myself and the Board of Commissioners want people that are generally aligned with what the board is trying to do. I think
So they
that's
want
basic
peop-
common sense,
So they want people with certain ideologies serving on the county boards, right?
not necessarily political, but just, generally aligned with the vision
Just generally aligned with, I'm sorry, what?
of what we're trying to do,
Okay, but that's not the same as aligned with their ideology?
not necessarily.
Okay. And you mentioned to Health Officer Hamley that they were particularly concerned about keeping people off of boards who were activists for things like Black Lives Matter. Do you remember mentioning that?
Not in particular.
Okay. And you told her that that was probably why there was a delay in her employee being considered for that board, correct?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Now, you recall that in April of 2023, my client obtained a judgment from the trial court that she is in fact the properly appointed health officer, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point, when you were still speaking with Commissioner Bonema, you told him that you had no personal problem with Health Officer Hamley, correct?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And you also told Mr. Bonema that you were willing to work with her, right?
I'm willing to work with anybody.
Okay. And did you tell Commissioner Bonema, though, that you were willing to work with Health Officer Hamley?
I don't remember.
Okay. You also told Commissioner Bonema that Joe and Sylvia, as you put it, wouldn't let this go and wanted their guy appointed, though, and that was that meant Addie could not stay the health officer.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I know that on January 3rd, obviously, the board voted to place Mr. Kelly in there. So obviously, that is a fact.
Yep. And you also told Commissioner Bonema something to the effect that Commissioner Moss and Commissioner Rhodey needed to show their audience that they were fighting for them by getting Mr. Kelly in the seat.
I don't
Right?
remember that at all.
Okay. There was an Ottawa Impact supporter who emailed Health Officer Hamley and demanded a meeting with her and wanted her to apologize for mask mandates. You recall that, don't you?
Which supporter and when?
Mr. Winarski in about May.
I may recall that. Yep.
Okay. And you told her that there was no need to respond to bad faith actors that just wanted to harass like that, correct?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Also, right around this time, in the May timeframe, there was an issue with a individual who applied for a septic permit, where the permit was approved by the health department, and she was asking for some compensation. Do you recall that incident?
Do you remember the name of the person?
I do. I don't know that I want to say it in the open meeting, but
And in that case, I don't know if I can answer that, but I may be aware if it's the same person we're thinking about.
all right. Well, I'll describe the circumstances and see if you remember what I was talking about. So the individual who applied for the septic permit, when the excavator got there to dig the well, discovered that the method of septic system the health department approved and permitted would not work. And so the excavator sent them back to the health department to get a different kind approved. And that different kind that was approved was significantly more expensive than the original type. And the citizen was felt that the county owed her the difference between the new septic system and the old septic system. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. And you were opposed to paying for that, and it always been county practice not to pay for that, correct?
I don't remember if I was opposed per se. I just wanted to make sure we followed consistent practice.
Okay. And the citizen complained and publicly blamed Ottawa Impact Online for it, and Mr. Moss wanted to pay for it, correct?
I have no idea.
You don't recall that?
Well, I don't know what they did online or who they blamed or did not blame. I don't know anything about that.
Okay, and you don't know anything about Jack Jordan advising that particular employee handling the permit to go to the insurance board to see if they would pay for it?
I don't believe I was involved in that part of the process.
Were you aware of that part of the process?
I don't believe so. I mean, that happened after I had my initial conversations, and I was not involved in that part of the process.
You're not sure if it happened, but you know it happened after you had your initial conversations?
You're saying it happened. I'm saying if it did, I was not part of that process.
Okay. You frequently use the expression when you disagreed with something that Mr. Moss wanted you to do, that you'd have to do it anyways, or you'd end up in the bottom of the river.
I don't
correct?
recall that.
You don't recall that, saying that to multiple employees?
Not offhand, no.
Okay. I want to ask you about the issue of the health department employees attending Pride festivals in Grand Haven and in Holland. You recall Health Officer Hamley discussing with you the fact that the medical director had some concerns about the spread of Mpox, correct?
I think so.
Okay. And you remember her talking to you about how there had been some spread in Chicago and Detroit, and that usually precipitated appearance of infection here in this area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall that she told you that the health department was planning to do vaccines for Mpox and STI prevention education to adults 18 and over at the Pride festivals in Grand Haven and Holland, correct?
I think so. Not 100% sure. But
Okay. And you told her that made sense and that was the end of the conversation, correct?
I believe I said the same answer I given before, as we want to avoid controversy or things that bring scandal.
Okay. You said that during the initial conversation you had with her when you were one-on-one.
Yes, and maybe at this time as well.
Okay. When the issue of the health department attending Pride Festival came up on June 20th, 2023, and there were commissioner complaints about it, Health Officer Hamley, in discussing it with the board, reported that she had talked about it with you and that you said it made sense. You recall that, correct? On the recording of the public meeting?
I don't remember that offhand.
And you said to her that you said that because she was just going to do what she wanted anyways. Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. And you said there at the public meeting that you had told her, don't do anything that makes headlines or controversy.
That is what I consistently said.
I see. At some point, also in May, the county passed a new press policy for employees, correct?
I don't know that I would call it a press policy.
Shannon Felgner sent out an email that told employees that they had to get permission from the administrator's office if they were going to talk to the press, correct?
Permission from the communications director. Yes.
Okay. And that they needed to give her notice and they needed to give her all of the questions that the reporter wanted to ask, correct?
Right.
All right. And you recall that Health Officer Hamley emailed you back and explained why she thought that policy should not apply to her under the law, correct?
When I recall, that email did not come to me initially, but it was forwarded to me later.
All right, well, let's get out an exhibit. Mr. Epperson, would you pull up exhibit 12, please? Be able to read that from there, Mr. Gibbs.
Yes, and you will notice that in the two and the CC fields, I am not included. Therefore, I did not receive that email.
Was it forwarded to you, as you said?
At some later point, I believe so.
Okay. And also in a May meeting, the two of you discussed this issue, right? Health Officer Hamley asked you about your response.
Perhaps, I don't remember for sure.
Okay. And in fact, she told you, you know, really this will be for your protection also in case I say something that upsets the board. And you said that makes sense, correct?
I don't recall that. My
Okay.
position is that it's very reasonable. Every organization in America of any size has a press department. Everything goes through there. I think that's very reasonable. That's the position that I shared.
Is it your position also that every public entity has a press policy like this that
Yeah, I think it's pretty standard. That'll be my guess.
restricts employees from talking to the press?
Excuse me?
That restricts employees from talking to the press?
No, not about restricting. It's about making sure there's unified messaging going out from the organization. Pretty standard practice.
It's a restriction, isn't it? If there's a prior permission required and prior reporter questions?
I would say it's a good structure of an organization.
That's the structure, not permission. And did you ask legal counsel about Health Officer Hamley's position that as a matter of law, she should be able to communicate directly to the press?
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to direct the witness. Any questions regarding any conversations with corporate counsel are obviously privileged, and I'm going to instruct our client to not our client, but Mr. Gibbs is part of the county and we represent the county. And so I would be instructing him not to answer any such question.
I'm just asking me if he asked the question, not what the answer was.
Between counsel.
But the fact of communications isn't privileged, only the communication it is. Are you,
All you're asking is, did he have a conversation? You're not asking what that
We
conversation
have Mr.
was.
Coleman speaking to the microphone.
Yeah. If all you're asking is, was there a conversation without asking the content of the conversation, I will not object to that.
great. Did you go to corporate counsel and ask them as a matter of law if she had the ability to talk to the press directly without adherence to the policy?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, at one point or more than one point, you complained to Mr. Waterman about the quality of legal services you were getting from Coleman Legal Group, correct?
I do not believe so.
You didn't complain about Jack Jordan to Mr. Waterman?
Not complain, no.
You expressed some dissatisfaction with the service you were getting?
I expressed that we need to perhaps look at processes we can put in place to make sure we're communicating better. I did talk to Patrick about that.
Okay. And you then took that issue to Mr. Moss and Ms. Rhodey, correct?
We talk about those things all the time.
Okay, but you took that particular issue that communication needed to be improved with Mr. Jordan to Mr. Moss and Ms. Rhodey.
That's something we talk about all the time. So I don't know if I call it taking an issue to them, but it's just part of our normal conversations.
Okay, but you spoke to Mr. Moss and Ms. Rhodey specifically about your concerns about communication with Mr. Jordan, right?
I talk to them about issues with everything all the time. So that
Did
may
you-
be part of it.
Did you talk to them about that specific issue?
I don't know. Probably we talk about many issues regarding council and many other things. So
Okay, if you probably spoke to them about it, they told you, didn't they, that they did not want any division and they wanted a united front with the Coleman Legal Group, correct?
I believe so.
Okay,
I think that's pretty basic stuff.
all right. Fair to say they brushed off your concern a bit.
No, not at all.
Okay, but they told you, look, we're not going to intervene and help you get improved communication with Mr. Jordan.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. What would you say they told you about your concerns about the communication with Mr. Jordan?
Let's all make sure we're always communicating and on the same page.
All right. Was that the extent of their assistance with that issue?
I don't know if it's a matter of assistance. It's just something we talked about.
Okay. I would like to talk with you about the process of hiring your aide.
I'm not able to discuss that due to ongoing litigation.
You're under subpoena here today, and it's our view that is a relevant issue here in the hearing. It's my position that you need to answer the question, and I would ask the chair to instruct the witness to answer the question.
This has already been gone over. There's no authority to enforce that sort of thing. He's placed his objection. You can place your objection on the record.
The chair has the ability to subpoena people to come and testify under oath. There is some legal authority to require him to answer the question.
Well, as you know, I have no authority to force the witness to answer the question, as I'm simply serving in a facilitation role. I believe the chairperson can address whether or not the subpoena power allows the chair to do that.
I would also point out there's no statute that gives the authority to the chair or anyone on the board to, for example, have contempt powers, throw someone in jail, fine someone, or something like that in this circumstance.
I'm not suggesting he be thrown in jail or fined. I'm just suggesting that the chair instruct the witness to answer the question.
Well, I don't know that there's, I mean, he can do so, but I don't know that there's going to be any enforcement power behind that recommendation. Chairman Moss, are you familiar? Have you talked with corporate counsel about this?
It's my understanding that I have no authority to force anyone to do anything or throw anyone in jail, nor would I if they refuse to answer a question. And also, I am not presiding over this portion of the hearing. Judge Brennan is, and that is, for decorum and process. So if we could continue, that would be
Perhaps
great.
we could defer to corporate counsel, Mr. Jordan, and have him provide an opinion in behalf of the board.
What Commissioner Moss has stated is correct. He has no enforcement as far as the subpoena itself. And he cannot compel the witness to testify to anything. And as Mr. Coleman has also identified that this has been gone over before. So
I object. For the record. I think if the statute gives Chairman Moss the ability to subpoena witnesses, there must be some authority, whether it's going to the trial court judge or otherwise, to compel the testimony. I also think it's a completely different matter to have this witness testify about these issues that I think are directly relevant to the issues we have here at the hearing. So I would object that we're able to fully examine this witness without him answering these questions. But if that's the position and we would have to stop the hearing for me to go to a trial court judge, then I will proceed with the remainder of my examination so far as I'm able. I think that ruling also creates a real problem. Any question he doesn't want to answer, he's going to say he doesn't have to answer, and we may have to stop the hearing and go to Judge McNeil.
Yeah, I appreciate the predicament. I wonder if either Mr. Jordan or yourself have, or Mr. Coleman, has anybody really inspected the statute that is the basis upon which the board has subpoena power to see if there's any sanction within the statute?
I've not had the occasion to do so because I assume that the witnesses would comply with the subpoenas, but perhaps we should take a recess and we can confer about that.
Has anybody looked at the statute?
we have extensively.
Okay, nothing within it?
Oh.
Okay.
Again, though, I would presume if the statute gives the chair power to subpoena somebody, there must be even at least presumed power to go to a trial court judge and have it enforced. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a subpoena.
Well, then you are in a position where you either have to ask for a recess and run to court or proceed with your objection and finish the hearing at this point. So
I'm going to ask for a recess to consult with my client, and then we'll come back and let you know what our position is and when we're ready to go on the record. If we could have a 5-minute, I would appreciate it.
sure.
Without objection, we'll take 5 minutes. To everybody, hand it back off to Judge Brennan.
Ms. Howard, what have you decided?
We've decided that for the interest of moving the hearing along, that we're going to let this line of questions go. But for the record, we think that we're not being permitted a full and fair opportunity to examine this witness and provide testimony that we need to provide in the hearing. We think that this, oh, yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Sorry, I'll start over again.
Yeah.
We're gonna let this go for the time being, and we're gonna continue with other lines of questioning with this witness. We do, however, object and think that it denies us a full and fair opportunity to present the evidence that we want to in this hearing. We think the chair has the power, particularly since the witness is a direct employee of the board, to compel answering the question. And if it becomes a persistent problem, I may change my position on needing to go see Judge McNeil, but for the time being, we're going to continue with the questions.
Were you able to take a quick look at statutory authority to see if there was anything that
We think it's unclear whether or not the statute says that the board chair has the ability to subpoena witnesses as a court of law would. I'm not quoting it exactly, but makes reference to a court's own authority. And so I think in practice, the chair would have to go to the trial court and ask for an order to compel. But this is the board's own employee, so I don't think that should be necessary. If they're not willing to do that, I think our position is we're being denied a complete, full, fair opportunity to present evidence, but we're willing to continue with other lines of questioning to keep the hearing moving, and we can bring that up in later court proceedings.
if needed? Yeah, yeah. I think you've preserved the objection rather well.
Your Honor, could I just make mention?
Sure.
That this is not a court proceeding, but a legislative hearing.
Yep.
And it may have all the trappings of a court proceeding, but it's not. And having said that, I liken this more to a deposition.
Sure.
And Ms. Howard has placed her objections on the record. And we should just proceed just like we would do in a deposition.
That's a good analogy.
I object to the idea that this is more like a legislative proceeding. It should be more like a civil service or employment hearing proceeding. But nonetheless, the result is the same. We're agreeing to go forward and we're maintaining the objection. So.
Okay, I think we've covered it ad nauseum. We'll get back into the testimony. Go ahead.
All right. Mr. Gibbs, you're still under oath. When we left off before the break, I was asking questions about the hiring of Mr. Epperson, and you refused to answer those. We're going to move on and talk about the communications, various communications that you had with my client about the budget process beginning in August. Would you pull up Exhibit 1, please? While you're actually, I'll wait. I do. Page 29, please. Mr. Gibbs, there's one topic we didn't cover. About the same time, you were talking about the new county employee press email that went out from Ms. Felgner. You told Health Officer Hamley that you thought her deputy, Marcia Mansoray, should be disciplined. Do you recall that?
No,
You told her that you thought Ms. Mansouri should be disciplined because she was writing newspaper columns that were critical of Ottawa Impact. You recall that?
No,
You told her that when you worked for Coca-Cola Corporation, any type of public criticism of the entity like that would have resulted in an employee being out or fired right away.
I never worked for Coca-Cola.
You use that company specifically as an example.
I might have.
Okay. And so when you might have used Coca-Cola specifically as an example, you talked to Ms. Hamley about you were considering disciplining Ms. Mansouri, correct?
I may have shared some of the effect of an employee going out and bad mouthing their employer is generally to the average American not something that's acceptable behavior.
Okay, and you told her, you told Ms. Hamley you thought Ms. Mansouri should be disciplined.
I don't remember.
What did you tell Ms. Hamley about Ms. Mansouri?
I said that in most companies in America, if an employee goes out and bad mouths their employer, it generally would be seen as bad behavior.
Okay, and Ms. Hamley said if you felt further action needed to be taken, you should talk to HR or to the county's employment council, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay, and do you remember her telling you that she was concerned that any discipline for the newspaper columns could be unlawful? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. So we're in Exhibit 1, page 29 to 32. Can you see that exhibit from where you're sitting?
Yes.
Can we scroll up, please, to the top of the email so we can see it? This is an email from you to Health Officer Hamley, correct?
Yes.
Dated August 16.
Yes.
And you asked her if they had accounted in their budget request for the elimination of unfilled positions, correct?
This is a request I made to several departments actually, and I worked with fiscal and HR to reach out to departments and see if they had any positions that had been posted for a very long time but not filled. If so, that could be a candidate for elimination in order to create some savings in the budget.
Okay, so this was, you sent similar emails to other departments like the one we're looking at here on page 29 of Exhibit 1.
Yes.
All right. What are some other departments you sent emails like this to?
I want to say CMH and the sheriff's office at least.
Okay. Now, Ms. Hamley responded to you. If you can scroll down, please, to 30 and 31. And told you that she would talk about that with you when you met. And then if you scroll down further. There is a, if you could scroll back up, please. Oh, sorry, down to 31. This is an email from Nina Baranowski. She is an employee in fiscal services, correct?
Yes, I was not on that email, but yes.
Okay, but the two of you discussed that those positions had already been accounted for and those had been eliminated from the public health budget, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you scroll to page 33 of Exhibit 1, please? So in this email on August 17th, you told Ms. Hamley that you wanted a completely new budget proposal with significant cuts by 2 days, day and a half from when you sent this email, correct?
I don't know if I would say significant cuts, but other than that.
Okay.
Yes.
You said you wanted by close of business on the 18th, correct?
Yes.
Can we scroll down to page 38, please? And so here on this page, Ms. Hamley provided you with information that you requested, correct?
I cannot see the rest of the email, so
All right, can we scroll to page 39, please? And here's her response, correct? And it goes on through page 44, right?
Yeah, the response says yes.
Okay. And was there any information that you had requested that was not in this attachment?
I don't believe so. I mean, it's an ongoing process. We're always asking questions back and forth, but
Okay. And so if we can scroll to page 46, please. So that same information that she shared with you, she here has shared with fiscal services. Would you agree? Page 46?
I don't know. I was not on that email.
Okay, that email shows that she did also send it to fiscal services, correct?
I can't see the rest of it, so I don't know.
Can we scroll down, please? So you can see the bottom of the page and where it shows 46. And so she was sharing what she had shared with you with fiscal also, correct?
Perhaps.
Can we pull up page 49, please? So here in this email on the 22nd, you asked Ms. Hamley to prepare a public health budget that cut to $2.5 million general fund and discontinuing any, as you put it, COVID-related grants, correct?
Yes.
And so you asked her to, this was on the 22nd, and you asked her by, it says the 23rd, I think you meant Thursday, the 24th by the close of business. So a little less than 2 days from then. And you copied Ms. Karazinski from Fiscal Services and Mr. Epperson, correct?
Yes.
All right. When you said, as we discussed, or when you said, as discussed yesterday, you're referring to Mr. Moss's request for a cut down to $2.5 million general fund for the health department at the finance committee meeting, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
You did not discuss that in person or verbally with Health Officer Hamley, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. In fact, you haven't had any in-person verbal conversation with Health Officer Hamley since August 4th, correct?
I don't know. I'd have to go and look.
Okay. Do you agree that the last verbal in-person conversation you had with her was a meeting where Spencer Ballard was present and you talked about the landfill issues?
It could be, but I wouldn't say that 100% sure.
Okay. May we scroll to page 51 of Exhibit 1, please? So here, Ms. Hamley is reporting to you that she doesn't believe that it's possible to come up with a $2.5 million general fund budget. She says she thinks it's an impossible task and highlights for you some of the problems with maintenance of effort and minimum service levels, correct?
It appears so.
And she also raised a concern that information she'd been sharing with you about budgeting issues might not be getting widely out to commissioners other than Mr. Moss, correct?
I'm the one asking the question, so I'm the one who gets the answers.
Okay, so you're the one who gets the answers, but at some point the commissioners have to vote on it, right?
The commissioners vote on the overall budget, but are not necessarily part of every single email that goes back and forth.
No, but she said she was concerned that some of the discussions she'd had with you and some of those considerations weren't making it to the commission, and therefore they were asking her through you to do things that weren't going to be possible. Would you agree?
No.
And in this email specifically, at the bottom, if you would scroll down a little bit further, please. She says, this is important information for all members of the board to review to inform their decision. If the board wishes to hear from me on these issues, I will be available. Did you let the board know that Health Officer Hamley was willing to talk to them directly if they wanted?
We did have interim health officer Hamley come and talk to the finance committee, so that did occur.
Okay, but public meetings aside, that was the only time you had her come and talk to any members of the board, correct?
I consider that talking to the board, so yes.
Okay, is it, it's not particularly easy though to make adjustments or have discussions about the reasons why policies exist when she's at a podium talking to the board in a board meeting, correct?
Typically, that's something that's handled through a back and forth with the administrator and the director. So all those details of every email going back and forth are usually not shared with the whole board.
Okay. Can we scroll to page 58, please? All right, so Mr. Gibbs, you responded back to her the following morning on the 23rd. And you said, "Hi, Addie. Good morning. Thank you for sharing the information below. Please proceed with producing a budget with a general fund contribution as close to the below directed level as possible, which discontinues all COVID-related grants." Your intent, again, was to tell her, I acknowledge your objection, but come back to me with $2.5 million general fund contribution, correct?
Actually, I said as close as possible, which gives flexibility.
Well, I know that that's the claim of flexibility now, but
It's also the claim in the email because it says it right there.
both she and fiscal services, you would agree, interpreted that as come back with $2.5 million general fund, correct?
The email says as close as possible, which means as close as possible.
Okay. So let's scroll to page 61, please. All right, so here in this email, she sent this to you on the August 24th when you requested, correct?
This email is from August 24th, yes.
Okay, and you had asked to hear back by August 24th, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and so if we look here, she says, "Hi, John, please see attached for my response to this request. In working with fiscal services, it is impossible to create an exact budget as the health department is unable to operate at this funding level." And she goes on to explain that at that funding level, they would have difficulty, or it would be impossible to meet the matching funds requirements for grants, correct?
That is what's in the email, yes.
Okay. And at some point you learned that was correct, right? That she had worked with fiscal, none of them could come up with a way to cut the budget that much and still be able to make the matching spend for grants, correct?
The budget process is a process, and so there's a lot of back and forth and a lot of adjustment of numbers throughout the process. So that was happening throughout.
I understand, but you learned that fiscal services agreed with Ms. Hamley and that there was no way to cut it to that general fund level and still be able to continue to qualify for grants with matching requirements, correct?
That's why my request said as close as possible.
Okay, but I just want to confirm that you understood that she was working with fiscal and that was fiscal's conclusion as well, correct?
I understood that this is part of a process. And so we get to a number that is approved by the board by October 1st. We have until then to get where we need to go. So yeah, there's lots of numbers going back and forth throughout the process.
Okay, so she answered and told you, "I've worked with fiscal, we can't do it at this level," correct?
It appears that's what the email says.
Right. And she also told you that you would not be able to meet state minimum requirements, either minimum maintenance of effort or service levels, correct?
That's a bit complicated. State minimum service levels are a complicated area. Often they're not black and white. They're very fuzzy and not well defined by the law. So there's a lot of flexibility and interpretation there. So I hesitate to make a strong statement on that part of it.
Okay, but what she was telling you here was that she and fiscal were in agreement that it could not be done as far as state requirements either, correct?
I mean, that's what the email says.
Okay, and she and fiscal were correct, right? There was no way to do it at that funding level.
Again, this is part of a process. So we get to the number we want to get to.
And you couldn't get to this number, right?
Which number?
$2.5 million general fund contribution. There was no way to cut it to that and still meet all these other requirements.
My request was for as close as possible. So there's flexibility there.
Okay, well, let's assume the request was $2.5 million, which is what she and fiscal services were clearly working with in this email. They were right, correct?
Not for as close as possible to 2.5 million, which is what I asked for.
Let's go back and assume 2.5 million. They were right. It couldn't be done at 2.5 million, right?
I don't want to assume a number that is not what I asked for. And what I asked for was as close as possible.
But clearly the context of this email is that she and fiscal services took what you asked for as 2.5, and that's what they couldn't get to, right?
Where does it say that in this email? Where does it say
That's-
2.5?
It says, it is possible to create an exact budget as the health department is unable to operate at this funding level.
I said as close as possible, and that's where we ended up getting to. So that is what it is.
Okay. Now, you didn't doubt that she had worked with fiscal, did you?
Oh, no, no. In fact, I'm very happy with the collaboration and back and forth.
We'll talk about that a little bit further. Can you scroll down to page 62, please? And so this is her response showing the amount of money. And if you can stop right there, please, that would be great. And then she specifically notes that at no point in the last 20 years has the total general fund allocation to the public health department ever been 2.5 million, correct? Do you see where I'm reading?
That's what that says. Yes.
Okay. And she was working with fiscal and getting this information, correct?
You would have to ask Mr. Melthoff or Hamley herself.
Sorry, I couldn't
You would have to
hear.
ask her yourself. I don't want to speak for someone else.
I definitely will be, but you at least had the impression and you believe she was working with fiscal when she got this information, correct? You just said you were pleased with her collaboration with fiscal.
Well, I was pleased with fiscal services working well with getting the information that they needed to get the numbers that I asked for.
All right, so you don't think that this came from fiscal and her working with fiscal?
Sure, it might have.
Okay. So if we scroll down a little bit further. So she explains, right there. She explains about the fact that out of this amount of money, the cost allocation plan, the cap money, the administration overhead has to come out of this general fund allocation. And that is, again, all the calculations are done to show that response. Would you agree?
Are you referring to the that middle item there, general fund, county admin overhead?
And the whole page, yes.
Could you repeat that question?
Sure. One of the things that that is calculated here is the amount of administrative overhead that has to come out of whatever the general fund allocation is for the health department, correct?
That's a part of what's there. Yes.
Okay. Would you scroll down to the next page, please? And then here, she talks about the that there's a number of grants that have COVID in the name of the description, but aren't necessarily related to COVID tracking, and that it seems short-sighted to give those up when that's money that the county can use for health department operations, correct?
Let's see.
Starting with the paragraph, the request to create a budget that can discontinues, quote, all COVID-related grants, unquote, hurts Ottawa County taxpayers in a variety of ways and is fiscally short-sighted.
I think that we're sophisticated enough to figure out what's a COVID grant and what isn't.
Well, she was pointing out that she had some disagreement with you about what a COVID grant was, and she thought that the county with this plan would give up too many grant funds that could be used productively for health department functions, right?
I think we ended up coming to a very good definition of what is a COVID grant and what isn't,
Well, you gave her the definition of what you considered a COVID grant, right?
or of what is a COVID grant. Yes.
But you were the one that gave her the definition. This was not a collaborative effort between the two of you, right?
Again, I think that it's not rocket science to figure out if a grant is a COVID grant or not.
Well, you acknowledged that the two of you had a disagreement about that, and you just gave fiscal service a list of the ones you considered a COVID grant, right?
I don't know if there's necessarily a disagreement. I mean, that's the list that we came to.
But when you say she didn't come to it. You told fiscal, and through fiscal, you told her which grants had to be rejected, right?
I assume fiscal got some of the information from public health, so I guess that is included in we.
You told fiscal, these are the grants that we're rejecting, correct? That wasn't something you collaborated with and came up with fiscal. It was a list you came up with.
No, it is something I collaborated with many people to get that list.
Okay. Who did you collaborate with to come up with the list of COVID grants that were going to be rejected?
Everyone we were talking throughout this process.
And who was that has specifically helped come up with the list of grants that would be rejected as COVID related?
I don't remember Karen, Myra, through their talks with Nina as well. We came up with that.
Okay. So it's your testimony that they helped you come up with that list of which ones qualified?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I know she did not note Health Officer Hamley in that list. She didn't participate in that, did she?
I assume so, through her conversations with Nina and Karen.
But you can't say for sure
Um,
because you didn't have any conversations with her about that, correct?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
Would you look in notes or where would you look?
Oh, maybe my emails or
Okay, so if it's not reflected in an email, then you didn't have a conversation with her about it. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say I needed to have a direct conversation on every single thing. These are things that can be handled through staff and fiscal services and Nina, et cetera. So I think that's totally fine.
Okay, so it's your position that it's including her to have her get her information from fiscal and make
Yes.
any contribution of information to
course.
fiscal.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we scroll down to page 69, please? This is an email from Commissioner Cosby to Health Officer Hamley copying you, correct, on Friday, August 25?
Yes,
You knew that Commissioner Cosby was going to send this email to Health Officer Hamley, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember if I knew that she was going to send it.
Okay. And she sent this copying you and she says, "Good afternoon, Adeline. During the budget work session on Monday, I requested the following information to help with budget decisions for fiscal year 24. And this was as of August 25, correct?
It looks like that's the date of the email.
Yep. Okay. So she says, these are things I asked for. And she says, I need number one, the number of current health department programs. 2, descriptions of the programs and services. 3, number of residents served by the individual program. 4, resources required, human/FTEs. And supplies to provide the program, intended outcomes and current outcomes. And was this information that you supported Ms. Hamley gathering for Commissioner Cosby?
This request did not come from me, so I would respectfully ask that you would ask Commissioner Cosby that question.
But I'm asking you, you felt it was appropriate for Ms. Hamley to gather this information and provide it directly to Commissioner Cosby?
I wouldn't see any problem with that.
Okay. Did you think that it would take a while to gather this information while you were also at the same time asking her to make significant changes to the health department budget?
I never thought about that.
Okay. Let's scroll please to page 80. And Health Officer Hamley responded that same evening, correct? About 4 hours later?
It appears so.
Okay. And she says, she apologized to Commissioner Cosby and said, I was unaware you had asked for the items, but I'm happy to work with the team to put it together and get it back to you as soon as possible. And then she says, while we're working on it, here's some information available online that has a nice overview of the services that the health department provides, correct?
That's what that says. Yes.
Okay. And she copied you on it, right? So you received that?
It appears so.
So that you'd be aware that she had been communicating with Commissioner Cosby about that.
I can't speak to the motivational. I can tell you is that I am CC'd there.
Okay. And then if we scroll down to page 92, please. And then Commissioner Cosby says, thank you. I appreciate your quick response and the link. Was this an issue that at this point you discussed with Commissioner Cosby, her request for this information and going to Health Officer Hamley for it?
I don't remember. At that time period, we were having tons of discussions about the budget all the time, so
Okay,
it could have come
and,
up in the context of all those discussions.
but you had discussions like this with Commissioner Cosby about the Health Department budget, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay. And what was the reason that Commissioner Cosby was seeking out all of this information at this point in time when such significant budget cuts were being made?
You'd have to ask Commissioner Cosby that question.
Unfortunately, I can't ask Commissioner Cosby that question. So we'll keep going and see if we can get some further clarity on that. Would you scroll down, please, to page 98? All right, so if you can go back up to the top, please. This is an email from the general county email account that sends it to anyone who signed up, any citizen who signed up for Ottawa County emails, correct?
Yes, looks like it.
Okay. I'm a citizen, so I got one of these emails when it came out, and this is the one that Health Officer Hamley received, and the subject line is county sets fiscally responsible budget for public health. And it's a release dated August 28th, 2023, correct?
That's what it says there.
And you had a part in writing and putting out this press release, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And Health Officer Hamley had no role in writing and putting out this press release, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't recall?
I don't remember.
Okay, because she felt that the budget request you were making at this time was actually fiscally irresponsible, correct?
You'd have to ask her that question.
Okay, but you were aware she disagreed with you about the ability to cut the health department budget in that manner and not face negative consequences, right?
I don't want to speculate on someone else's way of thinking, especially, a couple months ago.
But you recall getting emails from her where she was polite but firm that this was not a good idea, right?
With the initial numbers, but we ended up through this process getting to numbers that worked.
Okay, and through the process, though, she continually brought up concerns she had about negative consequences with various aspects throughout August and September, correct?
I suppose.
Okay. So let's scroll down a bit. And so here, you were, who else wrote this? Did Mr. Moss write it also?
I believe I wrote it,
Okay.
when I recall.
Did Mr. Moss approve it before it went out?
I don't remember. I sometimes send things people to take a proofread and make sure I didn't miss anything or spelling errors and stuff, but I don't remember exactly who I might have sent it to for such a review.
You've never sent anything to anyone other than Mr. Moss or Ms. Rhodey for review, though, have you?
I don't believe that's correct, no.
Okay. You've sent things to Commissioner Cosby for review?
Probably, although I couldn't say for sure.
Okay. You've never sent anything to, say, Commissioner Bonema for review, correct?
I don't recall, but I don't think so.
You've never sent anything to Commissioner Zylstra for review before it goes out?
I have to go back and look precisely, but I don't know.
I didn't catch the last part.
I'd have to go back and look precisely at my emails to see if I've done that.
Okay. So let's scroll down here. You said that the claims made by public, actually, if we can go back up, there we go, just a titch, there we go. You said facts, claims being made by the Department of Public Health, such as that the department will be forced to close its doors or to cut essential mandated services, or patently false, bad faith, and disingenuous fear-mongering tactics. In fact, though, shortly after this, you added more money to the budget because you determined that she and fiscal services were correct, that the public health department couldn't continue to operate with that low of a level of general fund contribution, correct?
The budget is a process. And so throughout that process, to be going to the media and saying things like the Department of Public Health is going to be forced to shut its doors, I think is extremely highly irresponsible. And that's what I was reflecting in that statement, which I stand by 100%.
Could we go to Exhibit 8, please? So this is a press release from Mr. Moss's campaign page, correct? You've seen this before, right?
I don't know if I've seen that actually, and I do not run Sheriff Moss's press page, so I can't really speak to anything that's on there.
I wouldn't expect you to be able to be running his press page, but this, you've seen this before though, right? It's a press release put out by his campaign page on August 22nd at 4:55 p.m.
Actually, I don't know if I have seen that.
Oh, well, then let's take a look. If we scroll down, it says press release, proposal to return public health budget to historical pre-COVID levels. Let's go a little further, please, if we could. And then a little bit further. We stop right there. It says, on Monday, August 21, at a meeting of the Finance and Administration Committee, Ottawa County Board of Commissioners Chairperson Joe Moss proposed returning the public health budget back to historical pre-COVID levels. The graphic below includes a comprehensive review of the public health budget levels. So Mr. Moss was already talking to the public about that budget proposal at the time, correct?
It appears so.
Okay. And Health Officer Hamley merely noted what she thought were the negative consequences of that budget proposal, correct?
You say merely noted, but going to the public and going to the press through something that is still in process and not finalized yet, again, I think is highly irresponsible.
You don't think it's information that belongs to the public to talk about what the policies that are being proposed at the moment?
No, because it's not a final product yet.
But you were asking for that response and she was telling you, you're not going to make state minimum maintenance of effort. You're not going to meet minimum service levels. You're in danger of the state coming in and taking over the department. You don't think that was information that belonged to the public for them to know?
Not in the manner in which it was done, no.
Okay. Can we go back to Exhibit 1, please? Page 120, please. All right. This is an email from Commissioner Cosby to Health Officer Hamley. You've seen this email before, haven't you?
I don't know. I'd have to go look.
Do you recall having seen it before?
Doesn't seem to ring a bell offhand.
Okay, and in the email, Commissioner Cosby says, good evening, Adeline. Thank you for capturing the information that I have requested. She says, I'm asking for the information so I can be helpful, point to successes of the health department and seek solutions. And you had spoken with Commissioner Cosby about getting this information from Health Officer Hamley, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. And here, Commissioner Cosby talks about, she says she had asked John Shea to arrange a meeting and never heard back from John Shea. And then eventually she got a number from Lisa and she just hadn't had an opportunity to be able to communicate with Health Officer Hamley. If we scroll to page 143, please. This email is a response from Health Officer Hamley to Commissioner Cosby to her prior email, providing some more information. And is this a communication that you've seen before?
I don't think so, although again, I can't say for sure. I have to
Okay.
go and check my emails.
Okay. But Commissioner Cosby was forwarding some of this information to you, wasn't she?
She might have been, again, I'd have to check to see.
Okay. Can we, we go to page 101, please. So here on page 101 is an email from Health Officer Hamley on Monday, August 28th to you and to Karen Karazinski, correct? Who's the head of fiscal services?
It appears so.
Okay. And she says, hi, John, thank you for CCing me on the request you sent on Friday afternoon to Karen for changes to the public health fiscal year 2024 budget. And she says it is important for both fiscal services and public health to work together on your new request for budget amendments, since there are program details that Karen will need from public health to attempt to do what you have asked. Suggest configurations of the health department budget, which could still comply with the public health code and with state and federal funding requirements. You had been at that point starting to communicate only with Karen, correct?
No, I would not say that's accurate.
Okay. We're directing Karen though, and not Health Officer Hamley to make the budget cut request at that point, right?
I was directing Karen to work with whoever necessary, including Addie, to develop the budget.
Okay. And she told you in the second paragraph, unfortunately, in my view, your request to Karen on Friday afternoon is still asking her to do the impossible. I have been working this weekend and so far today to answer Karen's questions while she is on her vacation. My understanding is that you will have now asked her for different information. So now they were pivoting again to help with those new requests. We will continue to try our best to help Karen with these new requests as of today at 5 p.m. However, as a general matter, the information attached will be useful to you to keep in the background. So there was one request on Friday and then a new different request on Monday to take money out of the originally requested budget, correct?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look to see what those requests were.
Okay, but this email refreshes your recollection, right? That on Friday you made one request, they worked on it over the weekend on Karen's vacation. And then on Monday you made a different request, right?
That could be possible, but again, without going back and looking at my records, it's hard to say definitively.
Okay, what records do you have besides the emails?
It's my emails.
Okay. Can you scroll down, please, to the next page? And so, actually, if you can scroll back up just a tiny bit, please. Thank you. So here is the email you sent on Friday to Karen at 3:53 p.m., copying Health Officer Hamley, and you say, hi, Karen, good afternoon. Please take the following action to draft the public health budget. Set the public health general fund contribution to $2.5 million. I know that it doesn't say it's close to $2.5 million. Correct? You wanted it cut to 2.5?
That's because unlike previous times, we're using part of the fund balance here. So that accounts for that.
Okay, so now you're using the sort of rainy day fund savings of health department to make up the extra. Is that right?
No, it's not a rainy day fund. It's called fund balance.
Okay, well, it's called the fund balance. You're right. And they're going to use $1.3 million of their $3 million fund balance to get up to a $3.8 million contribution, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay, and part of the health department fund balance was restricted, right?
That's right.
Okay. And so they had $1.3 million of unrestricted, as far as you understood?
More than that, it appears, but yes.
All right. And so you wanted the remainder of the fund balance, $1.5 million sent to the county's contingency fund, correct?
And that is outside of the funds that were earmarked for pathways.
Okay, so there was, you were leaving the pathways funds that were restricted. You were draining the rest of the health department fund though, right? 1.8 was going to their operating expenses and 1.5 is going to the county contingency fund, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as draining, but
Oh, was there any left? Was there anything left? So 1.5 plus 1.3 is 2.8, and that leaves $200,000, which is the pathways money, right?
I don't know if the 3 million includes pathways or not.
Okay. And you asked them to transfer $1.5 million of the public health fund balance to the county contingency fund because that was almost dry at that point, right?
I don't remember if that's the reason or not.
Okay. So then you also asked her to eliminate all COVID positions approved at the August 24 Board of 2021 full Board of Commissioners meeting that you said you thought were worth $2.1 million, right?
Not that I said, but that were literally in the Board of Commissioner meeting action item from August 24, 2021.
Okay, but you later came to learn that those were, a lot of those were not filled positions, right? So you weren't,
Sure, yes.
okay. And then here you said eliminate the following COVID-19 related grants and any general fund contribution to programs funded by these grants. So you go, you're telling them which ones you think are COVID related, correct?
Based on information I've gotten from everybody through the process.
Was this based on information you'd gotten through from Health Officer Hamley?
I assume so, through Karen and Nina, et cetera.
Okay, so you're making this was based on a collaboration with fiscal. It wasn't just something you told fiscal.
It's something I asked for information on, and then based on information I received, came up with that.
Okay, so you asked for a list of the names of the grants and anything with COVID in the title you included on this list, right?
I didn't ask for the names of the grants. I asked for any COVID-related grants.
And how did you define COVID related?
If it was created for COVID.
Okay, so during the pandemic or if it mentioned COVID as one of many diseases that it could be used to track?
A lot of these grants, we have the description of what the grant is for and what it's used for. And it's pretty easy to determine from that if it's COVID or not.
Well, a lot of these grants are used for, you can use them for tracking COVID, but you can use them for lots of other things, right?
Yeah, but there's still a COVID grant.
Okay. So for example, if we look at the PHEP to provide training for new public health emergency preparedness manager, that's a position that you're required to have, correct? To prepare for any public health emergencies in the event of terrorist attack or anything like that.
That is a COVID-related position that came in as part of that. So that's why it's on there.
But you're still required to have it even now, right? For much broader purposes than COVID?
I have to look at the numbers to see what we need for that position specifically.
Okay, but you're still required to have that position and still required to pay for it, whether you take this grant or not, right?
I have to look at the numbers again.
Which numbers?
The numbers for what we have to have for this position.
Okay, but I'm just asking if you still have to have the position, whether you take the grant or not. You would agree that's right?
Again, I'd have to look at the numbers to see that.
Okay. And so you say for any additional details, please work with Nina and Chris to set the exact budget numbers within the above parameters, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. So if we scroll down to yes, 103. So she provides here at 103 to 116 several pages answering these questions, correct? So she copies what you requested. And then if you scroll down, so right there, since there have been several budget requests over the past week and a half, and a lot of information provided to you from the Public Health and Fiscal Services Department already, it may be helpful to review some of what has been communicated between January 2023 and today before addressing the points in your email. So she sort of does a back history summary of your discussions and then goes through the next 13 pages and answers why she thinks there's still continued problems with this plan, right? Like, and when I say continued problems, I mean negative consequences like state takeover of the health department, right?
I can't see what's on the remaining pages.
Then let's walk
I
through them.
can't say that for sure.
Let's scroll down to here's the history she gives you, and then you walk down here a little further. So here's a description of all the meetings and things, and then you scroll down a little bit further, please. All right, so then right here, here she's talking about some of the COVID grants issues. And then the paragraph that starts, as was discussed at the budget review meeting with administration, fiscal services, public health, and Commissioner Rohde on June 19, 2024, when COVID-19 grants are removed, the public health requested budget for fiscal year 2024 is level or lower than the prior 2 years baseline budget. It's not inflated by COVID-19 spending, but primarily by inflation of the dollar and increase in costs. You see where I'm reading from?
I see where we're reading from.
And you recall that was a meeting that fiscal, public health, you and Commissioner Rohde met and had in the middle of June.
I think so. I mean, it was
And-
5 months ago.
Specifically, that was the meeting where you told Deputy County Administrator Patrick Waterman that he didn't need to be there. You wanted it to be streamlined. And so Commissioner Rohde would come instead. Do you recall that?
I control who's in that meeting and the deputy administrator reports to me, so I can have him in what meeting or not, what meeting that I determine.
Well, I get that. I'm just confirming then that it's true that you told Deputy Administrator Waterman not to attend that meeting, right?
I don't remember specifically. I have to go back and look.
Okay. Where would you look to confirm that information?
My emails.
Okay, so you would have sent that in an email to him?
Well, it could be possible I told him in person as well, if I did, but again, I don't remember.
Okay. Let's go down a little bit further, please. So right there, she's talking about the size of the county and talking about what she sees as the appropriate staffing level for the health department. And then if you scroll down further, talks about the growth in the county and the number of reportable disease cases. If you scroll down further, she also talks about vacant land evaluations. This is important for the amount of work done by the health department because of the number of permits and inspectors they require, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in determining if you're meeting the minimum service level for the ability to do inspections, well permits, restaurant inspections, food inspections, need to know how many of those you're doing and how many people you need to have employed to do them, right?
What we're looking at now is not minimum service levels. It's the number of evaluations that have been done in the previous years. Those are
But-
different things.
I would agree, but that information directly pours into an evaluation of whether or not you have enough people to get to minimum service levels, correct?
It depends. I mean, the way that they determine these service levels sometimes is convoluted and not very specific, and it depends on the program. So it's difficult to say.
And when you were wanting answers about that, you would go to Health Officer Hamley because she's the one that knows that information, has the direct sources to figure that out, right?
And I have asked her for that, yes.
Okay, let's scroll down a little bit further, please. So she addresses response number 1 about the public health fund contribution and says that, she says the local government governing entity, the county administration must exhibit maintenance of effort, MOE, in relation to funding the essential health and safety services to protect public health in Ottawa County. And she explains that the state isn't going to count what it goes to central administration expenses out of that, correct? So you have to spend without regard to the cap, correct?
What is quoted here does not tell you what that service level is.
Right, but she's telling you she doesn't think you're going to meet the minimum maintenance of effort with what you're asking, right?
Well, but what is cited there does not tell you what that amendment level is, so.
Well, let's scroll a bit further. All right, so she says, as explained in my response on August 24, that a total general fund contribution of 2.5 falls significantly short of the maintenance of effort needed to operate all mandated essential public health services at a minimally serviceable level, let alone meet the general fund needs for other required or desirable services that Ottawa County residents have relied on and contributed to a comparatively healthy, thriving community in the past. And then she goes on to talk about that amount is 1.664989. That's the amount needed to meet the minimum maintenance of effort, right? Oh, I'm sorry. That's the cap amount, correct? So she's telling you that's the amount that won't be counted toward MOE.
It appears so.
Okay. And then she says that it's incorrect that they have a $3 million usable fund balance, right?
But then the next sentence says that the fund balance is 3 million.
It says they don't have that much to use, right? So
So
500.
that's not what it says. It doesn't say the word use at all.
It doesn't, but she goes on to say of the fund balance, 554,565 is an endowment for pathways
Which I mentioned earlier, yes.
and is restricted. So that's more than, so right there, we have about 2.4 left that's unrestricted, right?
That's what's written there.
Okay. So then she says 1.1 million and change is the unused portion of an ARPA awarded project to reimburse the expected shortfall of Medicaid cost-based reimbursement payments in 23 and 24 due to the reduced clinical services during the pandemic. And she told you the commissioners had restricted the fund for those purposes. So she was concerned that changes in use would need to be made by a vote. So she said those funds seem to be restricted also, right?
That's what it says there.
Okay. Was she wrong about that?
I don't know.
Okay, let's scroll down. Oh, yeah, thank you, right there. And then she said, the remaining fund balance of almost 1.4 is unrestricted, but note that $722,000 was already being used in the fiscal year 2024 budget, right?
That's what it says there.
So she's communicating to you that we can't put all of that money into the general fund because it's not available, right?
I'd have to go back and see what we finally ended up on in order to say that for sure. But
Okay, but that's at least what she's communicating to you. She's responding to your request to say, do this and telling you, well, we can't, and here's why, right?
and that's what it says there, what you just read.
Okay. And was she wrong about that?
I'd have to go back and look at the final numbers.
Okay, let's scroll down. So here she's showing you the original budget provides adequate general fund to maintain services without delays or higher fees and to operate lawfully within state requirements. And then she tells you there how much is available for the public health operations and MOE and shows you the differences between what's requested and as she submitted it, correct?
That's what that says.
Okay, let's scroll down a bit, please. And then here it says MOE for public health is based on a calculation from fiscal year 1993. At that time, the total general fund provided was 2.958 in 1993, of which 2.039774 went to public health operations to provide services to the community, correct? And she has this chart of, my goodness, that is ancient historical record there from 1993. So we have you scroll all the way down, it shows where she's coming up with that number with the name of the prior health officer from that year, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. So we scroll down to page 11 and then she talks about your request number 2, right?
It appears so.
Okay, and so she's answering that. It says eliminate all COVID positions that were approved totaling 2.179153. And so she says of the positions approved to meet health and safety needs of the Ottawa County community during a historic global pandemic, approximately 3 to 4 full-time positions were planned to be staffed in fiscal year 2024. These positions are supporting the department's requirement to prevent and control the spread of about 100 communicable diseases as a basic essential public health service, right?
That's what's written there.
Okay, and you determined she was correct about that, right? That there were 3 to 4 people who tracked all communicable diseases, not just COVID, right?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
Okay, where would you look for that information?
In my emails or any documents that were sent.
Okay, but no notebook, no personal notes or anything?
No.
Okay, so then we go, and she talks about their wages and benefits are paid through a grant from MDHHS. She says the remaining positions are vacant and the costs have been backed out of her requested fiscal year 24 budget, correct?
I believe that August 24th, 2021 meeting approved something like 42 positions. It was a pretty massive number. And the goal was to make sure that those were all gone since we no longer needed the COVID stuff. So,
Okay, well, but she's telling you here they've already been backed out, right? Except for the 3 to 4 people that they were using to track all communicable diseases, which is required by the state, right?
I don't know.
Okay, so let's go to the, she says the savings that would result from 4 people would be an estimated total of 221,876, right?
That's what's written there.
Okay, and she says that it should be noted that over $300,000 of indirect costs for county administrative services, so those CAP allocated funds for administration and corporate counsel and IT are covered by these grants and will need to be reallocated to other programs through these actions. So she's telling you if the health department has less in budget, there's going to be less available to allocate to the health department, right?
That's what appears to be written there.
Okay. So let's go to request number 3. You told her to eliminate the following COVID-19 related grants and any general fund contribution to programs funded by these grants. So she says the criteria by which this list was determined is unclear. So that indicates to me that she did not have a role in putting this list together, right?
Or disagreed.
Well, she seems to have been fairly willing to tell you when she disagreed with you in the past. You'd agree with that, right?
It depends.
It depends. Okay, well, here she's at least telling you that she's unclear about it. You would agree with me there. She used the word unclear, right?
That's what's written there.
Okay. And then some of these grants are funds provided by MDHHS or the state of Michigan to share in the cost of required programs or services. And then she gives you additional information about each particular one below, right?
It appears so.
Okay, so let's scroll down for me, if you could, to the next page. Oh, right there. PHEP, this is the one I asked you about earlier, to provide training for a new public health emergency preparedness manager. The description is inaccurate. Since this is a mandated program and a unique and highly skilled position, the state of Michigan included training in the improved work plan and budget for the replacement position. And there is no contract for Ottawa County that you'd have to enter into to receive the funds, right?
That's what's written there.
Okay. And then she talks about, and I won't make us walk through this whole thing in detail, but she talks about why each of the grants, what they do, gives you a description, and is making the case that maybe you don't want to consider these COVID grants and we shouldn't be giving these away, right?
I mean, that's why this is a process, as I said. going back and forth, exchange information, and we ultimately get to where we want to be. So
All right, but there wasn't much back and forth, right? You said cut them. She said, this is why we shouldn't, and you still said cut them, right?
this literally is the back and forth.
Okay. Let's scroll down a bit if we could. For example, contract tracing. This grant rarely has to do with contract tracing, but supports overall infection prevention. It has become more flexible to include non-COVID-19 related activities and talks about defraying the cost of staff time and supplies for outbreak response activities for nearly 100 reportable communicable diseases, which is a mandated activity, right? The health department has to do that.
COVID-19 activities are not a mandated activity.
Aren't tracking of communicable diseases a mandated activity?
And that's not what's being discussed here. What's being talked about is COVID-related grants.
Right, but she's telling you this is a grant we use much more widely than COVID, right?
It is a COVID grant though, so it fits the criteria of what I asked for.
Okay. Let's scroll to the next page, please. So she continues to tell you information about all the rest of the grants that you told her to give back. And then let's scroll to the next page, please. And then she says, after speaking with Karen, and she's referring to Karen Karazinski, right?
I would assume so.
Okay. Here is how the latest budget revision request would impact public health programs. And she says all items below the yellow highlight for pathways would need to be cut due to lack of funding. And pathways would need to utilize restricted funding from the public health balance to cover what they have listed. She says that there would need to be approximately $1 million in cost reductions or fee increases to continue to provide all mandated services with the 3.8 million total general fund that is being proposed. Now, you understood that she got that information from fiscal services, right?
I don't know.
Let's scroll down, please. So she says, here's what we have to do above and the yellow, things between the yellow, below the yellow line, right there, thank you, would have to be cut, including dental services, MOS, that's Miles of Smiles, right?
Which we did not cut.
Okay, but she's telling you at this point in time, if you cut it to the level that you asked her to cut it to, one of the things that would have to go would be Miles of Smiles, right? Because that's not a mandated program. It's a great program, but not a mandated program, right?
I guess that's what it's saying.
Okay. And then she's also telling you that children's special health care would have to go too, right?
We also didn't cut.
Right.
That's why this is part of a ongoing process.
Yep. And but at this point in time, she told you in consultation with fiscal that if you asked fiscal to implement this and she responded, this is what happens if we implement this. Maternal infant health program, Medicaid outreach, Ottawa food, all of those things would have to go under that level of cut, right?
It appears that's what this is saying.
Okay. And she wasn't wrong about that. She and fiscal didn't get these calculations wrong, right?
I assume that they're right.
Okay, let's scroll down a bit, please. All right. Could we go to page 118, please? So here at page 118, this is an email, again, Monday, August 28th at 6:45 in the evening that Health Officer Hamley is sending to Commissioner Bonema and Commissioner Zylstra. Is that correct?
It appears so.
And you at some point saw this email that she sent, correct?
I don't remember. I have to go back and look.
Okay. And so she says, Commissioner Bonema and Commissioner Zylstra, as you requested to stay informed on the budget updates, I wanted to share the most recent request and response. Of note, if the family planning program is unable to provide the level of service required to meet the requirements of the federal Title X grant, those funds will be redistributed to another Title X service provider, the nearest of which is Planned Parenthood in Kent County. This is why decades ago, the conservative Ottawa County Commissioners voted to establish a Title X family planning program within the county health department, allowing as much local control as possible. And then she gives them an overview of the programs and asks them if they want to meet. See where I'm reading from?
Yeah, although I was not on that email, so
I understand that, but this is consistent with what she had told you more than once about what would happen if the county lost its Title X grant, right?
I don't remember discussing this at all.
You don't remember it at all? You don't remember any discussion about why the family planning clinic had existed since the 1970s?
No.
Okay. Let's scroll down to. Let's go to page 126, please. All right, so here's an email from 2 days later, August 30th. Health Officer Hamley says, John, I wanted to follow up as I haven't heard from you. I understand you've been meeting with Karen as she has been discussing with public health and public health fiscal services for information about programming. Attached is an updated version of the document that I shared 2 days ago, the one that we just looked at. And she says she's correcting some numbers and added additional information about the 1993 MOE calculation. And she says, I'm happy to continue to answer questions from fiscal. Please reach out with any questions, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. Let's go to page 172, please. All right, so here she's asking Karen Karasinski and fiscal for some information about how the cuts are being determined, and says beyond maintenance of effort, there are minimum program requirements required in law. You would agree that sounds as if she's not receiving information about the process, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree?
No.
Then why is she asking Karen how cuts are being determined if she is being included and how they're being determined?
Because part of the budget process is everybody asking questions to each other to get enough information to move forward in the process. That's pretty normal.
Okay. So let's look at page 173, please. Oh, can you scroll back up for just 1 second? She says, Health Officer Hamley sends an email to Karen and Nina from fiscal. Hi, Karen, I have heard that there is a proposed budget cut spreadsheet for public health. Can you please share? Again, that does not sound like she's being included in the process either, if she's having to ask around about what the status is, right?
I'm asking around a lot during this process as well. So that's just part of how it goes. People ask for information and get it, and then we make the decision.
Okay, so you were saying to Karen, I've heard there's a new budget out. Can you share it with me?
No, but I asked her many other questions.
Okay. Let's go back up. She says, hi, Eddie, we're still trying to balance it so it makes sense. I will share as soon as I can. Let's scroll down to 173, please. And then if you scroll down, this is a release from Adeline Hamley, the health officer, providing an update to the ongoing public health budget. Ottawa County Fiscal is creating a new public health budget at the Director of Administrative, John Gibbs, without input from leadership at the health department. Public health has not been consulted about the budget or provided with any information on the proposed budget or suggested cuts. As of this date, that was correct, right?
No, absolutely not.
It was, she had been provided with the budget as of August 30?
I mean, you just literally showed me all the input we've been receiving. And so there was actually input from the health department.
On August 30th, she said, I heard there's a new budget. Can you share it with me? As of August 30th, she does not have the new budget and cuts that fiscal had been asked to make, right?
She definitely did receive that budget. I don't know exactly what day it was on, but very shortly after that. So that was not an issue.
So, but as of the 30th, she didn't have it, right? So that was true.
Well, the budget wasn't finalized by the 30th. We're still working on it. So
So she's, but she's entitled to see various drafts as
She
it
did
goes
see.
through. Okay, but as of this date, she couldn't get one, right?
well, the budget wasn't finalized yet. So we're still in the process.
Right, but she's asking to see the drafts as we go along.
She did see.
Yes, and you can see where as of this date, she felt that she wasn't being included, right?
The budget wasn't finalized yet. And so we're still working on it at that time.
Well, she's the health officer. She's entitled to know what's happening as it goes along, right?
Right. Yeah.
And she wasn't being given information about the cuts you'd asked to make or the new versions until the actual version came out, right?
She definitely received that version of the budget. So that was not an issue.
You would agree she felt it was an issue, right?
I can't answer that. I can't speak for someone else, but I know that we did get information over there. So
Okay. And she's saying at the bottom of that second paragraph, her offers to discuss the public health programs, funding, and legal requirements on numerous health occasions. The health officer is not included in this process. There was no other discussions other than what's reflected in these emails, right? This is all the emails during this time.
I don't remember. I have to go back and look.
Okay. And then she explains in great detail what her understanding of the current proposal is, correct?
Essentially point out that this is being done through a press release,
Mhm.
which is, I think, highly inappropriate as well. This is something that should be handled internally.
So the public shouldn't know where budget negotiations are until there's a final proposal.
We had a record number of public sessions to review the budget, more than has ever been done before. So the public did know that, and it was presented to them.
The public didn't know at this point that this was the proposal, right? They didn't know this is what they were talking about.
We had, I think, 1 or 2 sessions after that where we literally presented it in a public meeting to the public.
And she felt that the public should know that she wasn't being involved to the extent she thought she should have been involved, and that there were legal problems with what you were proposing, right?
And that's an internal discussion, not something for a press release.
So it's not a matter of public information that what you were proposing might cause problems to the extent of the state coming in and taking over the county health department.
Which was not going to happen. And like I said, we had a record number of public sessions to review the budget. So the public was definitely informed.
You'll agree that under the budget we're talking about here, it would have implicated those legal issues that could have resulted in state intervention, right? That's why you put in more money than this budget.
No, that was part of the process. That was not a final budget. It was part of the process. This is why going to the media to create hysteria over an early preliminary version of the budget is totally inappropriate.
But you and Mr. Moss also went to the media to boast about the fact that you were cutting the health department.
Only as a response.
Mr. Moss's press release came out first.
I
Dang.
cannot speak to that. I can only speak to what I did. And mine was a response.
Okay. Let's scroll down, please. And is there anything about her description of the budget draft as it then existed on that date that was untrue?
Yes, I mean, the narrative that somehow or another, she wasn't given the budget draft is not really true, because she was given that, even if it didn't happen on that exact particular day. It literally may have been the very next day. I have to go back and look at my notes, but there's a constant back and forth happening at this time, and she was included on that. I know I sent several emails to Addie after this date as well. So there was definitely back and forth going on for the budget. It wasn't finalized yet, so we were all, in the process of getting everything finalized.
I understand that, but this release says, as of this date, I don't have it.
That's why it really shouldn't have been done, because she would have had it a few days later and the release wouldn't have been necessary.
But it was true as of this date, right? It wasn't a false statement.
It's false to imply that there's a problem because I don't have it on this particular day.
Well, she felt it was a problem that she wasn't
I would
being
say that's
included.
incorrect. And
Right.
evidence of one of the charges, the first charge, which is incompetence, I would say it's evidence of that charge. That's why we're here today.
I understand your opinion, but I'm asking you about at the time, she didn't have it. She felt she wasn't being included on that date when she put out this statement, correct?
and she would have had it 1 or 2 days later. So there was no reason to put out the statement in the first place.
Okay. I think this is probably a good time to take a break if everyone's so inclined.
You've not completed the testimony.
No.
You're doing this?
No.
Okay. Is there some reason we need to take a break?
I would like to use the ladies' room, but.
Okay, that's a good reason.
All right.
All right, no objection. We'll take a 5-minute break. Call this meeting back to order.
We'll continue with the testimony of Mr. Gibbs and Ms. Howard. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gibbs. Thank you, let's switch for a moment to Exhibit 33, please. Mr. Gibbs, do you recognize Exhibit 33?
Yes,
And that is a post on your personal Facebook page, correct?
yes,
And you authored this post?
yes.
Okay. The post says doctors have identified what's ailing all the haters, Ottawa derangement disorder, AKA ODD. They say the ODD-ness is caused by exposure to freedom, the Constitution, logic, or those with opposing viewpoints. Do you see where I just read from?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that was referring at this time period to the budget process, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, but it was referring at least in part to the budget process.
It was referring to the fact that a lot of people seem to be whipped up in hysteria over everything that's happening here in the county at a level that I've really never seen before. So I was just commenting on the passing scene.
And
Stand by 100%.
do you think that was an appropriate post as someone in an apolitical position like a county administrator?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. What's political about that? Doesn't say anything about politics.
It does not mention the word politics. I'll
That's
give
right,
you that.
yes.
Yes, but you wouldn't consider something like this, comparing it to a mental disorder to disagree with your particular position, something that's political in nature?
No, not at all.
Okay. And so if Health Officer Hamley had put out something similar to this, you would consider that appropriate as well to express her position that what the board was doing was akin to a mental health disorder?
I'm not talking about, this is not talking about Addie or anything like that. It's just talking about the overall craziness we're seeing these days. So
Okay,
she has the right to express herself, the First Amendment, as she pleases. Trashing your, employer and stuff obviously is problematic. Most Americans would consider that to be problematic, but that's not what this is doing, obviously. So it's not anywhere near the same thing.
okay. Let's go back to Exhibit 1, please, at page 192. All right, this is an email that you sent to Health Officer Hamley on Friday, September 1st, regarding the Finance Committee meeting that was taking place on Tuesday, September 5 after the Labor Day holiday, correct?
Yes, it appears so.
Okay, and you said, please attend the Finance Committee meeting next Tuesday, September 5, as Chair Cosby will be giving an update on the fiscal year 24 Health Department budget, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And at that point, when you sent this email, you knew that Chair Cosby was going to require Health Officer Hamley to swear an oath and testify at the Finance Committee meeting, correct?
I don't recall if I knew that or not.
You didn't know it at all before it happened at the meeting?
I don't remember. I know that we just wanted to have Addie come so we could talk about it at the meeting, but I don't remember that particular detail or not.
All right, so, and at that meeting, she was not in fact invited to talk about the budget or her views on the budget, right?
I would imagine so, since that's what I said.
Well, in fact, at that meeting, she had to speak in public comment about her concerns about the budget, right? In the 3-minute limit for citizens?
I don't remember. I have to go back and look.
Okay, well, she actually was called up to testify by Chair Cosby about having spoken to the media, but was not asked any questions about her concerns about the budget. That she talked about in public comment in the 3-minute limit given to citizens, right?
I don't remember, but if that was the case, that still counts as talking about the budget. So
Okay, you're right. 3 minutes in public comment does count as talking about the budget. The reason you were made aware that the reason why Chair Cosby put Ms. Hamley under oath was an attempt to use the statute that would permit them to fire her if she said no, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No,
Okay,
I recall what I put in my email here to come and give an update on the budget.
I see. Well, she wasn't asked for any information about the budget though when she showed up, right?
Well, I don't control what gets asked by the commissioners.
Okay, but you had some idea what they were going to ask her, right?
Not that I recall. My idea is what I have here in the email.
Okay. And you thought it was appropriate to ask her questions about whether she spoke to the media and require her to swear an oath first.
That was not my decision. I was not involved in that, so I can't answer that.
Okay. Could we look at page 194, please? Now, this is an email that Health Officer Hamley sent to Commissioner Cosby on Friday, September 1st, after she got your invitation to the meeting on Finance Committee meeting on September 5th. And you've seen this before, haven't you?
I'm not sure. It wasn't addressed to me, so
Right, but you've seen the email before, right?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
Isn't this the type of communication Commissioner Cosby would have forwarded to you?
I cannot answer that, but I know that I was not on this email.
Okay. And so she says, Commissioner Cosby, I've received a request from Administrator Gibbs to attend the Finance Committee meeting on Tuesday. As you'll be giving an update on the budget. She says I received a summary document of proposed budget changes today, but I have not yet received any details. If you would like to meet to discuss any particular legal issues with the budget as proposed prior to the meeting on Tuesday morning, please feel free to reach out. I'm hoping to receive more details on the proposed cuts soon so I can review for potential impacts and liabilities. She says also attached is the public health physicians FTEs by program document you requested. This document was previously shared with Administrative Gibbs and Commissioner Rohde at the administrative budget meeting in June. And then she says, here's how to reach her by cell or text message, correct? Over the weekend.
That's what's written there.
Okay. Did you respond at all to any communications over the weekend or give Health Officer Hamley more information about what was going to happen at that meeting on September 5th?
I don't recall. I have to go back and look at my emails, but obviously she definitely got the updated budget that we posted shortly after this. So again, that was not an issue.
Okay. Yeah, this is at 4:30 on Friday of Labor Day weekend. I believe that she did get it sometime before Tuesday, the 5th, after the holiday weekend.
Yeah, we were all grinding during that time. All of us were. I was going to take some time off too, but I didn't because of the budget. That's how it goes when you're in these positions. Someone is not willing to do that, then that also calls into question competence again, I would say.
There's not a question right now. Let's look at page 199. I'm sorry, page 210, please. Can you scroll back up to the header, please? So this was an email sent from Commissioner Bonema to a number of people, and then you, Health Officer Hamley, and Karen Karazinski were all copied. That he's asking administration to reconsider its position on cutting funding for family planning and is talking about his concerns about losing the Title X grant, right?
It appears so.
Okay. The next time you discussed the Title X issue with anyone is when you discussed it with Mr. Moss, correct?
I don't remember who I discussed it with next. I discussed that with many people, and I don't know what the ordering was of when I discussed it with them, but I discussed it with several people.
Okay, well, you didn't talk to Health Officer Hamley about this again until Right to Life made a call to commissioners about being sure to maintain the Title X funding, right?
I don't know anything about a call made to anybody. All I know is I didn't hear from Right to Life, and I didn't hear from MDHHS, so I can't comment on what commissioners heard what from who. But
Okay, and you aren't aware that any of the commissioners heard directly from Right to Life? Is that what you're testifying?
not that I can recall, at least. I mean, I wasn't the one getting the call, so I can't answer that.
Okay. So your answer is you can't recall whether or not you heard that any of the commissioners were contacted by Right to
That
Life?
is correct.
Okay. Page 211, please. So Friday night, September 8th at 7:10 PM, you sent an email to Health Officer Hambley copying Karen and Nina from fiscal, correct?
Yep, it appears so.
And you said you wanted, subject line is quantifying mandated service level requirements. Hi, Addie, good evening. Please provide the minimum required service level for each mandated line item of the public health budget, as well as documentation to support the number given, correct?
Yep.
And this was an issue because at the Finance Committee meeting and immediately prior to this on Tuesday, the 5th, Health Officer Hambley spoke in her 3 minutes of public comment about the fact that the budget at that point was not going to meet these mandated service levels, right?
Partially, but also overall, just to see what those numbers are.
Right, but your email was prompted by the fact that she brought that up at the meeting when she spoke in public comment, right?
That's not what my email says, so
I know it's not what your email says, but I'm asking you, your email was prompted by the fact that she raised that in public comment, right?
I don't recall what was, what I was thinking about exactly when I wrote that, so.
Okay. Let's look at page 212, please. So this email is from Health Officer Hambley to you. Saturday afternoon, copying Karen and Nina from fiscal, asking you when you needed the information. I'll do my best to work on this as soon as possible, but my recollection is that the budget originally submitted for the core essential mandated programs were at the minimum levels in an attempt to keep the budget flat from the last year. Identified community need programs such as maternal infant health, children's special health care, and the dental programs were also kept at levels to allow them to maintain the same level of service. So identified community need programs are programs that the health department considers important, but that aren't mandated by the state, right?
I believe that we did not reduce those programs. And also we do know, by the way, that the budgets really originally submitted were not at the minimum levels. There is some flexibility there, as I've said before. So that part is not quite accurate, but yeah, the community need programs, I think we kept all those anyway, so.
All right, so that wasn't my question though. My question was identified community need programs. Those are programs that aren't mandated by the state, right?
I don't know exactly what that terminology specifically means, but I believe that those 3 programs are not required by the state.
Okay. And then the last paragraph says the funding and service requirements are complex, which is why we work closely with fiscal services for months creating the submitted budgets. She says, I leave for a conference on Sunday evening, returning Tuesday evening, and I will need to touch base with fiscal services and managers on Monday. So it will be later Monday when I can share more detailed information. Did I read that correctly?
That's what's written there. Yeah.
Okay. And did she in fact get you the information you asked for later on Monday?
I have to go back and look.
Okay, well, let's do that. If we can turn to Let's go to page 213 first. This is an email asking the health department managers to help her come put this information together, right?
I was not on that email.
Okay, let's
So-
go to page 305. All right, so this is an email from Deputy Director Mansoray to Karen and Nina from Fiscal and Health Officer Hamley, sent Monday, September 11th at 7:37 in the morning, right?
It appears so, although I was not on that email.
I understand that. It says, "Hi Karen, John Gibbs asked for serviceable levels for each mandated program and the evidence for them." And she says, "As we work on this for John, we are also still working on the impacts the proposed budget will have on public health services. I want to make sure we are working with the correct general fund and fund balance figures overall and by program org." And so she's asking Fiscal to get her the most recent draft, right?
Yeah, something I also asked them routinely as well.
Um, Page 315, please. And so here you were responding to her communication from Saturday saying, "Good afternoon. Thank you for providing the requested information at your earliest convenience today." And then if you scroll down to 318, please. So this is the email that Health Officer Hamley sent you Monday at 5:39 PM and copied Nina and Karen, right?
It appears so.
And this is the information that you asked about mandated programs and the minimum service levels in each one, right?
This email is a response to my email asking for that.
Okay.
Yes.
And this has attachments that go on for about 200 and plus pages, right?
I don't know how many pages the attachment is total to, but I think there's something like 13 attachments.
Right. It was an extensive set of attachments.
Right.
All
It
right.
didn't necessarily answer the question, but it, interesting read nonetheless.
Well, she told you that there's no number chart available, right? To say how many people doing each particular task. She explained that the program requirements describe what has to be performed and then leaves it. It's a calculation that has to be made for each particular county, right?
Which is what I asked for.
But there's no number calculation where you can put it into a formula and say for sure exactly what the state will consider minimum service.
Well, they had no problem saying for sure that we would meet those levels, did they?
Well, you asked her to give her opinion and that's what she did in working with Fiscal, right?
Yeah, but the point stands that how can such strong claims be made that we're not going to beat minimum service levels, but then I can't even get a number on what that service level is.
Well, at this point, she knew what the budget you were proposing was, right?
Well, yeah. That's what,
Okay, and she gave an opinion that what you were proposing at that point wasn't going to make it, and she explained in each program, right? That the couple hundred pages here is what is describing that.
yes, except those couple hundred pages don't really answer the questions. Let me give you an example, Title 10. So we're talking about Title 10 funding, right? But the requirement is not a funding requirement. It's a number of cases. So then the question becomes, how much money do you need and how many employees do you need to meet a certain number of cases? That's not a definite number. You can use efficiency perhaps to do the same number of cases with fewer employees if you schedule people the right way and stuff. So it's not an exact science. And so I guess that's part of the point of all this as well, to make such outlandish claims to the press saying we're not going to meet minimum requirements when these attachments clearly show we don't even know what the number is for the minimum requirements is not only untruthful, it's also fear mongering and totally inappropriate and meets the requirements of incompetence, I believe, which is why we're here today.
What I asked you was, she provided the information that she had that could answer the question of minimum service level requirements, correct?
She did provide the information she had, but it doesn't answer the question on minimum service level requirements.
And you will agree, she told you it's complex multiple times. We should probably get together and discuss this.
Yes, but if we're saying it's complex and we don't know the number, then why are claims being made that we can't meet the numbers? We don't even know what the numbers are.
Well, she was sure at what you were proposing, you wouldn't meet it, right?
How would you know that if we don't know what the number is?
Well, if your budget is so low that you can't possibly provide enough service and have enough employees, you would know that you're not going to be able to make the minimum service level requirements. And at some point, you have to rely on her expertise to give you an answer like that, right?
Well, I would answer that by saying if one looks at those attached documents, you will not find an answer to that question. You will not see what the minimum number is in order to meet those service requirements. It's not in those attachments. They have a lot of information in there, but they don't get to that level of what is the actual numbers we need to be at.
Okay. Let's scroll down to 320, please. And so you had asked for supporting documentation for how the minimum service level is measured, correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And this was in the attachments to what she sent you, right?
It looks like that may be one of the attachments.
Okay. Can we scroll down another page, please? All right, actually back up, please. So there's a description from the program as to each mandated service, correct?
Oh, how do you mean that?
So the typing underneath there, current staffing levels maintained in my original budget request, that is part of her response. That's not part of the documentation that you had asked for with respect to the state requirements, correct?
Yeah, I believe that sentence starting with that is part of Addie's response, yes.
Okay.
And I would point out again, the actual numbers are not there. If you scroll up, it doesn't give you enough to actually set an exact number, either for FTE count or budget.
The state does not give the health department an exact number either, correct?
I believe so, right.
Now, at the September 12th Board of Commissioners meeting, Commissioner Bonema asked you to work on improving communication with Health Officer Hamley. You recall that, right?
I have to go back and look, but it's possible he did ask that.
Okay. And you reported that you were having regular communication with her and that you saw her at least monthly, correct?
I don't remember exactly what my response was at that time, but yes, I did a regular communication with her, and I did have a regularly scheduled one-on-one check-in with her.
All right, but you had not had a in-person meeting with her for multiple weeks at that point, correct?
I have to go back and look at the calendar. I know we had one, I guess you said in early August. So presumably there would have been one scheduled in early September. I have to go back and see if we had that or not.
Okay, that was actually canceled though, because Health Officer Hamley had a meeting for a medical appointment with her family member and it wasn't rescheduled, right?
Oh, yeah. So in other words, I didn't cancel it. Yes.
Right, but there was no rescheduled, correct?
I don't remember. I have to go back and look.
Okay. 513, please. During this point in time, you were communicating with Commissioner Cosby about the information you were getting from Health Officer Hamley, correct?
I was probably communicating with many different people, maybe including Commissioner Cosby.
Okay, but you were definitely communicating with her as chair of the Finance Committee, correct?
Around what time frame?
When you specifically had asked Health Officer Hamley for minimum service requirements and she sent you back the email with the 13 attachments. You were communicating about those issues with Commissioner Cosby, correct?
I might have been. I might have been talking with many different people about that. I don't know exactly.
Okay. Here on 513, this is an email from Mr. Epperson to Health Officer Hamley and other department directors, and it copies you and Commissioner Rhodey asking for who's coming to give department updates to the board and a summary of the remarks that are going to be presented, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We can turn to page 514. So Health Officer Hamley let you know that she was coming and that she would provide a summary of her remarks, correct?
That's what's written there.
And you received that email, right?
It looks like I was CC'd on it.
Okay. And if we scroll down to 515, please. The Health Officer Hamley asks, below is the information that I plan to share on Tuesday. Can you confirm if I will be recognized by the chair or if I need to speak in public comment? And then Mr. Epperson responded and told her that she would be recognized, correct? And you instructed him to do that?
I don't know. Do you have the email there?
Yeah, let's scroll down if you would. One more. Yes, right there. Commissioner Rhodey responded and said, yes, we look forward to hearing your report. Had you communicated with the commissioners about whether Health Officer Hamley would be recognized?
I don't remember. I would assume that she would be because that's what it says here.
Okay. Page 552, please. Um, 552. Is that what we're on? We're on 552. Okay. $523, please. Actually, could we start with 524? All right, so on September 18th, you sent Health Officer Hamley an email saying, can you confirm that Title 10 will not be rejected by the Health Department if the original funding level requested by Public Health for family planning is maintained? You mean, will the Health Department still be eligible to receive the Title 10 grant if the funding level for family planning is maintained, right?
I think there's a couple of separate things here. One is whether or not the health department will be eligible based on that level of funding. The second is whether or not the health department will tell the state that it believes it is eligible or ineligible. Those are kind of two separate things. What I was trying to confirm here is the latter, that they're not going to go and tell the state, oh, we can't do it, bring back Planned Parenthood if we gave them the original amount.
Okay, it's your assertion that you thought the health department might go and tell the state we can't meet it with this amount. You should bring in Planned Parenthood.
Absolutely.
Okay. At this point, you had been contacted by Mr. Moss to tell you that the family planning money needed to be restored so that the health department wouldn't lose the Title X grant, right?
I believe so, if I recall correctly.
Okay, and that's why you sent this email to Health Officer Hamley.
I think so. I'll have to go back and look to make sure.
Okay. If you will scroll up to 523, please. And you got a response also on Monday from Health Officer Hamley that said, the short answer is yes, the amount originally requested would allow us to maintain the minimum level of service to retain Title X funding. And then she gives you more information about the patient numbers and the number of employees needed to service and the fact that they felt that was at least the minimum needed to get that many visits done, correct?
It appears that's what's written.
Okay. And you have no reason to believe that's incorrect, right?
As I kind of shared before, the state tells you you've got to see 603 patients. So how many staff does it take to see 603 patients? It's not an exact science. So there's not necessarily an exact answer there. But I would say, for the time being, it is what it is.
Okay, but you don't doubt that she knew and was being told by her staff how many people it would take to service that many patients, right? And then they were making their best good faith estimate about how many people that was, right?
I don't know for sure, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay. $535, please. So this is an email from Commissioner Cosby to Health Officer Hamley copying you, correct?
Yes, it appears so.
And Commissioner Cosby discussed with you asking Health Officer Hamley for this information before she sent the email, right?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. Commissioner Cosby discussed with you asking for this information from Health Officer Hamley before she sent this email, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. And so she says, hi, Adeline. I wanted to follow up on the finance discussion yesterday related to the programs and budget for fiscal year 24. It is my understanding that fiscal services confirmed today that there are 3 epidemiologists planned for next year. And one of the concerns Health Officer Hamley had brought up at that meeting was that she believed there was only 2 funded and not 3, right?
I believe that was brought up, yes.
Okay. And so that's why Commissioner Cosby is saying, it was my understanding that fiscal services confirmed that there are 3 planned for next year. She got that understanding from you, correct?
Yeah, because that was my understanding as well.
Okay. It says, could you please confirm this is your understanding? Also, could you please provide the documentation you mentioned for this requirement? I believe you stated this is a population-based requirement. I think the number quoted was 1 to 1.4 per 100,000 community members. Is this a state requirement? And did that requirement change recently? It looks like the county had 1 or 2 epidemiologists until 2019. Are there any areas or state program requirements or laws that the current Department of Public Health budget of what she says is 14.397 million does not meet or accomplish in fiscal 24? Please have the requested information to me early tomorrow because the agenda packet is released on Friday. Can we go to 536, please? And so Health Officer Hamley tells Commissioner Cosby and you, copying you, you received this, right?
Looks like I'm CC'd on it.
And you recall receiving it, right?
I don't know if I recall every single email that I get, but I have no reason to believe I didn't.
Okay. And so she says, good morning. Attached are the email and impacts of the proposed budgets as was previously sent this past Monday. And it outlines the statute and the sources for minimum capacity as well. Is my understanding that in the budget that was posted Monday afternoon, Administrator Gibbs had instructed fiscal to cut our third 1.0 FTE epidemiology position, which fiscal did. Now that was information Health Officer Hamley got from fiscal, right?
Yeah, what happened here was, I guess something got lost in translation in my conversations with fiscal. I wanted to go from 4 to 3 with that one being cut, being the COVID one, but apparently an additional one got cut, even though that's not what I wanted to happen. So that's what I determined with fiscal happened. Something got lost in translation there. So that's what happened here.
Okay, and that can be harder when you're having all your communications with one another through email instead of face to face, right?
Not necessarily. And also I had lots of face-to-face conversations with fiscal, so that's not an issue.
But you weren't having lots of face to face conversations with Health Officer Hamley, right?
I don't necessarily need to. Fiscal services talks to them all the time, and we have Nina, who's with fiscal, and interfaces very well there. So it's not always necessary to have that in order to get information.
Okay. So, so she says, you know, since we anticipate the county commission's final budget vote will require the county, can you scroll down just a bit? Thank you. Will require the, sorry, scroll up a little bit. Thanks. A little bit more. Yeah, right there. The county commission's final budget vote will require the county to reject grant funding, otherwise funding the fourth position. And then she talks about the discussion she had with fiscal services, and she says what she was told is that you'd taken the position that the third epidemiology position is not being cut. However, the funding was being cut for it. So you were allowing them to have 3 epidemiologists, but only paying for 2, was what she was told by fiscal. You don't disagree that that's what she was told by fiscal, right?
I don't have any, I can't say what someone was told by someone else. All I can say is from my point of view, what I wanted was 3 epidemiologist positions that were all 3 fully funded. But again, something got lost in translation, so we ended up at 2. And we did ultimately find a way to bring it back up to 3. So we did get our solution there.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you told fiscal fund 3.
Yes.
Okay. So, so she suggests a way of solving the issue, right? At the beginning of that paragraph, it starts one possible way. One possible way of solving this issue in the current budget, the version as of Tuesday, 9/19/23, would be to permit the health department to accept the COVID grant and use that to pay for our third epidemiologist. If it helps the board to consider such a move, I can assign our third epi to work only on the dozens of communicable diseases which the COVID grants permit us to track and address other than COVID. And then she says, I'm still reviewing the potential area impacted by cuts in the remaining budget. She says, still reviewing it. All I can tell you is the one I originally submitted, I know complies. And then she says, if, you know, we're going to meet the Title 10 funding requirements, and then starting with the sentence in the middle of that last paragraph, health education and nutrition programming and epidemiology are both mandated programs, but we are currently reviewing these to determine programming and funding impacts. At this point, given the nearly 50% cut in funding, there will obviously be impacts to programs and services provided by health education and nutrition. And she's talking about the types of options she's looking at to try and cut the budget in that line item, right?
It appears so.
Okay, so she's talking about reducing hours or closure of outer offices and perhaps trying to provide pop-up services to make up for the 50% line item cut, right?
That's what's written there.
Okay, so you don't have any reason to doubt that she was trying in good faith to find a way to make work what you'd asked fiscal to implement, right?
I don't know that for sure from my point of view. You know, for example, the whole issue of Ottawa food saying it has to be cut, we know for a fact that isn't true because health education is an area we can look at as well without having to do any cut to the Ottawa food position. So there's lots of ways to slice and dice this. There's not only one way of looking at it. So that's why we have to have it back and forth in order to know what we're looking at.
I would agree. Back and forth would be helpful to know what we're looking at. There are many programs within health education, though, that are mandated services, right?
There may be, and there may be some that are not. And even for those that are mandated, there's a question again of what does quote unquote mandated mean? And is it possible to economize there and provide those services using less resources?
Right. And so she's working on coming up with a proposal and working with fiscal, right?
Potentially.
Okay. Now, you never responded to this email saying, oh, that's wrong. I didn't ask for the third epidemiologist to be cut, right?
I don't know if I responded to the email or not, but I definitely did have this conversation with Karen in person.
Okay, but not with Health Officer Hamley, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Let's look at page 535, please. Sorry, let's look at 530. $548, please. All right, so at this point, it's Tuesday, September 26th at 9:36 a.m., correct?
That's what's written.
Okay, and this is an email from Health Officer Hamley to you, correct?
It appears so.
And she's writing you about the public health budget and saying, good morning, please let me know if you need me to attend the board meeting to answer questions on the budget for the public health department. I'm reviewing potential areas impacted by the cuts remaining in the budget that was posted in the board packet for the meeting on September 26th. So she's getting her information from what's been posted to the public, right?
I can't answer that.
Well, she says, according to what's in the public board packet, that's what I'm reviewing to look at the budget impacts, right?
I think you would have to ask Addie that herself.
You would agree that that's what it says at least, right?
I mean, yeah, that's written there.
Okay. So if we write down, she said, she's talking about at this point, given the nearly 50% cut in funding, there will obviously be impacts to programs and services provided by health education and nutrition. I'm examining all potential options at this point to maintain programs and services in the community, including reduced hours or closure of the outer offices in Grand Haven and or Hudsonville. She talks again about what she's doing to try to save money in that line item, right?
I guess I can only say what's written there.
And she's talking about what she's doing to try to save money in that line item.
It offers some options,
Okay.
I guess, with that.
And then she says, as previously stated, it would be helpful to know as soon as possible the board's and administration's position on whether I will be able to move allocated funds as I believe necessary under the general umbrella of what is appropriate to the operations of the health department, or if the board and administration is going to take the position that I do not have the ability to do that without board approval. My position is I do have the legal authority to move money within the total public health budget as I believe is necessary and appropriate. But it would be good if everyone had clarity about this at the Board of Commissioners meeting on September 26th. You never responded to that question, right?
I think that question was answered. And the board resolution does include language which says that in order to move the general fund monies around for all departments, not just public health, that does require board approval. So that question was answered through that.
Okay, but you never got back to her and talked about that, right?
I believe it was literally in the packet for the meeting, so the question is already answered anyway.
In the packet for the meeting,
Yeah, for that.
it said that,
Yeah, it's actually part of the budget resolution itself.
says that anyone who wants to move around money in a line item would have to come back to the board.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And that's for all departments.
Now, Health Officer Hamley is in a slightly different position than the heads of other departments, right?
It depends on how one interprets things.
I would agree. So hers is a statutory position authorized by the Public Health Code, correct?
Yes, and the Board of Commissioners is statutorily authorized to set the budget for the county.
I agree, but there is some argument, at least under the Public Health Code, the responsibilities she has and the powers she has under that, that she would have some ability to direct the funds elsewhere if there were mandated services not being met, for example, right?
I actually don't know that.
Okay,
I knew that the board is given the authority to set the budget for the county according to Michigan law.
correct. Let's take a look at a defendant's exhibit T, please. That was one of the new ones from yesterday. Counsel, Mr. Coleman, did you provide exhibit T to the clerk? Okay. Thank you. Will you provide it to the witness? Thank you. Mr. Gibbs, I saw this email for the first time yesterday when the defense produced it as exhibit T. It is an email from you to Karen Karazinski and Myra Ocasio on Friday, September 22 at 2:02 p.m., correct?
Yes,
And the subject is Ottawa food, right?
yes,
And you said, this says, "Hi, hello, Karen and Myra, good afternoon." Oh, and Health Officer Hambley's not copied on this, right?
does not appear so.
Okay. And you said, "Hello, Karen and Myra, good afternoon. Please find a way to retain the Ottawa food program and staffing based on the current proposed budget, similar to what we did with the epidemiologist position. Thank you." And then it has your signature stamp. So if you knew that Health Officer Hambley was trying to find ways to cut the budget to cut the programs and services in Ottawa food to make up for the cut in that line item, why wouldn't you give her this information also?
Because I know that Karen and Myra were talking with the health department, so I didn't need to include that many people.
Okay. Now, at this point, you had already participated in helping Mr. Moss draft charges against my client, correct?
I don't believe so. That is a process done by the board according to Michigan law.
Correct, but Mr. Moss issued the charges on his own, right, initially?
As far as I know, the law talks about the board issuing the charges.
Yes, I know. But on September 26th, the night of the board meeting where they passed the budget, late in that evening, shortly before midnight, Mr. Coleman forwarded to me charges from Mr. Moss alone. You're aware of that, right?
I don't know if I was CC'd on that, so I'm not sure.
Okay, you weren't aware that Mr. Moss drafted charges against my client and Mr. Coleman sent them out that evening while the meeting was occurring.
I'm not sure that I was aware of that.
Okay, you helped draft those for Mr. Moss, though, right?
I don't believe that I did.
Okay, had you seen a draft of them before they went out?
I don't believe so.
Did you know they were going out that evening on September 26th?
That's my recollection.
Okay, not your recollection. Okay. And then, now you have been in, you've done one session of negotiations with the county's new health department union, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and the health department union actually formed several months ago, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and the union has been asking for many months to negotiate with the county on the collective bargaining agreement, correct?
As of all the other bargaining groups as well.
Okay, and it had gone so long without a response from you that they were beginning to threaten litigation if the county didn't sit down and bargain with them, right?
I don't know. I know that we did go ahead and have the meeting, and so
But you don't know if they threatened litigation because of how long it had been.
I don't know if it was threatening litigation or not, but I know they indicated that they wanted to meet. I have to go back and look and see exactly what it was, but
Okay, and this was after multiple times of asking you, right?
I don't know. I have to go back and see how many times we went back and forth on that. I know I did offer them a set of dates, then they came back, and so we did have some back and forth there.
Okay, but it took many months for you to give them a set of dates, correct?
I don't know. I have to go back and see the exact amount of time.
Okay, and that meeting for bargaining and negotiation, it is very typical that you would normally have the department head there to help with the negotiation for the union contract, correct?
I don't know. This is my first time going through this, but I do know that it's not required.
HR told you it's typical to have the department head there, right?
They might have. I have to
Okay.
go back and look.
But you did not invite Health Officer Hamley to participate in the negotiation with the union, correct?
I don't know. I believe there might have been a scheduling error with these hearings happening.
So there was a scheduling error and that's why you didn't invite Health Officer Hamley to participate in those negotiations?
It could be. I have to go back and look, but in the future, of course, we may have the health officer there, obviously. So that's always an option.
Okay, well, you have future sessions scheduled already, right?
I have to go check my calendar and see, but we may have them.
Okay, and you've not invited Health Officer Hamley to any of those, right?
I don't know. I have to go and look at the calendar to see who's on there.
Okay. May I have a moment? I rest at this range.
All right, Mr. Coleman, would you like to question Mr. Gibbs?
This might be a good time to break for lunch, and based on Mr. Gibbs' testimony, we have to get a number of exhibits in order anyway, so it might be a good time to take a break.
Okay. I'm all for that. Mr. Chair, we recommend a break for lunch.
Look to council. Would you like to come back in an hour, 90 minutes? What do you think?
Yeah, an hour would be fine.
Okay, we'll be in, no objection, we'll be in recess until 12:30. Thanks. It is 12:37. I'd like to call this meeting back to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We are now at that stage where we're going to conduct cross-examination, if you will, of the witness, Mr. Gibbs. So, Mr. Coleman, it's all yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gibbs, you've testified this so far today about 3.5 hours, going through dozens of the finance department, Nina, all these different people. Do you think it's fair to say that the health department had significant involvement in the budget process?
Yes, absolutely.
And you heard Nina testify yesterday that she considered herself embedded in the health department and kind of a liaison between fiscal and the health department. Do you think that's a fair description?
Yes, definitely. I mean, so much so that sometimes we see her as being with the health department, even though she's technically with the fiscal services. So that's absolutely the case.
So when you convey information to Nina, do you think of it as you giving information to the health department?
I do, yes.
Mr. Epperson, could we pull up Exhibit 1 of Ms. Hamley, page 121, please? Could you scroll up a tiny bit more? There. Mr. Gibbs, do you see the email up on the screen dated August 28th?
Yes, I do.
The second sentence there reads, I wanted to let you know that it may be a few days before I can provide some of it, as much of my weekend and today have been spent helping prepare answers or provide answers for Karen from Fiscal Services so that she can assist Administrator Gibbs with his various requests for different possible budget decrease scenarios and the ramifications for each. This work is ongoing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that from Ms. Hamley?
Yes, it says, yes, from Adeline Hamley. Yep.
Does that support your conclusion that she was working with Fiscal Services and being involved in the budget process?
Absolutely.
Now, when you were sending different communications, to different people within the county, did you feel the need to always CC, dozens of people to make sure everyone was involved in every single email you sent?
No, definitely not.
So you would commonly send emails to specific targeted people to send certain information throughout the budget process to make sure the process was moving forward?
Absolutely.
So did you CC Ms. Hamley on every single email that you sent regarding the health department budget?
No, I did not.
Did you see you not CCing her and including her on every single email as some effort to exclude her in any way?
Absolutely not.
At any point in time, did you make any effort whatsoever to cut Ms. Hamley out of the budget process?
No, absolutely not.
Mr. Epperson, could you go to same document, Exhibit 1, page 169, please? Mr. Gibbs, do you also see this email from August 28th?
Yes, I do.
And that's from Ms. Hamley?
Yes, it is.
And this is her exhibit, right?
Yes.
And it's sent to you?
Yes, it is.
You see at the bottom there, after going through the different budget issues, she concludes with, we will continue to try our best to help Karen with these new requests as of today at 5 p.m.
Yes, I do.
Does that also support your conclusion that she was heavily involved in the budget process and was not excluded?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Epperson, could you please go to the charges document itself? Please scroll down to page 17. On the bottom of the page, please. Mr. Gibbs, since the charges have been issued, have you had a chance to review them?
Yes, I have.
The last sentence there, the quote, this is from a health department press release, August 30th, 2 days after the emails we just reviewed. Do you see where it says public health has not been consulted about this budget?
Yes, I see that sentence.
Based on everything that you testified this morning, the emails we just looked at from 2 days prior, is that a true statement?
Definitely is not a true statement.
Let's finish that sentence. It also says that she has not been provided with any information on the proposed budget or suggested cuts. Is that a true statement?
No, it is not.
And this was in a press release, August 30th, correct?
Yes,
From the health department,
yes,
under Ms. Hambley's control.
yes.
Mr. Gibbs, were you at the Finance Committee meeting on September 5th of this year?
Yes,
And Ms. Hambley testified at that meeting, did she not?
I believe so. Yes.
The first paragraph there, the quote, I have not been invited to any discussions in the past 2 weeks regarding the budget for the health department. Is that a true statement?
I do not believe so.
Because you had lots of discussions, including the emails we just looked at from 2 days or about a week before this, isn't that right?
That's right. Yes.
Mr. Epperson, if you could scroll to page 18. Just a little bit further down. Thank you. Mr. Gibbs, do you see the September 5th, 2023 finance meeting note there?
Yes,
You see where it says Administrator Gibbs moved forward instructing that fiscal services drop a budget without public health input?
I see that. Yes.
Is that a true statement?
No, it is not.
Again, this is September 5th, and we've gone through numerous emails from August 28th and prior where she was involved. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And Ms. Hambley made that statement at the finance meeting, didn't she?
Yes, it appears so.
And just to be absolutely clear, you never instructed fiscal services to draw up a budget without public health input.
No, I absolutely did not do that.
Did you have any idea or inclination or warning signs that people within the health department were not communicating with each other?
No,
Did you ever have any warning signs or any inclination that the health department was not communicating with fiscal?
no, I did not.
Mr. Epperson, if you could go to Exhibit J on the charges, please. moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Epperson, it's actually a different exhibit. It's Hamley's Exhibit 1, page 58. My apologies. Mr. Gibbs, do you see this email from you to Ms. Hamley on August 23rd?
Yes, I do.
And this is the email where you directed her to prepare a budget as close to the below directed level as possible. Is that right?
Yes,
So you were instructing her to find a number that was as close as possible to 2.5 million while still addressing all the concerns that she had raised in her prior email. Is that right?
that is correct.
When you send emails to department heads, if you think that they or if they don't understand or are unclear on your request, do you expect them to follow up with you and seek clarifying questions or guidance?
Yes, absolutely.
After sending this email, did Ms. Hamley ever follow up with you and say, I don't understand what you mean by as close as possible, or can you explain further what you mean as close as possible? Did she ever do anything like that?
No, she did not.
And did she ever prepare a budget as close as possible to 2.5 million?
Eventually we got there.
But did she prepare one?
I do not believe so.
You were asked earlier today, switching gears a little bit, you were asked earlier today if you submitted Mr. Nate Kelly's credentials to MDHHS for a credential review. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you did that just a few weeks ago, I believe, right?
Yes,
In that communication with MDHHS, did you tell them for sure Miss Hamley is going to be removed and therefore that's why I need this? Did you say anything like that?
no, I do not believe so.
Isn't it true that what you actually said was that because your job as public administrator and you knew that this hearing was coming up and a removal was possible, that you wanted to be prepared in case a removal did occur? Isn't that true?
Meeting.
Well,
It refers to an exhibit, it refers to an email that we clearly don't have. I
Well-
think it's fundamentally
Well,
unfair.
I hear what you're saying, but as you know, as we discussed at the outset, there are no rules of evidence. Your questioning throughout has been fairly leading, so I don't think there's an objection for a leading question in this setting.
I would ask that the objection at least be noted for the record because we haven't been provided any of these emails. So I think that part is.
Okay, now that's a different story.
Yes.
If your objection is you'd like a copy of what he's referring to, I can understand that
Yes, Your
request.
Honor.
Yeah.
That's no problem. We'd be happy to give you a copy. I was just doing rebuttal to what you brought up. So, Mr. Gibbs, I'll ask the question again. In the email to MDHHS, isn't it true that you told them that the reason you wanted a credential review was because you knew this removal hearing was coming up and you wanted to be prepared?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Gibbs, you also testified a little bit earlier today about this epidemiologist issue. And at one point in time, there was some confusion whether it was 2 or 3. Is that fair?
That's correct. Yes.
But by the time the budget was fully confirmed on September 26th, that issue had been resolved. Is that right?
Yep, it had been.
And in fact, at the September 26th board meeting, you testified to the board that the 3rd epidemiologist was funded. Isn't that right?
That's right. Yes.
Now, you heard yesterday Karen from finance testify when she was asked a very specific question about one specific line item, whether a 3rd epidemiologist had been cut. She said yes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But do you also remember that when she was asked if the 3rd epidemiologist was funded within the entire health budget, she said that it was? Do you remember that?
Yes.
You have any reason to doubt her conclusion on that?
No, I have no reason to doubt that at all.
And it was in fact Karen that provided you the information to give to the board that the 3rd epidemiologist was funded by the entire health department budget. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So just to confirm, the statement that you gave to the board on September 26th, that the third epidemiologist was funded, was a truthful and accurate statement, according to you and Karen from yesterday.
Yes, absolutely.
So if Ms. Hamley was going around and only giving part of the information and saying that, oh, a third epidemiologist had been cut, that wouldn't be a truthful statement, would it?
No, it would not be.
Mr. Epperson, would you pull up, I believe it's one of the new ones. It's Exhibit V, I think it is. It's the job description for health officer. Thank you. Exhibit U. Could you scroll down a little bit? Yes, that's the one. Okay, back to the top, please. Mr. Gibbs, this is the public health officer job description that was posted in 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes, it appears to be so.
And so this was the posting that Ms. Hamley ended up applying for.
I believe so.
Mr. Epperson, could you scroll down to the bottom of that first page, please? Mr. Gibbs, do you see paragraph 2 of the job functions of Ms. Hamley?
Yes.
You're a little closer than I can. Can you please read paragraph 2?
Directs and monitors budget and financial management activities, including preparation of the annual budget, grant oversight, contract processing, monitoring financial results of operations, comparing them with the organizational objectives, and taking appropriate measures to continuously improve performance and results. Assures that quality assessment and assurance tools are in place.
So one of Ms. Hamley's main job functions and duties was to work on the budget and help work on the health department budget. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Based on everything that's happened today, everything you testified to, all the evidence that you've gone through, the voluminous evidence, do you think she has fulfilled that duty?
I would say no.
One moment. Mr. Gibbs, are you familiar with the budget numbers for the past couple years what the health department budget has been?
Roughly familiar.
Mr. Epperson, if you could go to the charges, page 13. Sorry, not the exhibits, the charges themselves, the notice document. Yeah. Yes, that one. Page 13, please. Mr. Gibbs, do you see that chart with the total budget amounts for the health department the past few years?
Yes, I do.
You believe those numbers are accurate?
Yes, I do.
Do you see how the adopted budget for financial year 2023 was 15.25 million?
Yes,
Isn't it true that Ms. Hambley's proposed budget was 17.4 million?
that's right. Yes,
So $2 million more than 2023.
that's right. Yes.
Now, the reason this is more than the numbers we've been talking about before is because this number includes both general funding and grants and all the other funds that come in for the health department. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
Now, the board ended up adopting for financial year 2024, a 14.397 budget. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And isn't that only approximately a 5.6% reduction from 2023?
That's right. Yes.
If the budget is at 14.397 million, do you have any information that will cause the health department to be shut down or cause drastic reductions in services?
Absolutely not.
I want to talk about the budget process for a moment. As you are working with finance and all these different departments and preparing different proposals, do you look at all sorts of different scenarios as you're doing that process?
Yes.
And do you often ask questions of the different departments of what if we do this or what if we do that? And what would be the ramifications of that? Do you ask that sort of thing?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the first actual formal budget proposal was not provided to the finance committee until September 5th?
I believe so.
So up until September 5th, everything was still internal budget discussions about all sorts of different proposals. Isn't that right?
Yes. I believe that we may have made a couple of changes even after September 5th as well.
But yeah, September 5th was just the first proposal to the finance committee. Isn't that right?
Absolutely. Yes.
And then after that, the board and
Absolutely.
committee made further changes to it, did
Yes.
they not?
Yes. Mhm.
And I just want to be absolutely clear on this. You received a lot of communications from Ms. Hamley in August and September, including 2 full memos, I believe on August 24th and 28th, outlining her issues and problems and concerns. And you received all that information, didn't you?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you have no problem whatsoever with her providing you with those concerns.
Yeah, no problem at all.
In fact, you want her to give you those concerns.
That's right.
And you expect that of other departments, that if you make proposals or ask other departments to look at different options, that you would expect them to give you feedback, pro or con, as to what you're asking.
Yes, happens all the time.
As you're having these discussions, these internal discussions with different departments about different proposals and options and things like that, you don't have any authority in and of yourself to implement all of these things or adopt a budget, do you?
No, I do not.
You're just preparing all the information to supply to the board, correct?
Absolutely. Yep.
So even if you had a proposal that a department really objected to, they could still go to the board or talk to the commissioners about their concerns, could they not?
Yes, I could.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, Mr. Gibbs, Karen Karazinski testified that when you told the board that the third epidemiologist position was funded from savings from rejecting a COVID-19 grant, that was incorrect. You would agree that was incorrect what you told the board, correct?
I may have misspoken. Yes. It
Okay.
was funded, fully funded, of course, but just not from that source.
Okay, and in fact, the third epidemiologist position was not fully funded on the evening of 26th. It was funded later when Health Officer Hamley and Fiscal Services were able to find ELPHS money and move the epidemiologist to a different department and focus in order to keep that third person. That's how it was funded, right?
Which we knew in advance that was going to be. So yes, we knew on September 26th that would be the case.
You knew on September 26th that that would be how that problem would be solved.
Yes, we already had a plan for that in place.
And You had that plan with Karen Karazinski from Fiscal Services then?
Yes, who was in contact with Nina and Public Health, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Coleman?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
And we have, I think, one more witness.
Your Honor, I would call Health Officer Adeline Hamley to the stands.
You solemnly swear testimony about to give in the matter will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God. Absolutely. And of course, your full name and spell your last name.
Adeline Hamley, Hambley.
Ms. Hamley, what is your job position?
I'm the Administrative Health Officer for Ottawa County Department of Public Health.
How long have you worked for the Ottawa County Public Health Department?
I'm just over 19 years.
Where do you live?
Live in Holland with my husband and 3 kids on a farm.
What was your first position with Ottawa County Department of Public Health?
I started as an environmental health specialist, split between the food safety, so restaurant inspections and on-site services program, which is well and septic permitting.
You advanced at the Public Health Department until you became the Environmental Health Director in 2011. Is that right?
Right. Yep. I was on-site supervisor before that, and then the environmental health director in 2011.
Before you became the health officer in 2022, what was your experience with helping with the public health budget?
So as environmental health director, I have to create the budgets for environmental health, which is about somewhere between 2 and 3 million, depending. And I've done those budgets since 2011.
And you had experience working with the Fiscal Services Department?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about your experience with the funding requirements for the state maintenance of effort and minimum service level requirements prior to becoming the health officer.
So environmental health is one of the few programs in the public health department that has an enforcement arm for, requiring people to meet the regulations or restaurant inspections, safety requirements. And so I'm very familiar with the different regulatory framework that we work in. We're funded through essential local public health services. Some of our programs are essential local public health mandates. Some are mandated in other ways through separate state laws, grant funded. So familiar with matches and grants and minimum service requirements. They're all accredited and get assessed during accreditation by the state.
So is it fair to say you had familiarity with all aspects of public budgeting prior to becoming the health officer in December of 22?
Yes.
Would you please put up Exhibit 7, please? Can you scroll to the second page, please? All right. Ms. Hamley, this is an email that was sent to you from Mr. Moss when he was a commissioner-elect to you on December 19th, correct? Of 22?
Yes.
And in that email, he introduces himself to you and says, thank you for your email. I appreciate and respect your desire to meet expectations. I'm not requesting a meeting at this time, just wanting to chat for a moment. Since you have been appointed as the new health officer, I want to dispel one of the myths that our local media has been reporting regarding health department funding in 2023. Several people have brought this concern to me, and I want to be sure you hear from me directly. Did I read that correctly?
Pardon me, yes.
Did you and Mr. Moss talk directly after he became a commissioner later in January?
No,
Did you talk directly before he became a commissioner?
yes, we did touch base with this after this email.
Okay. And what was the context of your discussion?
Pretty much what he has stated there. He was pleasant and was concerned that there were being reports that once they took office, that there would be a slashing of the health department budget, and he wanted to reassure that that was not the intent.
Okay. Did he say anything in that meeting about planning to demote you on January 3rd, 2023?
He did not.
Okay. I would like to talk to you about the board meeting on January 3rd, 2023. What was your initial reaction to the board's vote to appoint Nate Kelly and demote you to the interim public health officer?
I thought that they were either not familiar with the statutory law, the public health code around the public health officer, or they were willfully ignoring it.
Did you have any concerns about the appointment of Mr. Kelly specifically?
I don't know him and I didn't know him. I have concerns with an appointment to a position of a department of, 15 million plus budget and 100 plus people with the statutory and legal requirements that we operate with without a open and fair search process.
What did Mr. Gibbs tell you specifically about Mr. Kelly?
It was after one of our meetings in January that he said that he had never met him and he is sure that he's a nice guy, but he doesn't know him. He wasn't part of the decision process. And that there would be a place for me here and not to worry about that. And I could stay as advisory capacity, what I took to mean essentially doing much of the work of the health officer without actually being the health officer, which seemed very presumptuous to me.
Now, I want to talk about some of the events that led up to filing the suit against the board and individual commissioners for the demotion to interim health officer. You met early on in January and February with both Mr. Gibbs and Mr. Waterman to give them information about the operations of the health department, right?
I think our first meeting was January 12th at the health department.
And when's the first time that you alerted Mr. Gibbs to the funding issue involving Title X family planning funds?
Probably about 10 minutes into that meeting on January 12th.
And why was it that you mentioned that to him so early?
I had concerns that that program would be targeted given some of the campaign information that was out there for the majority newly elected commissioners. And I felt it was important to understand the history. And so I provided him the history that, just to stop and think that pause of why county commission in Ottawa County in early 1970s would vote to have a family planning program, and talked about the Title X funding and the requirements and that we have to do, and that funding we receive, Title X federal funding to have that program, and the thoughts and goals of the conservative 70s Ottawa County commissioners was to make sure that they could maintain local control over that Title X funding, as our nearest Title X funding provider that is not an Ottawa County is Planned Parenthood in Kent County, and they wanted to maintain that local control.
And you thought that holding on to that grant money and keeping Planned Parenthood from receiving it would be important to these commissioners?
I did. Yep.
Tell me about your discussions with Mr. Gibbs about the sexually transmitted infection clinic or STI clinic at Grand Valley State University.
So for a little over 3 years, we have had a monthly STI testing clinic at Grand Valley. This particular event, there's a organized student-led event that they organized around the same time that we have our STD testing clinic.
Is this the GBSU Sex Ed Week?
Correct. Yes. And I believe so that's a student-led event. The student applies at the student services for their permit to run it. They choose what events and they offer. It's adults, it's voluntary. These are, adult students at Grand Valley. However, we still held our annual or our monthly STI testing education outreach that we do every month at Grand Valley's campus. Now they put our logo on their information. And I believe Commissioner Bonema, as we reached out, but I know Commissioner Bonema did as well. And they confirmed that they put that on there because we have our annual or our monthly STI testing clinic. That was not permission or a sponsoring an event. And whether the students choose to have kinky cupcakes or karaoke or anything else is up to the students that run the event. However, we are there for our STI monthly testing clinic. And I will say that we had about 30 students and there was a 20% positivity rate at that event. So.
And what did you discuss with Mr. Gibbs about that STI clinic coinciding with the students' Sex Ed Week?
Well, that 18 to 24-year-olds have the highest rate of chlamydia. And so certainly students that would choose to attend an event like that are students that we would like to reach for STI prevention and education and testing. So this is us doing our job to prevent illness in the community. So, diseases are spread through different ways, whether it's aerosol, bloodborne, or sexually transmitted. And we don't ascribe morality. We, treat the disease and prevent the spread in the community. And so certainly that was a targeted audience and our regular monthly clinic.
And Mr. Gibbs was pretty angry with you when he spoke to you on the phone about it, correct?
Yep, that's when he dropped the F-bomb and he said he did not give an F of what we were doing out there, that we shouldn't be out there.
Did he actually say F or did he say the word?
No, he did not. He said the full. Yeah, I won't on YouTube, so.
All right. Did the issue about why Title 10 funding is important come up in February again with Mr. Gibbs?
Yeah, I tried to touch on that almost every single time that we talked about anything with the STI program or family planning program. It seems important. And again, I know the commissioners ran with, the right to life endorsement. It seemed like something that would be of interest to the full board.
The morning after there was some press on the STI clinic and GVSU Sex Ed Week, Mr. Moss was on the Barkley radio show talking about how the health department was providing radicalized sexual content at those events, correct?
Yes.
What did it feel like at this point, being the health officer and working with Mr. Gibbs in this commission? How is it starting to feel in about February?
It feels a whole lot like we're walking on eggshells. There was no communication from Administrator Gibbs other than cursing about that there was that this had, gotten the commissioners upset. I can say Commissioner Moss never reached out to ask for information. Commissioner Bonema did reached out to ask for, tell me what happened, what's going on with this. And I believe he reached out to Grand Valley as well. But Commissioner Moss didn't. I can say Kent County, I believe, was associated with the event as well. And as far as I understand, that Administrator Vandenberg reached out and asked if Kent County had sponsored that event. And so none of those things happened. It was just an assumption of guilt, and to ascribe prevention of disease and testing as promoting sexual deviance is pretty alarming.
Mr. Gibbs also made another statement to you in one of your meetings together that the commissioners wanted to be sure that people with certain ideologies were not at the county on county boards in any capacity, correct?
He did.
How did that happen to come up in a conversation between the two of you?
That we had an employee that was nominated, approved by the agency and the agency's board to be put on the board, and that had gone through, I think, committee and the board. I know for sure committee, I can't remember if it was to the board as well, and then was pushed back. So I brought it up to talk to him about all of her great work and what she does for us, and concerns about why that was delayed. And he specifically said that they were going to be looking at the application process, and they really wanted to dive into applicants as they wanted to prevent certain ideologies and activists from being on those boards. And I can say in this instance, what was alarming to me is that this is a young Black woman, and her nomination materials had mentioned health equity and DEI work.
So were you concerned that that is what was keeping her from being accepted onto this?
I
board?
was, yes,
And eventually she was accepted, correct?
correct.
But there was a significant delay, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. There was also requests for you to call out particular people in the sexual health education program of the health department, correct?
Yes. Yep. And that had gotten brought up, I believe it was the same meeting, that if this Heather Alberta, our sexual health educator, was involved with anything, that would be game over, was the term that was used. In other meetings, I believe earlier, it was this would be a thermonuclear event.
Who said those things?
Mr. Gibbs.
And when you say involved with anything, what type of involvement was he talking about?
I'm assuming anything to do with sexual health education.
Sometime in the spring, when you were speaking to Commissioner Bonema about something else, he told you something that Mr. Gibbs had told him back when they were still speaking to each other. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I believe they were at, it was like a MAC conference or something in Lansing. And I believe it was something to do with a constituent that has to meet. But in the course of that conversation, that he said that Gibbs had told him he doesn't have a problem with me and doesn't have any problem working with me.
What else did he say Mr. Gibbs had said in particular about Mr. Moss and Ms. Rhodey?
That they had their own path that they were going to follow, and there wasn't really much that he could do with it, that he was ready to move forward, and but that wasn't what's going to happen.
He was ready to move forward with you as the health officer?
I think that was the implication, but it was just, he was ready to be done with all of this and just move forward and start, like planning and doing work and moving away from this. And it was something that they would not let go.
Was there some comment about Mr. Moss and Ms. Rhodey needing to show their political audience that they were fighting for them?
Yes,
And that was in putting Mr. Kelly in the job. Was that your understanding?
that's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. Want to talk about an issue I asked Mr. Gibbs about during his examination. With the incident with the permit, a citizen wanted Ottawa County to pay for the difference between what was originally permitted and what was re-permitted when the permit wouldn't work. Can you describe that incident to us?
Yeah. So to be fair to the constituent, I don't know that they requested that. I can say, so some background, a permit was issued for a home, and it was written for sandier soils, which just a quick crash course is more permeable. So they can go in the ground, different construction, probably the cheapest option. When the installer got there and they dug up the soil or the larger area, there was heavier soils like clay present. So that requires a different type of system that is more expensive. And a couple options were provided to that homeowner of differing expenses. However, it's my understanding that they took to like Hudsonville Informed or some Facebook group they were frustrated with the process and that it would be costing more as they were new homeowners. So, then there were people piling on in the comments about it, how it was the new board and that's why. And so then I was made aware from Administrator Gibbs that there was a desire to pay for that system.
Whose desire?
Commissioner Moss.
And what did Mr. Gibbs say was his view about whether or not the county should pay that difference?
Well, we spent a lot of time walking through the process and explaining that much like if you do a home improvement process and you get a quote for $20,000 to do home siding. And then when the builder comes out and pulls off your old siding and there's something else that needs to be done or rotten wood or something else, it can cost $30,000. That's the nature of home projects and projects like this, and walked through the whole process. And Administrator Gibbs understood that. And he had concerns with this being brought to the insurance authority to be paid for, as he didn't feel there was wrongdoing and he didn't want to open the door to this sort of action. However, I can say, as I've heard it many times in various meetings, that he said that it's going to be out of his hands as he didn't want to end up in the bottom of a lake.
And what was he referring to when he used that expression?
I believe, as I interpreted it, that it would end up going through and doing whatever Commissioner Moss wanted to do with that.
I'd like to ask you a bit about the issue of the public health department going to the Pride festivals in Grand Haven and Holland. We talked to Mr. Gibbs a bit about that this morning. And what did you tell Mr. Gibbs about going to the Grand Haven Pride Festival?
Yeah, we had a one-on-one meeting at the health department after a brown bag lunch that was at CMH. And we met and talked about it. And I specifically mentioned it because as our medical director had concerns, as there were cases in Chicago area and Wayne County, which were precursors when we had previous Mpox outbreaks. And so we would be attending those events to provide Mpox immunizations and STI prevention and education and outreach to adults in attendance. And when I told him that, he specifically said, that makes sense.
Did he seem hesitant or concerned about the health department attending?
Not that he made aware to me, no.
Okay. And at the Health and Human Services Committee meeting on June 20th, when this came up, you reported that you had in fact discussed this with Mr. Gibbs, right?
I did, yes.
And what did Mr. Gibbs say at the meeting about your discussion about that?
That he said that we would do whatever we wanted, and that he also said no controversy or headlines, I believe, something along those lines. I may not be exact quote.
So in front of the board, he said you or the health department were just going to do whatever they wanted anyways, and that he had told you not to do anything that would involve controversy.
Yes.
I want to ask you about the county administration press policy. Let's pull up. Exhibit 12, please. Can we scroll down to the bottom of this page or the first email? Actually, one more, next page. There we go. Health Officer Hamley, you received this email from Shannon Felgner, correct?
Yes.
Who is Shannon Felgner?
The communications manager for the county.
And what was the crux of this communication from her?
That they wanted all communications to go through her, she's just It's not really, it's just her. So through her, and to have prior, exactly what it says there, prior to answering any questions or releasing information. And then I believe it was to have any information that was to go out would be through her as well.
And was it requiring people to obtain reporter questions before talking to anyone in the press?
Yes.
Okay.
And I should note that there are not any other officers on that email. There's not sheriff, clerk, any of the other county officers are not on that email.
Okay. And you're in kind of a unique position because you're not elected, but you're still considered a county officer under state statute.
It's my understanding.
Okay. So if we go to the page before, please. Why did you write this email to Shannon and to Mr. Gibbs?
To essentially outline what I just said, is that this position is unique and has unique requirements and statutory duties, need to communicate directly with the public without delay. And also that this is essentially appointed statutory authority and has the same unique authorities as other county officers.
And so you said, I think this shouldn't apply to me. And then the last line is, can you read that?
That we would use it as a step to inform and not to approve that section.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you have any discussion with Mr. Gibbs about this in any in-person meeting?
Yeah, it was at the, I believe second, so that we have these leadership department head meetings. We've had two. We had one right after January 3, and we had one sometime this summer. I spoke to him about it then, that I sent that to him, and that's my stance. And that's how we'd be moving forward, that I'd be informing and not to approve. And that I felt like it would provide him with some insulation from potential blowback from the board, as there's going to be very likely that we communicate information that this majority board does not approve of, such as, to various disease prevention, vaccine awareness and promotion, things like that.
Did Mr. Gibbs ever provide any written response to this email that you sent about the policy?
No, and when we talked about it in person, he just said, okay. And that was it.
Okay. All right, can you bring up, I'd like to talk to you a bit about the budget process and the timeline of the emails. First though, could we have Exhibit 8, please? Scroll down just a bit. Thank you. Health Officer Hamley, what is Exhibit 8?
That is the release that Chairman Moss put out on the 22nd, August 22nd.
And what's the summary of the release? What does it say?
Let's see, that there was a pushing things back to pre-COVID levels, includes a comprehensive review of public health budgets, which was done in isolation from any discussion with the health department, because I was not in any conversations with Chairman Moss about that comprehensive review. And then, of course, the bullet points of how our funding levels allowed us to do these things. And that they're going to prioritize limited government and parental rights and family values and whatnot.
Okay, could you put up Exhibit 1, please? page 27, please. In mid-June of 2023, you attended a budget meeting with Mr. Gibbs and Commissioner Rhodey, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this was to discuss the budget that you had put together during the normal budgeting cycle, correct?
Right. It's a mischaracterization to suggest that the budget process doesn't start until September. So the budget is worked on for long prior to that, with conversations with fiscal services and administration usually. And then the budgets are developed and input into the system. And so this meeting in June was to go over those, the budgets that were created with fiscal services and whatnot through the normal budget process.
And did you learn that Mr. Gibbs had specifically told Mr. Waterman to ignore his invitation and not to come to the meeting?
After the fact, I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And what did you learn about Mr. Gibbs' stated reason that Mr. Waterman shouldn't come to the meeting?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm understanding.
Did Mr. Waterman tell you or report to you the reason why Mr. Gibbs told him not to go to the meeting?
He was told that he didn't need to be there and that he was disinvited. I'm not sure I can recall exactly.
Okay. So is it normal to get significant requests for significant cuts starting in August for the next fiscal year budget?
No, and I think that's why the normal budget process, the administrator acts as liaison between the board and should be gathering what those desires and those what they're hoping to do so that that work can be done. So the only other time I can think of significant budget cuts as were originally proposed was in 2009 when, during the Great Recession, and that was a significant process of ranking and points and different department heads coming to talk to the board so that they could rank programs and determine cuts. And it was a significant and lengthy process. So those conversations and input should have been happening sooner so that the process could be more thoughtful and there'd be more time for education and providing information.
All right. Tell me about these emails that we have at page 27 and 28 on August 9th and August 10th. This is a communication between you and employees from Fiscal Services and Deputy Health Director Marcia Mansoray, correct?
Yes.
And Karen from Fiscal says, this is helpful, Addie. Thank you. If we get questions that are not financial, I feel very comfortable saying that we'll need to add that to the 8/21 budget work session and ask the experts to join us. When she says the experts, who is she referring to?
Administration and public health.
So you and other people from the team?
I would say probably it's been me and then Deputy Health Officer Marcia Mansoray working on budgets.
Why were you providing this information to Karen instead of providing it to Mr. Gibbs or planning to go to this meeting that she's talking about?
She thought that this information might come up and didn't have the background and knowledge to potentially speak on it. So I wanted her to have that, as I was not invited to attend to speak to it.
Okay. Page 29, please. In this email, Mr. Gibbs is asking you to cut out unfilled positions, or if you've cut out unfilled positions from family planning to save that money from the budget, right?
Yeah, I think that they were looking at all positions that had not been filled in a significant amount of time, wondering if they needed to stay on or if they were already cut or needed to be cut.
And you told him that the health department budget you had submitted had already accounted for unfilled positions, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Page 33, please. This was Mr. Gibbs' email to you asking you to work on some budget proposals that would cut the budget that you had initially proposed, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any indication at this stage that there were going to be requests made for large cuts to the public health budget?
No, I took it at face value for, he wanted to know what the corrected fiscal year 2019 amount would be for, I think it says adjusted for inflation and removing COVID grants. So that was the document we created.
Okay. And you responded to that and worked with fiscal services to provide the information he asked for, correct?
Correct.
Let's go to page 49, please. And this is the email where Mr. Gibbs was referring to the Finance and Administration Committee wants to see the public health budget in line with historical levels before COVID. Please work with fiscal services to work out the details of a budget using $2.5 million general fund contribution and discontinuing all COVID related grants. And you had no in-person discussions with Mr. Gibbs about this direction, correct?
No, we suspected it was coming once it was mentioned by Chairman Moss at the Finance Committee meeting.
Now, this occurred after there was some discussion about asking all the departments to cut 5%, right?
I believe the 2.5 million number that Chairman Moss put out was 30 seconds after Administrator Gibbs had stated that a 5% cut to the full county was too extensive and would require a year and a consultant to make that determination. So something that would be looked at for fiscal year 25.
So after he said 5% from each department, this is too short of a timeline to require them to do it. Mr. Moss proposed having the health department cut well more than 5% down to $2.5 million general fund. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You responded to this email first later that same day. Can we go to page 51, please? And this was your first response, right? And labeling some initial significant concerns with going to a $2.5 million general fund. Okay.
Yes, it's highlighting that it's actually less than our 2009 budget, which was, one of the lowest because of the Great Recession.
And so, technically 2009 is pre-COVID, right?
It is.
But that was significantly less than the 2019 or early 2020 budget.
Yeah,
correct?
it's significantly less than the 20. What was the first email? It was the 2019 adjusted for inflation, 2.5 million, significantly less.
Okay. And you said, I will do my best to see if this will work by Thursday, but I think it's impossible, right?
Yes, correct.
If we go to page 58, please. Mr. Gibbs says, thank you for sharing. Please proceed with producing a budget with a general fund contribution as close to the below directed level as possible, which discontinues all COVID related grants. Was this format of response from Mr. Gibbs something you had seen before? The thank you for sharing, please proceed.
Yeah, I think it's in the past, it's just, not really information that is considered or there's certainly no questions or clarification or wanting to better understand. It's just move forward with what was originally asked. There's not really any acknowledgement or looking to understand what the concerns are.
And so when you began to talk with fiscal services about what this would look, what a cut to that level would look like, did fiscal services say, hey, Addie, don't worry about it. We can go above 2.5 if we need to?
No, everybody took this to mean 2.5 million. And I believe there's a later email that says 2.5 million to Karen. So it's pretty clear. Every single person that we worked with in fiscal read it the same way. That's 2.5.
Okay.
And I mean, it was also, that was the number that was yeah, stated later. So
May we see page 61, please? And is this the responsive email that you sent to Mr. Gibbs with the work that you and the fiscal services personnel had done?
what's the date on this one again? I'm sorry.
8/24, Thursday?
Yes, yep.
Okay. And so what were the basic conclusions that you and fiscal services came to if the general fund contribution was cut to 2.5 million?
That the health department would close. And we sat in a room with fiscal services to look at that and what the costs were. But once we determined that the minimum maintenance of effort wasn't met, so we would receive no state funding, and then we had no match for any of our grants. We'd receive no grant funding. So all that was left was for us to operate on the actual general fund, that those funds were utilized. Fiscal services did the calculation about how quickly that those services would last given our daily operational costs.
So this wasn't you doing the calculation.
It was not.
You were not using an adding calculator with the tape in your office, like figuring out how many
I
days?
was not. I leave
Okay.
that to fiscal services.
Okay. If we look at page 69, please. This is an email from Commissioner Cosby to you, correct?
Yes.
And in this email, she's asking for a list of information that she said she had asked for during Monday's work session, correct?
Yes.
And these 5 pieces of information are fairly, some of them at least are fairly significant ask to pull together, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Some of them existed. Some of it, it's, I think the important thing to know is that the health department isn't like one single thing. There's, multiple different programs and many different, very different businesses, business models, services provided in those departments within the health department. So it takes time to put some of that together.
And I don't want to belabor the point because we went through these emails with Mr. Gibbs to some extent, but you responded to Commissioner Cosby, gave her updates on where you were and provided things as you had them, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to page 98, please? Can you scroll down a bit, please? No, this was a press release that was put out by Mr. Gibbs and Mr. Moss, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And it says that your statements about the budget and where the budget process were at the moment were false, correct?
It does. It also says it's bad faith and political purposes. And I would argue that trying to do everything I can to prevent the state coming in and intervening, trying to prevent loss of Title X funds going to Planned Parenthood, which would likely impact their right to life endorsement, where the actual opposite of any sort of political purposes. Certainly if there were political purposes, it would be better served by not doing those things to however, my authority or my responsibility is to the county and to the community and the duties that I'm required to do, which is provide mandated quality public health and prevent disease in the community. So
And at this point, did you feel as though you were being involved in the budget process?
no, I would say the conversations, I think Administrator Gibbs said it, that he was talking to Karen and then hoping it came in. But the problem is Karen is not an expert in our, she's an expert in accounting. She's not an expert in public health programming, public health minimum requirements, our service requirements, how those are delivered, any of those things. So, I mean, I would liken it to, I have 3 kids. It's like my oldest kid getting invited to the neighborhood birthday party. Just because he comes back and tells my youngest about it does not mean my youngest was invited to the party. Even if he goes and looks through the window and watches the party happening, he wasn't invited to the party. And so that is exactly, in my opinion, what was happening here. So there were numerous conversations, and as far as I understand it, spreadsheets sent and cuts requested. None of them I was CC'd on. No conversations was I involved in. That last time I ever spoke to Administrator Gibbs was August 4. So I think that is very disingenuous to say I was involved in this process.
Let's talk about Mr. Gibbs, when he sent these emails back and forth with directions about making budget cuts. Was he asking for your opinion or telling fiscal services essentially to implement those cuts and produce a new scenario every few days?
And my understanding in the conversations I did have with fiscal was that they were given a line item budget that had specific cuts on that, and they were trying to figure out some way to make that balance.
And was your understanding from fiscal that Mr. Gibbs appeared to be getting his direction for what to do with the budget from Mr. Moss or one of the commissioners?
It was my understanding, it seemed that way, and that they would bring concerns, and then there'd be they'd have to wait a day to hear back the information. That was the speculation. Yes.
The speculation from fiscal services?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone from fiscal services tell you at various points in the process that they would try to present information that you gave from them to Mr. Gibbs, but that they didn't think it would do any good in changing Mr. Gibbs' mind?
Yes. Yep.
Page 120, please. All right, this is an email to you from Commissioner Cosby on the 29th of August, correct?
Yes.
All right, and Commissioner Cosby thanked you for capturing the information I requested. Do you see where I'm reading?
I do.
All right, and she's talking about the fact that there hasn't been as much in-person communication with you, between you and her, as she had talked about attempting before. Is that an accurate summary?
Yeah, I think, yes.
And at some point when she was a new commissioner, had she received your email address and Lisa Stefanovsky's email address from John Shea?
She did.
And we saw that yesterday. The two of you responded with times to meet with her. Did you ever receive any response to that?
We did not.
Okay. There were a number of times over the course of your tenure with this board that you invited the entire commission to come and see health department programs or talk about the public health annual report or the accreditation process, correct?
Yes.
Occasionally you would get some commissioner interest in some of those, right?
I had a few commissioners, yes, that came to learn more about what we do or ask questions for clarification.
Okay. A lot of times, though, there was not a tremendous amount of commissioner response or interest. Is that true?
No, I specifically reached out to Commissioner Rhodey and Commissioner Cosby about the accreditation process, as this was accreditation year for us. so that we could go through what that process is and the plan of organization and just the overall what accreditation is. And they declined to meet.
Okay. Commissioner Rhodey said she was unavailable, but you did not hear back from Commissioner Cosby. Is that
Correct.
fair? Okay.
Yes.
At some point during this process, you felt that the commissioners had not received some of the information you had shared with Mr. Gibbs that was important, correct?
Yeah, I was concerned that some of the consequences, the documents that were outlining some of the consequences was whether it was not meeting our minimum maintenance of effort or a minimum service level requirements were not getting to the board. I felt like if they had some of that information that perhaps this much of a cut, the significance could be, wouldn't be held fast like it was. So I had some concerns that they weren't getting the information.
And so as individual commissioners asked you questions, you began to forward all of your budget communications starting in late August to various commissioners that asked you for it, correct?
I did, yes.
Could we have page 70, please? So we get here to August 25 and Friday afternoon, Mr. Gibbs told fiscal services to implement a particular list of budget cuts, one of which put the general fund contribution to 2.5 and used some money from the fiscal services fund balance, or I'm sorry, the public health fund balance, correct?
Yes.
And could you scroll back up a little bit, please? Thank you. A little bit further. This talks about, this is directed to Karen, right, to make these changes to the budget. And then if you, and he talks about eliminate all the COVID positions that he said totaled $2.1 million. Do you see where I'm looking?
I do.
Did the COVID positions in the budget you submitted equal 2.1 million?
No, it was like 10% of that.
Okay. Because there were still authorized positions, but that you weren't filling or attempting to fill and weren't included in the 24 budget, correct? Okay.
Yep.
And then if we go to item number 3, if you could scroll down, please. This is the list that Mr. Gibbs gave you of what he considered to be a COVID-related grant, correct?
Yes.
Would that be what you would consider a COVID-related grant? list?
No, absolutely not. So the PHEP that's existed since after 9/11, that's a Homeland Security federally required position and program. So it's absolutely not related. It's not
So
a
you-
COVID-19 related grant.
And you have to have that position regardless.
Absolutely. Immunization, ELPHS, that's essential local public health services as stated right there with ELPHS. You can't choose to not do that. That is a mandated required statutory program. You cannot eliminate that. If you eliminate that, you eliminate all ELPHS, and then you are again at risk of the state coming in to run your health department because you're not providing minimum mandated services.
And you had asked before to have some discussion about what they were considering a COVID-related grant, so you could tell them some of these things and hope to impress upon them that some of these were not really, in fact, COVID-related grants, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
The last sentence, for any additional details, Mr. Gibbs says, please work with Nina and Chris to set the exact budget numbers within the above parameters. Who is Chris?
She's our administrative assistant, mine, and she also assists all of like public health admin, but primarily mine. And I will note that this is the other previous budget emails from Mr. Gibbs were addressed to me. This is very specifically addressed to Karen, telling her to go to Fiscal Services Public Health, which is Nina, or my administrative support, which Chris would not be able to answer these questions.
Does your administrative support typically get involved in budget making?
She does not.
Okay. How did you interpret this particular communication?
That Karen was not supposed to seek information from me.
And what was it about this email that made you interpret it that way?
Well, for the first time, there's like actually some details provided on the request and the COVID grants. But also that I'm very specifically not addressed in the communication.
Did you consider it sufficient to include you by copying you on this email?
No, not when you're talking about the level of complexity of the various funding mechanisms and service like statutory requirements that public health has. I did not.
Okay. Page 101, please. All right, so this is an email from you to Mr. Gibbs and Karen Karazinski on Monday. Is it fair to characterize this email as essentially you inserting yourself back in the process?
Absolutely. Like going back to the birthday thing, and this is me at the window looking in at the birthday party. I'm trying to get myself invited in because this is complex. And Karen, as she did say, she's not familiar. She's not an expert on our minimum on services or the service level requirements or our statutory requirements. She's knowledgeable about accounting. And so, yeah, this is my trying to insert myself into the process as much as I can.
And at this point, as the email notes, your understanding from Karen was that the direction had in fact changed by Monday to do something different with a new budget scenario, correct?
Yes, if I remember, and I'd have to double check the timing, but on Friday, fiscal services came up with something that was somewhere around 5 point something million.
And that would be general fund contribution plus the
Correct.
fund balance?
Yes.
Okay.
Plus the fund balance. And then come Monday, they found out that nope, that would not be allowed and they had to be reduced. So I think that's what this is referring to, is that change.
When you say it wasn't allowed, what was the problem?
I was not involved in or did not receive any of those communications. It's just what I heard from fiscal services, that was denied the I can't remember exactly. It was a little over 5 million for that general fund plus fund balance. And so it was, they were going back to reduce at the direction they were given.
And when you say it was denied, was the board meeting and telling fiscal services they wanted to see something different?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Where
It
were
was-
these
They were
directions?
getting it from Minister Gibbs, but
But
I'm not sure what had changed from over that time period for
Okay.
Mr. Gibbs. He'd have to speak to that.
all right. And so attached to this email is 14 pages, sort of addressing point by point all of the concerns, correct?
Right. Again, this is what feels like the only method of communication, as I'm not at the table for any of the conversations where some of these things would be better handled or discussed. Again, due to the complexity. So the 14 pages is an attempt to try and outline the various parts and pieces that should be of concern and noted.
And a lot of times you signed off on the emails saying, please ask me, please talk to me, give me a call. Okay.
Yeah.
And did you get any of those communications?
I did not. Again, last time I actually heard his voice on a meeting with me, it was August 4.
Okay. Page 118, please. Monday, August 28th, you went to Commissioners Bonema and Zylstra about the Title 10 program funding issue, correct?
Yeah, it was in that document. It was in the document that's attached. That was also what was shared with Administrator Gibbs. I felt just having known, having spoken to Commissioner Bonema and his platform, that to specifically call it out would be important. But it is in that document as well.
And at this point, you were seeing multiple budget scenario after new budget scenario that continued to cut the family planning funds.
Correct. Yes.
And did it appear to you that it was landing at all with anyone about the prospect of the county losing the Title X funds to do family planning work and Planned Parenthood getting that money?
I was not seeing it in any of the various iterations that fiscal services was directed to create.
And when you spoke to Mr. Bonema and Mr. Zalstra about it, did they seem to know what you were talking about?
Commissioner Bonema did, in that I believe we had talked about it when he came to the health department as a new commissioner or commissioner-elect. So he was familiar. He called to get more information. I don't believe that Commissioner Zalstra reached out for more specific information on that.
Okay. Page 126, please. This is an email that you sent to Administrator Gibbs and Karen, correct?
Yes.
And this is on August 30th. And you said, I wanted to follow up because I haven't heard from you. And I understand you've been meeting with Karen to discuss, you have questions about public health programming, right?
Yes, that's what I heard from Karen, again, that there were meetings happening or discussions happening. Again, without any representation from public health to provide that insight into our mandates and statutory requirements.
And so at this point in time, you're under the impression from Karen that there's going to be cuts to programs, line items in the budget. And he's asking Karen to move these numbers around and you're not being involved at all in this discussion.
Correct.
And you said you provided him with an updated version of the document that you had outlining your prior concerns about things that would cause the state to come in and intervene or issues like the Title X funds.
Yes.
Okay.
And I also offer to meet and answer questions again.
Page 173, please. If you could scroll down a bit, please. This is a press release where you were updating the public on the current state of the budget negotiations, correct?
Yes.
All right. And why did you feel it was important to notify the public about where things were in the budget process?
To me, it's public information and it's good transparency. This is granted there, as I think Administrator Gibbs said, there's negotiations and it's being determined. However, when this level of cut is being considered, that would severely impact public health programming and potentially have legal ramifications and impact public health. I think that information needs to be conveyed and communicated to the public.
And on August 30th, where things were when you released this, was all of this true and accurate?
Yes.
Page 192, please. Administrator Gibbs sent you this email on Friday, September 1st. This is right before the Labor Day weekend, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, good morning. I hope all is well. Please attend the Finance Committee meeting next Tuesday, September 5, as Chair Cosby will be giving an update on the fiscal year 24 Health Department budget. Did you have the current fiscal year 24 Health Department budget at that point, or were you sure that you did?
I was not sure that I did. I believe I pulled it off of the committee packet.
So the one that's available to the general public that they post, like this is where we're going to
Correct.
discuss at the meeting. Okay. Page 193, please. And so here in this email, you said you have reviewed the changes from fiscal at about 12:45 today, and you asked him to let you know if there were any new changes between then and Tuesday at the meeting, right?
Yes.
Now, it seems to me that you wouldn't need to ask, are there going to be any more changes between Friday before Labor Day weekend and Tuesday at 10 a.m.? Why did you ask that?
Because all of the changes that were made thus far and the requests that fiscal was receiving, I had not been privy to or been a part of the conversation with Administrator Gibbs when they were determined.
And in fact, they kept getting frequent day to
About
day.
every 2 days, probably.
And so it was a distinct possibility that it would have changed between Friday at noon and Tuesday after the holiday weekend at 10 a.m.
That was my concern. Yes.
Okay. At the meeting on, page 194, please. Oh, and did you ever get any response from Mr. Gibbs about if there was any updates?
I did not.
Okay. And then 194, you wrote to Commissioner Cosby to ask about changes to the budget also, right?
Yeah, I was wanting to perhaps touch base as Administrator Gibbs email had said that she was going to be providing an update on the public health budget. So I thought maybe that she would want to meet to discuss any potential legal issues with the budget and maintenance of effort, or minimum service level requirements issues, potential things like that she might want to discuss prior to that meeting, which is why, since it was Friday before Labor Day, I provided Sal so that we could meet if she desired to.
Okay, and you never got a response of any kind from Commissioner Cosby to that, right?
And no, I definitely didn't get a text or call. I don't believe if it would be in there if she emailed specifically back about this one.
Okay. On Tuesday, on September 5, do you recall that Finance Committee meeting?
I do.
You provided information on the budget that you thought it was important for the whole commission to hear during public comment, right?
Yes,
With the 3-minute limit, correct?
correct.
Why did you do that instead of wait to be recognized by the chair for them to ask you as the health officer about the budget?
I had concerns about being able to have a platform to speak about it, as I hadn't been given one yet at this point. So,
and were you in fact offered the podium for the purpose of talking about the budget?
I was not.
Okay. And in that public comment, you, in a 3-minute super speedy fashion, outlined the points that you thought were still issues with the current budget, right?
I did.
And was all of that information that you gave true and correct?
At the time of that public comment, it was, yes.
Okay. Now that was the same meeting where the chairperson of that meeting, Commissioner Cosby, called you up to the podium and required you to swear an oath and testify under MCL 46.11, correct?
I think it's 46.10, but yes.
And had anyone notified you were going to be asked to give testimony under oath?
No,
Had anyone told you you might want to have an attorney there?
no.
Have you ever seen any other county officer asked to do that since you've worked at Ottawa County?
No.
Why do you think they had you do that?
Well, according to the statute, if I had refused, then they can vote to remove me from the position.
And so did that feel like an attempt to remove you as the health officer?
It did to me, yes.
By the way, when they had you under oath, did they ask you questions about the budget?
No.
And the meetings are taped, right? All of the meetings are taped.
Yes.
So if there was any question about if you had said something true or false, that can always be reviewed later, right?
Yes.
Now, as we go through this process, just to generalize, some of the items you brought up about what they were cutting, what the potential ramifications would be, those items started to get added back in, correct?
They did.
Okay, so for example, you pointed out Miles with Smiles was going to have to go under the budget that they were considering at the time, and that got added back in, right?
It did, yes.
Page 210, please. What is this email about from Commissioner Bonema to several other commissioners copying Karen Karazinski, you and Mr. Gibbs?
It is my understanding from the other information that was shared that Commissioner Bonema was concerned about the Title X funds and it potentially going, us not meeting the requirements that we need to meet to receive those funds and potentially going to Planned Parenthood, that Commissioner Bonema reached out to Right to Life Michigan to express those concerns. And this was follow-up with the rest of the, I believe, I don't know if it's the Finance Committee, I'm not sure, it was follow-up on Commissioner Bonema's behalf to express those concerns.
So at this point, on September 8th, despite the fact that you've been talking about this Title X family planning issue now, well, really since January, but since August, when they talked about cutting the budget you'd proposed, still no Title X funds, insufficient Title X and family planning funds that would have caused loss of that grant.
Yes.
Okay. Page 211, please. So this emails from Mr. Gibbs to you, copying Karen and Nina, and he wants to know the required minimum service level for each mandated line item and documentation for every line item, correct?
Yes.
And was this something you had been talking about now for in any forum you could get, either emails to him, public meetings, public releases, that this was a concern?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And you sent him, we talked earlier, several pages, more than almost 200 pages about this topic. Why couldn't you just give him a chart that says you have to have 2 people doing immunizations and 4 people doing this service and 6 people doing that one?
Yeah, they're more of a, they're set as a performance-based metric, and that allows for, counties are different. Our county has computerized permitting system for a well and septic program. Other counties are paper-based with like carbon copy paper. Their requirements or the number of staff they might need to meet requirements is going to look different. But that's why the requirements have like in the food law, for example, that restaurants inspected every 6 months. How many people we have versus how many people Oakland has versus another county, that varies because you have different sized populations and different needs.
And you can make some educated guesses, I would assume, about how many people you need to meet whatever regulations the state sets out, right?
Right.
But is there any guarantee that you're going to be correct about that at the end of a fiscal year, that you actually have enough employees to inspect every restaurant every 6 months, for example?
That's where you have to rely on the expertise of the experts that you have in the roles that they're in. And I think Administrator Gibbs, talked about efficiencies and things like that. And that's true. That's not inaccurate to say. I say that our environmental health program is far more accurate or far more streamlined and able to have less people because of the computerized process and all of our documents being scanned in. However, most of those efficiencies that you gain require a significant amount of planning and implementation. And it's not something you're going to do in September 8 to implement significant cuts by the mid-September. I think, as Administrator Gibbs said himself, with a 5% cut for looking for efficiencies countywide was a year-long process. So efficiency gains are certainly not quickly identified or implemented, and often cost money on the outset. So all I can go to when I'm proposing my budget is the amounts I need to maintain the service levels with the current operations that we have in place. And that was what this was based on.
And when you did your initial budget, the one that you spent months on from January to June, you were trying to keep the budget flat from the prior year, correct?
Yes, and I think it's very important to clarify flat for the general fund contribution. And not conflate it with our overall budget, which has various grants, increased state funding, things like that. It's the general fund contribution from the county, is to remain flat.
Okay, and in order to have a flat general fund contribution, you actually have to cut a bit and find additional efficiencies from the year before because your costs go up every year. For example, the employees get raises. So the cost of the same employees is more from year to year.
Yes, yep,
And so this was already an exercise you had engaged in and made cuts already where you thought you could, right?
absolutely. We left positions vacant and didn't refill. There were other concessions that had to be made just to come in flat from the general fund for fiscal year 23 to 24.
And as we heard about yesterday from Ms. Baranowski, public health had done a good job trying to come in with a really trim budget.
Yes, yeah, she was very intimately involved in that process, so.
Um, um, And at this time, you were forwarding this information to other commissioners like Commissioner Cosby, Commissioner Bonema, Commissioner Zylstra.
Yes,
Okay. Um, when you saw the meeting on September 12th, on Tuesday, the Board of Commission meeting, do you recall there being some questions about to Mr. Gibbs about whether or not he was having regular communication with you and how his communication was?
I do.
Did you agree with the answer that Mr. Gibbs gave about how well it was going in communicating between the two of you?
I do not, no.
And did anyone ask you specifically about how that was going in the meeting? Anyone say, Health Officer Hamley, can we hear from you at the podium?
No.
Okay. And some of the commissioners were aware because they were asking you about how the process was going, and you shared with them that it was that you felt you were not included, correct?
Correct.
Page 512, please. This is an email from Commissioner Cosby to you. She was responding to what you had provided to Mr. Gibbs and others with the couple hundred pages about what the minimum service level requirements consisted of, right?
I believe so, yes.
And again, it's frustrating because it gives a description of what you have to be able to do, but it doesn't give you a chart that says you need 8 employees. You don't put in a formula and it spits out 8 employees, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Commissioner Cosby said she was asking for a specific dollar amount for each mandated program that you would need to meet the minimums, right?
Yes.
And is that something that is particularly easy to produce on the time frame that you're being asked for it?
No, I think given, again, like the short time frame and that the specific dollar amount needed for us to provide mandated programs was what was submitted when the budget was submitted. There wasn't a bunch of fluff or fat in this budget. It was for us to provide the minimum mandated services for those mandated services.
Did it feel to you as if at least the board majority assumed that you had added this budget before you sent it to them?
It did, or that there's some sort of waste or I don't know, secret goings on, I suppose, that we're hiding money or wasting resources, is in general how it felt going through this. Otherwise, I'm not sure why you would disregard the expertise of the people you have at hand regarding all of the statutes and requirements, and even like insurance and medical billing and paying that all encompasses public health funding.
All right. Page 514, please. This was your response when Mr. Epperson asked you on Mr. Gibbs' behalf if you plan to give an update to Health and Human Services at the next committee meeting, correct?
Yes.
And you eventually sent a follow-up that included a summary, 5-page summary of what you expected to update them on, which was all budget stuff, right?
Yes.
All right. And there were other department heads within the umbrella of Health and Human Services that were also being asked for updates.
Yes.
Okay. And so they had a direct 5-page preview of what you were planning to tell them, right?
They did.
And all your concerns about the budget.
Yes.
Did you hear back from anyone between then and when the Health and Human Services meeting was?
No.
Okay.
I did hear from Commissioner Rhodey saying that I would be granted the floor
Okay.
to speak.
Page 552, please. I'm sorry, page 522. Health Officer Hamley, this is an email from Mr. Gibbs. He says, "Hi, Eddie, good afternoon. Could you confirm that Title 10 will not be rejected by the Health Department if the original funding level requested by Public Health for family planning is maintained?" What did you take this email to mean?
I assumed that it was since it didn't seem like my messaging was getting through, I assumed that perhaps Commissioner Bonham did, and that Right to Life had reached out, and that precipitated this.
And so Mr. Gibbs is asking you to confirm that what you had initially asked for in family planning would be enough to keep the Title 10 grant.
Yes.
Was there any intent on your part to do anything to make sure the Title 10 grant wouldn't be accepted and that Planned Parenthood can move into Ottawa County?
Absolutely not. Again, my statutory duty is to the community and to provide public health services. Our Title 10 patients are some of the most marginalized in the community, and to risk their care or health for some sort of political machinations is ridiculous, and it's exactly why the health officer position should be apolitical.
So you wanted to be sure they had family planning services, and you kept bringing this up ad nauseum. Some would say that the county is going to lose this grant funding if they didn't restore family planning services,
Correct.
and what that would mean.
Yes.
And you responded to him that same day, page 523, please. And confirmed that in fact, yes, what you had originally asked for would be sufficient to keep the grant. And
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Also on Monday, September 18, page 526, please. You sent another email to Mr. Gibbs and to Commissioner Cosby talking about at that point in time, the current state of the cuts, right?
Yes.
And it's kind of hard to keep track of because they were again changing what
Yeah.
felt like every day during this time period. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so you wrote to Mr. Gibbs and Commissioner Cosby talking about what you saw as the problem in cutting a third epidemiologist and reducing the nutrition, health, education combined line item by almost 50%, right?
Yes.
All right, so if we go down to page 527, please. This is the start of a 6-page document where you sort of lay out why you think you need 3 epidemiologists, right?
Yeah, this document lays out the impacts, potential impacts for both of those 2 things that were remaining as far as cuts in the budget, which was the third epi position and the health education and nutrition program. So this is an impact document specific to those 2 programs.
How did you find out that the third epi was being cut?
So I was originally told from Nina that it was I believe that it came about that family planning was restored. And so, but I think her email or message or something said that funding was restored. So I asked specifically about epi and health education and that those weren't. And so because of, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember the time frame, but one of the meetings, I believe that Administrator Gibbs had said that there were 3 epis and only 1 was being cut, and it was the COVID one. And so we followed up on that, like, okay, has this been restored? And they said, no, but the position wasn't cut, the FTE, but there's no funding for it in the administration line, which is where they're funded.
And when you talk about the meetings, these aren't meetings you're at, right?
Correct.
You're getting the recap of these later from fiscal, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or you were asking fiscal for the recap?
Yes,
of-
you often and was prompting, and I don't. I was not involved in any part of where they get the information or where the conversations come from or are coming from, where those are established.
Okay. And then on September 20th, Wednesday, a couple days after this, can we have page 535, please? Commissioner Cosby writes to you and copies Mr. Gibbs and says, I want to follow up on the finance discussion yesterday related to programs and budgets for fiscal year 24. What is she talking about the discussion? Had she met with you in person or talked?
No, I think she's referring to the finance meeting or work group.
Of commissioners, correct?
Yes, yes.
Um,
That's my understanding.
And then you said, or she said, it's my understanding fiscal services confirmed there are 3 epidemiologists planned for next year. And can you confirm that's your understanding as well? And then she says, are there any other areas or state program requirements that the current budget doesn't meet? And can you have the information to her early the next day for the agenda packet? And then you responded to this after that, correct? Can we see?
I did. Yep.
Page 536, please. And then you again sent her the information on why you have to have 3, but said it was your understanding that Mr. Gibbs had instructed fiscal to cut the 3rd position from the administration cost center, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you went to fiscal and got that in, like when you got this email from Commissioner Cosby, you went back to fiscal and asked the question, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember specifically asking if we can somehow find funding elsewhere, like through our central local public health services funding from the state is increased this year. If we can figure out some other way to pay for it, and was told at that point, no, because the position was directed to be cut. So there wouldn't be an FTE to even figure out how to fund another way.
All right, so as far as fiscal understood, they were being told, cut the job. So then you can't get it funded by ELPHS state grant funds, correct?
Correct.
And so that's what you told when you called. And you explained that, right, in this email?
Yes.
Okay. And you,
and I explain, if you see after the committee meetings, that Administrator Gibbs then said it's not cut. So we have the FTE remaining. However, our general fund allocation was not increased to pay for it. So that allowed us to at least try and figure out if there was some way that we could fund it elsewhere, which we did have to scramble to put that person into environmental health, specifically doing environmental health epidemiology work. So narrowing the scope from countywide epidemiology work to just environmental health specific, because that happens to be where we have funding available.
Okay.
So it's disingenuous to say that I think that Administrator Gibbs funded this position. It was a lot of scrambling to try and figure out how to patch that together. It was not funded through general fund allocation.
All right. And no one got back to you and said, hey, here's the situation, here's what we're gonna do. Or, you know, there's been a miscommunication between us and fiscal and you. There was nothing like that that you heard back in response to this, right?
No.
Okay. Page 548, please. This is an email that you sent to Mr. Gibbs on September 26th, which is Tuesday, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, unbeknownst to you, Mr. Gibbs sent an email to Karen Karazinski and Myra Ocasio from Fiscal Services about Ottawa Food and retaining that program within that line item, correct?
Yes, correct.
And
I saw today, so.
we saw that in Exhibit T that the defendants have offered.
Yes,
And part of the reason why we didn't see it until today is because you weren't copied on it, right?
correct.
So all of these, Exhibit 1 has got like 557 pages or something like it. And those were all communications in which you were involved in some way. You sent them, you received them, or you were copied on them, right?
Yes,
But anything that was exchanged without you, we don't have access to that at the moment.
yes,
Okay. So we got this one yesterday, and you now know that Mr. Gibbs asked about the Ottawa food item, which was a concern you had brought up when there was a 50% cut to the nutrition and health education line item, correct?
correct.
So back to page 548, you had sent an email to Mr. Gibbs saying, let me know if you need me to attend the Board of Commissioners meeting to answer questions on the budget for the Public Health Department. And you said you're reviewing what you found on the public website, right?
Yes,
Okay, because that's where you got this particular version of the budget, correct?
yes, I believe so.
And, here's what I'm working on to try and account for the 50% cut to that line item. And you talked about ways in which you're trying to trim money from Ottawa Food, correct?
Yeah, it talks about that all of the programs would be impacted. And that we're trying to reduce that impact by looking at other ways to reduce costs, like the outer office, reducing our closure for outer offices.
Okay. And then you also outlined for him, like, I need to know what your position is on whether or not I can move money from line item to line item, right?
Yes.
And how would that issue come up?
Because there's statutory requirements and legal liability with the role of health officer. So I need to have some authority to move funds around to those mandated and required programs. It might come up if we had, outbreak that required a response, or a TB case, or some other expense. This just allows for some better response. So I don't risk not meeting the statutory duties and requirements of the health officer.
Shortly prior to this, some of your executive team staff had been speaking at a meeting, and Mr. Gibbs made two different statements at the meeting about your ability to do that, right? There had been public comment from Mr. Gibbs where he said he thought you would have the obligation or the opportunity to move that money. And then he said he didn't know and he would have to check. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right, so you felt like this is a question we all need an answer to, or at least need to know each other's positions so that I know what's available to me as I'm to try and
Yes, it
live
seemed
within the
unclear-
budget.
It seemed unclear, and I wanted it to have just some clarity.
Okay. Um, at the Board of Commissioners meeting, did the claim by Mr. Gibbs that there'd been no cut to the nutrition and health education programs seem accurate to you?
No, absolutely not. There's a 48% cut to that program. So it's absolutely going to impact the services and delivery provided, which they were outlined in the impact document, the various services and programs of health education and nutrition.
And at that point, nobody was certain what that was going to look like and what would have to be cut or moved around to try and make up the cut in that line item, right?
Right, because it gets complicated because of the union. There's rights to bump, and there's we weren't sure what it was going to look like. We were still trying to figure out numbers for outer offices and what that might save or not save. And
And you still had some hope you might be able to redefine some of these programs to make them eligible for grant money and might be able to save at least some of the functions in that manner. Is that right?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that's an example of that is how the third epidemiologist position got funded by narrowing the scope of what that person's working on to permit it to be eligible to be paid for with a grant.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Over the course of the past 9 months that you've been, 10 months since January 3rd, 2023, when you've been the health officer, have you seen or been made aware of a number of different campaign promises, public statements by the commissioners that they're working on appointing Nate Kelly, or that they hope Nate Kelly will be able to take the seat you're in now sometime soon?
Yeah, I think there are quite a few different examples, whether it's on local media shows or through their own blog or their Commissioner Moss's news site or releases. That seems to be a recurring topic and theme.
What has it been like to manage the health department under those conditions and in that environment?
It's challenging. I think staff are extremely stressed. They feel very unappreciated and attacked. I think it started, from January 3rd when I am demoted and somebody else attempting to be nominated. Then you have meetings, where health department staff comes to talk to the board and are subject to an hour or longer interrogation on an $8,000 grant to have it denied, that I'm not seeing any other department employees for any other department in the county be subject to. The level of criticism and scrutiny for various programs without any sort of reaching out to ask questions or understand or has been a challenge. Being called pedophiles or groomers or teaching people sexual deviance so that we can ensure we have clients, stuff like that. It's insane. I don't know. It's a crazy environment and the staff are very stressed out, and it's a staff of very dedicated people that want to serve their community, and to be attacked and vilified and called such things is horrifying, really, honestly.
Why is it important to you to serve in the role of public health officer?
I think the role matters. I think it matters to maintain the integrity. It should not be a political position. And it should have autonomy to do those things that need to be done in order to best protect the community and the public. And live here. Parents are from here. My grandparents are from here. I think I have relatives that built Van Rolte Farm. So I'm invested in this community and it matters to me.
Do you believe at any time you have failed to do any of the duties of this position absolutely to the best of your ability?
Absolutely not. And I think if you talk to anybody that's worked with me or for me in the last 19 years would say that I have unbending integrity. Like it's we're never going to have somebody cut in line because of who they know or what they or skip processes, or everybody's treated fairly and we hear what they have to say. I think that you touched on that yesterday, that customer service and treating people with respect and education and was huge for shifting the culture in environmental health while I was environmental health manager. So again, to feel like there's some sort of a nefarious intent that I'm trying to do some sort of political action or steal, or I don't even know, I don't know. It's very frustrating.
Have you made any statement that was untrue at the time that you made it as we went through this budget process about where things were in the rounds of discussion and where the current negotiations were?
Absolutely not. And I will also say that that was fact-based. If you go through our different comments, at no time was I attacking any character of any of the commissioners or Administrator Gibbs, as was done in the press releases released on behalf of Mr. Gibbs and the county to me. So just as a side.
I have no further questions.
We're going to take a break at this time, and then Mr. Coleman, you can examine the witness.
No
Thank you.
objection. We'll take a short recess. Thanks, everybody. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. You could please take your seats and we'll continue. Judge Brennan.
Okay, at this point in the hearing, we will allow Mr. Coleman to cross-examine the witness. And I believe at the conclusion of her testimony, we will, unless there's more evidence to be offered, Ms. Howard, would there be more after that? No? Okay. We'll be going into summarizations and then continue with the public meeting. All right, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a housekeeping matter, Attorney Howard had requested that we be sure to include in the record the email from Mr. Gibbs to MDHHS regarding Mr. Kelly. That's Exhibit X, and I hope Clerk Roebuck has a copy. And I think all the commissioners should have a copy, so I'd ask that that be admitted into the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as far as any cross-examination, I have no questions. Thank you.
No questions? Well, thank you. And you're excused. Thank you. All right, Ms. Howard, no further proofs, right? Okay. Is there, are there any proofs, rebuttal proofs that you wish to offer, Mr. Coleman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, I invite a summarization of both counsel with respect to their offered proofs and final argument, if you will, to the board regarding the issues at hand. So the burden being on the county attorney, I'll ask Mr. Coleman to begin.
Well, Your Honor, I think in fairness to Attorney Howard and Ms. Hamley, this is their hearing, their opportunity to be heard. I know in the normal course in a courtroom, that would be the case. But I think to be fair to her, I'm willing to defer to her going first. Then I would go and then she would have a final rebuttal after I speak, because that would be the normal back and forth. So I would be happy to defer to Attorney Howard.
Do you have any problem with that, Ms. Howard?
It seems a bit irregular. Your Honor.
Well, as a matter of fact, I would have to agree with you because the statute, the terms of the statute would seem to indicate that the burden is with the county to be satisfied and with the proofs and to equate it as sufficient for removal. So I would tend to agree with you, but
I'm happy to go first, Your Honor. I'm just saying, if Attorney Howard wants to go first, I'm willing to give her the final say, final rebuttal. If she doesn't want it, I'll
let me just say this. You have the option of waiving the first opportunity. And if you want to do that, you're welcome to do it.
That would be fine. I guess then Miss Howard would go and then I would go.
There you go.
Okay,
All right.
that'd be fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
If it's acceptable, I'm going to go to the podium.
Please.
This microphone's very awkward. So
Yes.
good afternoon. This has been an exhausting couple of days in this hearing with all of us. And it's very important what is happening here to my client. I'm sure it's no mystery to you that our position is that the 4 charges are not true. Any of them, none of them have been sufficiently proven to show that they are true. My client provided accurate public representations about the budget scenarios as each one occurred throughout this highly unusual process in August and September. I think part of the evidence of that fact not only is what we heard today, what we heard yesterday and today from the various witnesses and people involved, But the fact that Mr. Gibbs, at Mr. Moss's direction, kept putting money back in the budget based on what my client was telling them every single time. It is absolutely not true that she was included in the process as that has ever been conceived of before, or as she believed it to be the case. I don't think Mr. Gibbs would consider himself included in the process if the tables were turned. I would also point out that the budget process really isn't supposed to be what happened in August and September. It's supposed to be a thoughtful process according to a timeline that's laid out at the beginning of the year, not let's try and cut your budget in half as we go into the last 7 weeks of the year. Under those circumstances, it's unsurprising that we ended up with the process that we had, but yet my client tried her very best to respond quickly with complete information, sending information to particular people that wanted particular pieces of information. And to say that it's untrue when she said she wasn't included, I don't think that charge is proven either. In particular, I would say calling email-only communication, direct communication, or and being included in the process, a process which includes email missives and directives in this fashion, when that's never how this county has done budgeting, is also not inclusion in the process. Being excluded from certain amounts, certain kinds of information, sometimes just going to fiscal, working through them, her having to ask fiscal for information, her downloading the budget from the public website to keep on top of this on her own. None of that can be fairly called inclusion in the process. It's not true that she failed to cooperate with requests she received for information. I bored everyone to tears, I'm sure, today, going through Exhibit 1 with 550 pages twice with Mr. Gibbs and with Health Officer Hamley. But it's really important to consider the back and forth, the communication. Every time she said, please give me a call, let's have a meeting. Here's what you're requesting. I'm working on putting together this information. And there's no follow-up saying, I didn't get what I wanted this other thing. She did the absolute best she could to cooperate with what she was being asked to provide. And finally, she wasn't providing false information at all, and she was not encouraging public confusion or panic. She was encouraging the public to know what was happening in the budget process. This is their government. It's important and critical for them to know what was happening. And just because it wasn't a final voted on budget yet, doesn't mean it wasn't public information that it was important for them to have. I would also point out that Mr. Moss and other commissioners here in this circle were also sending out information talking about cutting the budget to $2.5 million, or talking about other aspects of the budget that she had a counterpoint to, and it was important for the public to hear. And that information does belong to the public, again, particularly in these situations where we're having a budgeting process so unusual. At this very board meeting, Mr. Gibbs reported that it was impossible to expect the departments to cut budgets by 5%, with way more time than they attempted to cut this one in a significantly greater fashion. It's hard to understand why my client's participation or the quality of her communication is being challenged there, except that there's an ulterior motive to replace her, and there has been since January 3rd, when the majority of this commission voted to appoint somebody else to a position she lawfully held in violation of the statute. There's communication after communication in public about an intent to appoint Nate Kelly. We've included those in the exhibits. We've not gone through them ad nauseum, but many of them came from some of you. And you know that they're out there, and that there's been an intent since before January 3rd to appoint Mr. Kelly, on January 3rd to appoint Mr. Kelly, and in various attempted mechanisms since. The calling of my client to the podium to give sworn testimony without giving her any advance warning was clearly an attempt under the statute to see if she would say no, not a subject on which you needed actual sworn testimony. Rarely in my line of work do we get such a clear indication of an intent to do something as actually doing it on your first day on the job, but we have that here. There's also significant evidence that there's, in addition to the significant political goal of appointing Mr. Kelly since day one, that making political decisions otherwise in employment has happened over and over again here. And that tends to support the desire to oust my client, not because she's guilty of the charges, but because there's a desire to replace her with somebody that's already been selected. Today in this hearing, if you vote to remove her on these charges, it will be contrary to just cause. It will be contrary to what can be proven. It will be contrary to the real reason that you want her out. And it will be contrary to what is significant evidence of the pretext and the real reason for this decision. I've not even had access yet to sworn commissioner testimony. I've not had access to email and other internal communications by relevant witnesses that would presumably give me additional evidence, but I still have plenty of evidence with what I've had. And this board must make the decision under the statute, under a just cause standard. It's not enough to merely feel that you're satisfied because you want her out. You must have evidence to support the decision that you come to, that she's guilty of the charges, that they're the real reason that you're ousting her, and that there's no pretext, which is the real reason for ousting her. You may wonder, and I suspect you'll hear from Mr. Coleman, why I spent time asking about other employees of the county and other decisions that were made about their employment. It's absolutely relevant here to the just cause standard because it goes to the nature of political decisions that have been made by this board since January 3rd. And it goes to the nature of what is acceptable to the employer and whether the employer is complaining about the actual reason they're seeking termination here. In particular, when you have a county administrator who communicates with employees in the fashion that we've heard about here, who post things like people are suffering from Ottawa derangement disorder if they disagree with him or this board, and that's acceptable. It's hard to imagine that the real reason of concern is anything other than public opposition to the budget cuts and a desire to put somebody else in my client's chair. Ms. Hamley did her best with a challenging supervisor to continue a challenging county administrator, to continue to do her duties and frankly contain frustration and remain professional. And her emails and communications are professional and they do provide information and they provide the information that she thought you all would want. Everyone seemed very interested in avoiding state intervention and state takeover of the health department, seemed very interested in avoiding loss of state or other federal grant funds. And once the message landed, seemed very interested in avoiding Planned Parenthood obtaining the county's Title X grant funding. And those are all things that with other people, of course, but she helped bring to this board. My client would have been derelict in her duties if she hadn't reported to you what she saw as the problems with this budget. And frankly, she would have been derelict if she had not told the public about what was happening. She was having a hard time getting any traction with those in charge of how this process was being run. And it's hard to say how any of this would have come out, what budget would have been approved without the actions that she took. Information like this or about the government generally belongs to the public. And it's disingenuous to say you believe in transparency and to have restricted the flow of information in the manner that we're talking about here today. And we've heard about the last 2 days. Frankly, this information belongs to the other commissioners who aren't in the majority as much as it belongs to the public. All of the information that we've provided or had been able to have access to is also relevant because it's evidence of the intent to essentially engage in the giving of political spoils and achieving political aims, skipping the process of posting jobs, making them reportable and accountable in the usual manner that we see in county government that believes in accountability, and doing work in an apolitical manner. Unfortunately, we've heard a lot of evidence about how that is no longer the case in this county, and how employees are clearly concerned about retribution when they do that kinds of reporting and talk about the kinds of true, honestly held opposition that my client did. Just cause requires that you have actual evidence to support your finding, and you simply do not have it here. And it's going to be a grave miscarriage of justice into the people of this county if you vote to remove Adeline Hamley as your county health officer.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Mr. Coleman, your summarization.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Howard. This has been a long couple of days. I appreciate your attention to everything. You know, as Judge Brennan asked when we started yesterday morning, he said, "Why are we here?" That was the question. Well, we're here for you to decide whether or not Ms. Hamley should be removed as public health officer based on her own words and actions and the charges that have been placed before you. Now, Attorney Howard claims that there's a requirement for a just cause standard. I would simply say, no, it's not. And she cites no law or anything to you that says that. What is required is what the board is considering right now, which is following the statutory standards under MCL 4611N. That's what's required. The words just cause are found nowhere in that statute. And we'll get into the charges in a minute and what they say. But 4611 says three things. A notice of hearing is required. It was done. Charges were presented to the board, very detailed and specific charges, over 20 pages and numerous exhibits of proof offered. Third, that Ms. Hamley has a full opportunity to be heard, and that has been done over the last couple of days. So how did Ms. Hamley use most of her 2 days of hearing time? I think that's instructive. Was it done? Did she use her time to present evidence to refute the specific charges? Did you ever even hear Attorney Howard say, charge one, here's what it is, and here's why it's not true. Charge two, here's why it's not true, and here's the evidence that we presented to do. Have you even heard that? No, you have not. She spent the vast majority of her time attacking, smearing, and maligning others instead of addressing the actual charges against her. Now, it's very telling that the very first witness called by Ms. Hamley was Clerk Roebuck. Did he offer any testimony refuting the 4 charges against her? No, he did not. She attempts to use him in an attack on me for an offhand comment at a court hearing 7 months ago. As I clearly said at that hearing, I was not casting aspersions on Mr. Roebuck or anyone. I was simply pointing out the truthful fact that there was a board resolution that did not match the vote in the minutes at that December 13th meeting. I want to be clear here. And Ms. Howard, you can keep attacking me all you want, but I want Clerk Roebuck to know I have nothing but respect and admiration for your many years of service here. And I want to say it publicly. You have been an incredible servant to Ottawa County. Justin, I have no question in my mind as to your integrity, your honesty, and I honor your personal work and service that you've given the citizens of this county, and I thank you for it. But what we've seen here in the last couple of days is Ms. Hamley and her attorney's tactics of personal destruction on full display. Ms. Hamley called Mr. Waterman, Patrick Waterman, to the stand. An obviously disgruntled former employee who's upset because apparently Mr. Gibbs wouldn't talk to him enough. What does Ms. Hamley do through her surrogate? She attacks Ms. Dreisinga with smears and innuendo. Now think about that. What we're here for, and that's what they're taking their time doing. Mr. Waterman claims Ms. Dreisinga may have been doing personal or political work on behalf of some of the commissioners while on county time. And then he quickly admits, well, I don't have any evidence of that. You know, I can't prove it, but I just have to look at all the possibilities. You know, this would be like claiming, Commissioner Moss, you might be a drunk driver. I have no evidence of it, but hey, it's a possibility. I'm just saying. Or Commissioner Belknap, I've heard you might have falsified your resume. I'm not saying you did it. I don't really have any proof of that. But hey, I'm just doing my job. I'm just raising these issues. Those are ridiculous attacks. And Ms. Dreisinga did not deserve that. They're baseless. Those types of personal attacks are despicable. Hear me. And they do nothing to disprove the charges that have been brought against Ms. Hamley. Mr. Waterman then attacks us. Again, we seem to be a good target. Allegations about our competence, and there's people talking. Oh, wow. Isn't that something? The one specific claim that he does kind of bring up is that we failed to prepare a legal memo. Remember that testimony? We failed to do that. You know, I bring it up, not because to defend me or our firm. It's to show the misrepresentations and the deceit that is going on here. That they'll attack like that. You know, as Paul Harvey used to say, you need to hear the rest of the story. So was there a legal memo that didn't get done in a timely manner? Yes, the half-truth. So you want to know the rest of the story? That legal memo was requested in November of 2022, over 2 months before we ever took over as corporate counsel. The prior administration was asked to do it. And when we came in, nobody told me, Jack Jordan, Stephen Coleman, Lene, anybody, that there was this pending memo being requested. Nobody told us. Until 2 months later, we're told about it. We were going, oh, we didn't even know. Get us the information. What's your request? And we promptly researched it and we had an answer for them. But what were you told in this hearing? Look how incompetent Coleman Legal Group is. That's deceitful, it's misrepresentations, and that's the kind of tactics they're doing. Another example, we could talk about the epidemiologists. Okay. Again, you know, we hear all this. What's all this stuff about 2 epidemiologists versus 3? Remember the specific questions? And I bring this up to show misrepresentations, half-truths. What were the specific questions Attorney Howard asked of Karen when she was on the stand? What's about the specific line item? And that specific line item was the epidemiologist was cut out of that line item. But guess what? Ms. Hamley left it there. She didn't elicit the testimony from Karen that I did. I had to ask her. And remember what I asked her? Isn't there, in fact, a 3rd epidemiologist? that was in another portion of the public health budget and it was fully funded? And she says yes. So again, the attempt to try to convince you folks that this epidemiologist issue had any merit at all, and it does not. This is a pattern, which is part of the reason why we're here. And I think it's fully spelled out in the detailed charges that are before you right now. And these are the charges that Ms. Hamley and Ms. Howard have shied away from for 2 days. Another example, Ms. Hamley continues to claim she was completely cut out of the budget process, completely. Charges before you. Quote, should no input into the budget process. The exhibits are all there. You can read them. Even in the face of all this contrary evidence that was presented to you on these charges and in these exhibits, in addition to that, you have the testimony of Nina Baranowski and Ms. Hamley's own emails that belie this claim of hers that she was cut out. Ms. Howard just spent hours today with her own client, with Mr. Gibbs, going after email after email after email, showing her involvement while she claimed she wasn't. Look at Exhibit I. Is just one example. August 25th email. John Gibbs asked them to work with Nina and Chris Conrad on the budget. And you heard Nina. She's the liaison person embedded in the health department. They're on a daily basis. Chris works for Ms. Hamley as she's testified in the health department. All the emails, she was not cut out of the process. Yet she told the public that she was. Ms. Karazinski said she had multiple conversations with Ms. Hamley and lots of other people in this budget process. So that's one of the charges you guys have to decide. Now, I could go on and on with these kinds of misrepresentations, but I won't. I think you got a flavor of what you've heard for the last couple of days. And I think you've heard enough to see how this affected the public, and you're aware of that, and that those exhibits are in the record before you also. Now it's time for you to decide. MCL 4611 is clear. And I want to go through the 3 charges or the 3 standards that you can apply to the 4 charges. The first one is whether in the board's opinion alone, in your opinion alone, Ms. Hamley is incompetent based on the evidence before you to execute properly the duties of her office. If you find she is, she can be removed. And it's your sole opinion as the board. Secondly, whether on the charges and evidence that have been put before you in this hearing, in the board's opinion, again, that the board is satisfied that Officer Hamley is guilty of official misconduct and her misconduct is sufficient cause for her removal. Now, on page 2 of the charges, I invite you to use that when you're deliberating or looking at your decision here. We looked at these words, and there are no definitions in the statute. What does incompetence mean? What does misconduct mean? What does neglect of duty mean? And when there's nothing in the statute, courts tend to look at Black's Law Dictionary, other dictionaries, and get definitions. I want to read you, so you can see they're in there for all of them, but I want to read you the one for misconduct. The definition in Black's Law Dictionary: a dereliction of duty, unlawful, dishonest, or improper behavior, especially by someone in a position of authority. That's the standard, folks. Misconduct. And if you find, in your opinion, that the evidence before you meets that standard, then you can make the decision. The third one, whether on charges and evidence in the board's opinion, the board is satisfied that Officer Hamley is guilty of habitual or willful, doesn't have to be habitual, it's willful, neglect of duty, and that neglect of duty is sufficient cause for her removal. And again, it's based on your determination, your opinion to your satisfaction. That's the standard. That's what the statute says. Under that one involving the duty, I just want to point out, you'll see in here again, the definitions from Black's Law Dictionary says for neglect of duty, a public officer's failure to perform one or more duties imposed by law. And so I simply want to point out that everything we've been talking about here, dealing with the budget and what Ms. Hamley was doing in August and September, was violating a duty imposed on her by law. And the specific law is MCL 333.2428, which is the law that empowers all local public health officers to run their divisions, run their departments. And also tied in with that is the exhibit that we admitted as either yesterday or today with the job descriptions for Ms. Hamley, which says quite clearly under paragraph 2, she had the duty to be involved in preparing and doing the budget. And you've heard all the testimony regarding that. On all three of those things, if you find Ms. Hamley violated 1, 2, or all 3, she can be removed from office. Frankly, I think all 3 grounds are proven. I think the decision is clear. And I'll just end with this. I think it would be appropriate for the board to vote separately on each of these grounds, so it's clear for the record. 3 separate votes. 1 vote on incompetence, yay or your decision, yes or no. A second vote on misconduct, yes or no. A third vote, neglect of duty, yes or no. Those are the 3 grounds under the statute. And all you have to find is one of the 4 charges levied in these charges meet those standards under 1, 2, or 3, or all 3 of them. That's the decision you need to make. The decision's in your hands, and we appreciate your patience the last couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. That completes this portion of the hearing. I want to take the opportunity to thank the board, thank Mr. Coleman, Ms. Howard, and of course their respective clients, and thank the members of the public, all of whom were extremely behaved and extremely helpful in giving me an opportunity to provide my service. So I want to show my gratitude to everybody for your cooperation the last couple of days. I note on the agenda that this is the point in time where it indicates board discussion and deliberations. So at this time, I believe my function has been fulfilled. And I'm simply going to turn it back over to Chair Moss for the continuation of the public meeting, at which time it indicates board discussion and deliberations. I'm not sure what what will be entailed in that regard. It's up to the board, of course, to take it from here. But as far as I'm concerned, I think my duties are fulfilled unless Mr. Coleman and Ms. Howard believe otherwise. I think I am free to go. So I don't think there's any need for me to continue in any fashion. All right.
Thank you very
once again.
much.
Thank you.
Right, that concludes 7A. As we move towards 7B, just a quick question. Wondered if anybody wanted a short break or not, or if you're ready to keep going. 7B. 7B is board.
No, I'm sorry. We were just saying, keep going.
Okay.
I'll say.
Okay. So 7B, board discussion and deliberations. This would be a time, just a reminder, to for any statements, your comments, thoughts about all of the evidence, the information that has been shared, the exhibits. And we will continue through 7B and hear from board members, hear their comments. And then after that, we're going to do a few quick agenda items and move to public comment. After that, we're going to move through the agenda. Item 12 is decision regarding removal of health officer. That'd be the appropriate time for motions and things, but this next step is discussion. So would anyone like to open with discussion? Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Just opening question. If we have any questions about any element of the charges, to whom do we direct those questions? To yourself, to Council Jordan, or to David?
Yeah, either of us, I think, can handle it, whoever
Okay,
you
Yep.
want to refer to is fine.
okay, sure. So charge one, top of page 16. Like we talked about a little bit this morning, was a discussion of a couple press releases. One from August 28 from the administrator, as well as the board chair, I believe. Your name is on that. I don't know if you wrote that. There was some question about that aspect. And then there's another press release from August 30 from Public Health. In charge one, top of page 16, there's an assertion regarding the latter release, saying Ms. Hamley intentionally misled the public in her release by stating that the funding for the health department will be, in quotation, 30.8 million, even though she knew that no formal budget proposal had even been submitted to the finance committee at this point, or let alone voted upon by the entire BOC. And I think that was a point that Mr. Kalman had brought up a couple times. As I read the press release from August 28, signed by Administrator Gibbs and Chair Moss, there's a section that reads in part, and I'll read it right here, by the numbers, the second bullet point, the FY24 DPH budget will include a $2.5 million general fund contribution, plus a contribution from DPH's fund balance to come as close to the historic $3.8 million general fund contribution figure as possible. So this was from August 28. Ms. Hamley through the health department, Allison Clark, had her press release on the 30th. Charges are saying that she misled the public by stating that it will be 3.8 million. When I look at this, and basically she's quoting the press release from 2 days earlier from administration. So I wonder if you can kind of help me out here understanding how she got misled when basically she's just quoting what the administrator is saying. Sure.
Respond to that. Again, this is part of your job here. That's one small part of that charge. And there are a lot of other charges in here. But on that specific point, we're quoting from what the exhibits are. We list the exhibits right there. And so, you know, if
I'm sorry, what are you quoting?
well, we say them right here. We have them in here. They're exhibit, it's right here. In Ms. Hamley's press release, she falsely stated exhibit O. And so we're relying on exhibit O. And if you look up above there, exhibit L is the memo from August 28th. And we're relying on that. So if you look at that,
Sure,
and
I'm
you don't
looking at
agree-
exhibit O, and she's quoting the administrator's press release. So how can you say she misled when she's literally quoting the administrator's press
Commissioner
release from 2
Zylstra, in
days
all
earlier?
respect, I don't think it's my role here to argue with you
No,
about it.
I'm just asking. for
And
an
if I've explained to you the exhibits we're relying on for that small portion of that charge. And if you don't feel that's sufficient, that's your call.
Okay,
That's your
I'm just
decision.
asking for an answer where you get
Yeah.
the word misled when literally they're quoting from a press release from administration 2 days earlier, and
The
where
issue-
the word misled comes from.
Okay, well, the issue is, will be 3.8 million when Ms. Hamley knew this was not a final determination. The first budget proposal wasn't put in place till September 5th.
But the
5
administrator
days
said
later.
will include 2
And so
days
she's
earlier.
putting out this information.
Okay.
That's,
But the administrator himself says it will
Well-
include. 2 days earlier, he says the exact same thing,
again,
and he
that's
says
your
it will
call.
include.
That, again, that's your call, Commissioner.
Okay, I'm just asking where you got the
explaining.
word misled from when he's literally,
I
when health
think I've
department is
answered your
literally
question.
quoting from the administrator.
I think I've answered your
Oh.
question.
I do have another question, but I'll see the
Oh.
floor.
Anybody else? Or please continue.
I don't want to take the floor from anybody, but
Any other thoughts, questions, or we can continue, Commissioner
okay,
Zauster.
sounds great.
Okay.
Charge 4, page 23. So it's a sentence there that I kind of struggle to understand. Or as opposed to being a part of charge 4. While it is always acceptable to publicly criticize an officially proposed budget that has been presented to the Finance Committee or the BOC, it is wholly inappropriate to present internal budgetary questions to the public as though they are formal and or finalized proposals, and then stoke fear and panic based upon representations and misinterpretations of those internal and preliminary budget questions. I guess my first question is, how is the proposal that Chair Moss made internal when he brought it up himself at that finance meeting, published a press release the very next day around that proposal? That is by almost definition external, right? Not internal. I guess the second question is, how is it then always acceptable to criticize an officially proposed budget, but wholly inappropriate to present budget proposals that are not officially proposed? I mean, if you say one is in the packet and one is on his Facebook page, I don't see the big difference, right? They're both public documents. I mean, his Facebook page, even if it's campaign page, is a public document. He's called it a press release. So what is the difference between something in the packet and a proposal made in committee on YouTube, on his Facebook page, stating this is what he wants? How is that internal?
Again, Commissioner Zalstra.
I didn't write the charges. I didn't write the charges. You wrote the charges. Or somebody wrote the
I'm
charges.
gonna debate the charges with
Okay,
you.
but
The
you wrote the
exhibits are
charges.
there. The exhibits are there. If you don't feel it's sufficient on that point, you can so find.
Okay.
I'm not here. All the attorneys have made their arguments. I'm not here to debate you. I'm,
Well,
you know,
I guess you're asking us to look at these 4 charges like you just said. And I said, okay, I got 4 charges in front of me. I have words that were written by somebody, and I'm asking what these words mean. And that's a simple request.
well, I'm not going to argue with you, Commissioner. If you don't feel it's sufficient, you're free to decide this how you
Okay.
want.
I guess I'm just asking for definition of terms, but
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zalstra. Who's next?
I'll make a note. I'll make,
Commissioner Bergman.
I'm just gonna keep mine short, sweet. Truth. What is truth? Looking it up, Googling it. Truth is a quality state of being true. Do you know what truth is? Do any of you even care? Do you care about what truth is? If you hear lies long enough, do they become truth? Each of you will have to answer for that today based on how you vote. Most of the public, citizens, know what the truth is. The question is, do you know what the truth is before you vote today? And one other thing I just wanted to bring up is that it's interesting that we have 4 Coleman attorneys here today and yesterday. Pretty interesting that we need 4 attorneys charging us by the hour.
It's not
And
true,
they might,
Commissioner, and you know
and
it.
they might
We're charging
say,
for 1 attorney and you
Yeah,
know it. I'm not going
right.
to sit here and let you besmirch our firm. You know, we're only charging for 1 attorney, so don't you lie about us.
Anything else, Commissioner
That's
Bergman?
it.
Okay. Additional comment from the board? Any other
a
thoughts?
quick question, statements for later or for now? I know that Commissioner Bergman had his statement. I don't mind waiting until,
You could
later.
probably wait.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything additional? Commissioner Cosby?
I'm just asking, there's been a significant amount of information that's been shared over the last 2 days.
Mhm.
And I'd like to motion that we have some time to consider all evidence that's been presented. And maybe
I-
reconvene at another time to just
So I-
further discuss next steps.
I definitely appreciate what you're saying. We still have a little bit of business and opportunity for public comment before there's any decisions made. So I would definitely like to take that into consideration, but I would really like to have public comment today.
Did I hear a motion, though?
My motion is to, we can continue with the meeting part of the agenda. But to deliberate the information, I'd like time to deliberate the information before concluding.
If you'd like to withdraw your motion, I will be happy to make one once we get done with some deliberations, but I really think that we should continue through this and hear some public comment and then look at any potential recess or anything.
Then I will withdraw my motion
Okay.
under that consideration.
Yeah, and I will take it very seriously and come back to you. Mhm. Anybody else?
I will, sir.
Commissioner Bonema.
I just wanted to direct my comments to Director Hamley and just want to tell you from my experience in working with those that work underneath you, alongside you, and even your successor, or excuse me, your predecessor, you command the respect of a lot of people in this county, and you've been known to be a fair and just person, somebody that doesn't choose sides. If you failed at anything during this process, it's not being part of their club. And I think that's troubling because you want to be apolitical. You want to be fair to both sides. And I think that's admirable. And if there's anything that I've learned through the last 2 days of watching your responses through email and testimony from some amazing employees from this county, it's that you are incredibly succinct. You give an answer very clear and then detailed behind that. And you are anything but incompetent. So you need to know that there's a lot of people in this county that see you as incredibly competent, and we were lucky to have you here in this county. And I appreciate how you've been an honest broker. You've been an honest broker of information with me as I've addressed some difficult topics with you over the last 10 months. And you've never lied to me. And you have my respect for that as well. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonema. Anything additional from the board members? Feel free to take time. We're not rushing. Just grab my attention. Commissioner Miedema.
Just a couple things at the moment. Yesterday, after our first day in hearing from 8 witnesses, I guess yesterday I was really looking for information that would be shared to help address the charges that were brought. Just some notes I took. First witness was the clerk with Justin, and there was no evidence there related to any of the charges. When we had Marcy Verbeek, she shared she hasn't dug into any of the facts, nothing to base opinion on if she's done anything wrong or not. She is not the one making the decision. I concluded from that witness, nothing related to the charges presented against Adeline from that witness. From Karen, during her time there, she shared that she also could not speak to the charges, only in her working relationship with Adeline. She shared that budgets change and are different every year. And she also shared that John never told her to cut Adeline out of the process of the budget, and that she's talked to Minnie throughout the budget process as well. Fourth witness, Nina shared that she could not make any comments on fear mongering or drastic cuts. She also shared that she's not a public health expert. And she also couldn't make any decisions based on her role on the charges. She also affirmed to Kelman that the EGRAM was signed and no penalties to the county. The contract was in place, but again, nothing related to the charges presented to us as the Board of Commissioners. Fifth witness was Spencer. And when Spencer was cross-examined by Kelman, he shared about how you can connect with people in a variety of ways, such as Teams or emails. Again, nothing really related to the charges. Sixth witness was John Shea. There was no evidence related to the charges. Seventh was Patrick. Again, nothing shared there related to the charges. He shared how he had resigned. He was just in a little bit of budget process with the capital improvement plan, but again, nothing related to the health department and the charges presented. And then eighth witness was Paul Klimas, and there was nothing there either related to the charges. Those are just some of my takeaways from yesterday. I haven't had an opportunity to present thoughts from today yet. Just that all employees or the people who had been subpoenaed either shared how they could only comment regarding how they personally worked with Adeline, but not in regards to actual charges presented. So that was some of my thoughts from yesterday.
Thank you. Commissioner Curran?
Thank you. I do have a question. And I don't know if I'm allowed to ask questions at this point, but there were a couple questions that Administrator Gibbs was not able to answer. And one of the questions that I definitely was intrigued to know is, did he, in fact, besides email, was there a phone call or a meeting with Adeline after after Spencer met with them?
It did sound like there was one scheduled in September.
That was canceled because Adeline was not able.
That's one thing I heard.
Okay, but is he able to answer that question now since he's at his computer and can look at his schedule and his emails?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, as far as I know, I don't believe we had an in-person meeting after that, but we had a very large amount of exchanges of information relating to the budget,
I saw the emails for sure.
especially in this era where there's people working remotely and we're using Microsoft Teams and Zoom and whatnot. I think that's perfectly legitimate ways to exchange information. So I'm very confident that we had robust communication regarding the budget.
Okay. I definitely saw that there was a lot of email communication. Were there ever any Teams or Zoom meetings or telephone calls?
I don't know. I'd have to check. I don't believe so, but
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Anything else, Commissioner Curran? Are you good?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. We can come back to it.
There's-
Yeah, there is. Yeah. Commissioner Cosby?
Just walking through some of the questions that I had as we were talking about, the case before us and the charges. One of the questions that's never been answered for me, I did fortunately get some information about the hiring process of Miss Hamley. And it looks like she applied for the position, and she also applied for the position in September. And I've always been curious why she was placed on 12/13 of 2022. I don't know. Yeah, I think that it would have been helpful maybe if that would have happened beforehand as it relates to earlier, I guess, as it relates to having a good relationship with the current board. as I stated, I've done it publicly twice. I would have considered her as a commissioner for the position had I known she had been interested in it. So it did come as a surprise. So I don't know if that information is ever available. I don't know if my other commissioners know the answer to that question, why we waited so long.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, so I finally learned, I asked on January 3rd or 4th after our first commissioners meeting, when Adeline actually applied for the position and kind of what that hiring process looked like. And it just recently, I would say, what is today? Within the week or maybe last Friday, I got that information and it looks like Adeline actually applied for the position back in September, end of September.
Okay.
And so there were 23 applicants, interviewed multiple people. Why weren't we notified that we had somebody who was that you were going to hire for that position?
Who is we in this case?
The commissioners, the newly elected commissioners.
But you
some
weren't
of us
commissioners at the time.
We weren't, but when we were.
I
so
was commissioner-elect. I was not giving any information at all.
You weren't given any information.
I was a
So
commissioner-elect. I had no
when I
right
was-
to special information.
So let me interject here. So when I met with Mr. Shea and Mr. Waterman, I did ask for the job description for that role, not knowing Adeline was interested. I asked about the hiring practice or policy because I knew there would be a policy.
Mhm.
And so why not just tell me that at that point, it's like we have the position filled?
I think you have to take that up with John Shea then.
But do you see, ladies, and we're talking about trust and truth.
But when,
You know, it's like,
when-
had I known.
when did you ask that question?
Let's see, it would have been the Tuesday following, I think it was the 21st, November 21st or 22nd, whichever one was the Tuesday. When I met with Mr. Shea, I asked that question.
I mean, you and I didn't, I guess the answer is with John Shea.
You and I even met. We
Okay.
had coffee together.
I know we did.
Yeah, and I think I talked about the health director role. I imagine
Okay.
I did because it was something that, it's like, and Commissioner Bonema actually asked me if I had any colleagues or friends who might be interested in the role
Okay.
prior to my being sworn in January. So I've always been curious why, it's like, you could have just told me. I wouldn't have I would have looked at the position entirely differently.
I think if you were to maybe ask Marcy that question, I would imagine that what probably was transpiring at that time was there was a number of applicants and it was probably narrowed down to a certain few. And so the final decision didn't get made until after Thanksgiving that year.
It's just always felt incredibly unfair, especially to Adeline, honestly, on 12/13, that's the last meeting. Thank you. The last meeting of the previous Board of Commissioners, she gets placed. I mean, then asking, pursuing the job description, pursuing the policy for hiring.
Probably
Still
could
just
have been.
absolutely no information at all. And I was still reaching out in December, not realizing that had happened. I didn't watch your last meeting.
Yeah.
I had to be informed.
That would be my guess, is that it probably was something where there was probably down to 2, maybe 3 applicants. And there was a decision made after Thanksgiving.
Just feel like so much could have been avoided. Really, truly, so much of what's been going on could have been avoided for the community too.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Commissioner Curran.
Thank you for sharing that, Commissioner Cosby. I would agree that there were definitely some things that happened and some decisions that were made by the former board and administrator that from, I'm sure, the incoming commission's purview looked like political games. And I think that is very unfortunate. I think that there has been, it's almost like one side is making bad decisions and bad calls, and now the other side is making bad decisions and bad calls, and we're all using each other's poor behavior to excuse our own in some cases. And I don't think that is the way we should behave. I don't think that it is healthy for our community to behave in such a fashion. I think that there is a way to hopefully move forward and put all of this in the past, open up lines of communication. As I've said before, and I will say it again, we are not the last board we are not the only board that's ever experienced difficulties. We will not be the last board to experience difficulties. However, they have to be dealt with. And I would encourage our chair and our administrator to bring in an expert to help try to bridge some of this gap, open lines of communication. I have seen some changes in fairness. Thank you, Chairman Moss. I have seen some opening of lines of communication, but I would like to see more of that. And I definitely think that there is a great opportunity to be learned in retrospect and to learn to move forward in a more productive fashion.
Thank you. Anybody else? Or should I say, who's next? I guess I would like to bring us back to the charges, because that's actually why we're here, to consider the charges. I guess I'll have a couple quick comments. I didn't hear anything yesterday or today that would dispute the charges. Actually, I heard a lot of avoidance of the charges. One of the comments that was made in the final closing statement was a vast amount of time attacking, maligning, and smearing others. I definitely heard that. I don't think that was helpful process. And I also think process has been an issue, especially during August and September, because apparently Ms. Hamley didn't like the process that was being used. We extended finance meetings, added additional deliberation. But I keep hearing, that wasn't appreciated. I would also say that these specific charges were only filed because they were warranted. They weren't needed or warranted in May or June, right, or July. These charges are about events that transpired in August and September. And they are a direct reaction to a result of the actions of Ms. Hamley. The board's role and responsibility is to set direction, to give guidance. One of the quotes, page 3 of the charges, is something that I said that's listed here: taking a historical perspective on public health budgets. If you look back towards 2009 through 2019, that kind of area, you see public health, at least general fund allocations, closer to $2.5 to $3 million, somewhere in that range, maybe a little more than that. Yeah, it sounds like 2.5 was used in the very beginning and then quickly abandoned by Administrator Gibbs, as he said, please, create a budget, closer to that. But in my opinion, those original discussions in August were very clear. We were discussing going back to pre-COVID budget levels. You can look at the numbers. The budget in public health did increase quite significantly during 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. And then for 2024, we're looking at 17.4 million was an original draft proposed by public health. We ended up a few million below or so in the end, which is definitely more in line with pre-COVID numbers and still meeting all of our obligations. So those are some of my initial thoughts.
Sure, I'll jump in.
Commissioner Bonema.
You said that this is really just because of what's happened recently, and yet you worked very hard to remove Director Hamley first on January 3, and then again in March, when you tried to revise the prior board's decision to hire her, which I voted against, which didn't work. And then ever since then, it's been games trying to catch Hamley in some sort of situation that you then can call cause to hang your hat on so that we can have something like this. You know, we've been watching this for a long time. She wasn't your pick. You wanted to have your pick from the very beginning. You've been working hard to make that happen this entire time. Don't tell us this story that just isn't true.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonema. Anything else from board members?
Question as it
Commissioner-
relates, oh, sorry.
We'll go to Commissioner Rhodey next and then come back.
Well, one thing that really stood out to me from the testimony of the last 2 days was actually from Marcy Verbeek. So she talked about how one of the qualities that is really important to the county in looking for in candidates for jobs is honesty on their background checks. And she gave an example of, for instance, if someone didn't include a misdemeanor, that would be an example of not being completely honest. And in truth, as we walked through this budget process, a lack of honesty was a real problem, which led us to where we are today. And I go to I noted particularly during Administrator Gibbs' testimony that Attorney Howard was talking about Addie and saying things like, she said, I was working with fiscal. She was working with fiscal. And we heard hours and hours and hours over the last 2 days of Addie working with fiscal on this budget. And yet in the media releases that have happened during this process, she was saying the exact opposite. And so there was not honesty happening during this budget process. And that is a real difficulty in fulfilling the duties of your job.
Mine's kind of the next layer on that. Did fiscal services ever receive the stated mandated services for public health? I know we were going kind of back and forth, trying to figure out what would put us at risk, put the county at risk if we did not budget for these services. And again, the minimum requirements, just going into next budget year too, making certain that we have that information kind of as our baseline before we start budgeting. I'm looking at Mr. Gibbs. Did we ever
I think
fully
Administrator
appreciate,
Gibbs
understand?
spoke to that during his testimony quite extensively.
But we
Yes, I
kind of
did speak to that.
back and forth. And
So we did receive a very large number of PDF documents, which were, I guess, intended to be an answer to that question, but they're very general in nature and don't get down to the actual numbers that meet what is a quote unquote mandated requirement. So from what I've been able to gather, we don't necessarily have a concrete answer on that question. What does mandated mean? It depends on the case. Sometimes it's a funding number, sometimes it's number of clients you have to serve, sometimes it's another metric. And as I said before, how many employees does it take to serve X number of clients? There's not necessarily an easy answer on that. So there is a little bit of fuzziness there, but we do have some documents and we do have what we receive from the state that we can work off of for what we can. And then all we can do is go from there.
Visit volumes. I know once again, I heard that it was difficult to find that information, but that also speaks to the intensity of the work that you're, yes, visit intensity, the type of program, and then also it helps you gauge what, it's like what resources are required to provide that service.
Yeah, so you mentioned visit volume. So you look at Title X, Title 10, the requirement given to us is 603 visits. So then the question is, what level of staffing and funding do you need to serve 603?
It's considered a labor statistic.
Right. I mean, there's not one answer to that. I bet different counties even have different numbers of employees they use to meet that same number. So that's just one example of how there's a little bit of fuzziness in this.
Thank you.
Commissioner Curran, did you have something?
Yes.
Sorry.
I thought you were going to go to Rudy first, but I can ask.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I do have another question, and this one would be for Adeline. I know that there were emails that went back and forth. My question would be, and I know that based on Commissioner Gibbs' answer that he did not meet or talk with Adeline on the phone except for via email from August 4th on. Did Adeline call Administrator Gibbs, or did our health officer call him or stop by his office? Or, I mean, I could clearly see via email that she was trying to schedule time or send a request for a meeting. That would be my question if our health officer is able to answer that.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. No, I extended that invitation through email. It's my understanding from previous meetings with Administrator Gibbs that dropping in is not a preferred method. And so those scheduling is, I believe, up to him. So I reached out and asked through email. That seemed to be the preferred communication method.
Just pick up the phone. That's what I like to do.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does someone else have any other comments? I guess I'll take us back to the charges. Page 17, Ms. Hamley demonstrated incompetence, misconduct, and neglect of duty by falsely claiming that she was not included in the budget process. It's my understanding that she's still claiming she wasn't included in the budget process even today. She was excluded. I didn't hear anything to, dispute that charge. I think the Evidence Act absolutely has made it clear.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Zylstra.
I guess a lot of it comes down to terminology, and I appreciate what Mr. Clement has to say, but I think a lot of it, when we talk about the word included and inclusion, obviously that's a subjective point of view, right? When someone says, did you see your kid at the birthday party through the window? Well, they saw it. Were they included? No. I think that's a really good analogy, right? So I think that's a lot of these are subjective. Like you say, included is, what does inclusion mean? I think that a lot of these charges boil down to, what do we think input means? What do we think inclusion means? Right? I think when you say it's clear that she was included, I think quite the opposite, right? So I appreciate that.
One of the statements here on page 17 is public health has not been consulted about this budget or provided with any information on the proposed budget or suggested cuts. That seems clear to me. I actually think the analogy is quite a poor analogy. But again, each commissioner will have to carefully consider and weigh all of the charges, evidence, and exhibits. Additional comments?
On that
Commissioner Bonema.
topic right there, I made this simple request of administration that as these different versions of the budget would continue to come out, that we commissioners be notified so that we can go actually look at the new changes and what's been happening. Not only did that not take place, but there used to be a summary sheet on top of the budget so that we could see what changes had taken place over the last iteration. And that vanished on top of that. So I guess that would be a question that I have. I'd like to know, I understand from Karen in finance that you instructed her to remove that, which made it so that we commissioners could see what was going on in the preceding hundreds of pages.
As far as I know, I'd have to go and look at that. I thought that was included, and it was at my request that we put that in there so that you were able to see what the changes were. So if what you described happened, I'd have to go back and understand why that was the case.
Yeah, it was removed for the final I think, 3 versions.
Okay,
Commissioner Zaustra.
I'd just like to piggyback real quick on what Jacob said, and Commissioner Bonema said. I think there's a number of exhibits that had Adeline forwarding us information. That's not her job. Her job is not to forward commissioners information. That is the administrator's job. That's the chair's job to make sure that all 11 of us share the same set of information. That did not happen these last 2-3 months. We were always a step behind, right? And I feel like, and if I sympathize with the analogy, it is because I share that analogy. There was no inclusion, right? In neither in Ms. Hamley's case, nor in commissioners who are not in the majority.
Any other comments? Thank you, Commissioner Zaustra. But we'll take your time. We'll just give people enough time here to kind of process. Commissioner Rhodey?
I hate to harp on this, but I am still a little bit stuck on the honesty piece. And at the top of page 18, it also states, in addition, Ms. Hamley falsely represented to the Court of Appeals that she had been shut out of the budgetary process. And I believe that was, even after she had just been provided a great amount of information that she had been, helpful with. So, again, that whole honesty piece just has not been present through this budget process. And we saw it again today. This is a minor issue, but the issue of Grand Valley keeps coming up, as was brought up by Attorney Howard. And Ms. Hamley continues to say that the health department was not involved. And the health department, in fact, had a table right there, about 2 tables down from the sex toy table. And one of our health educators, has helped coordinate that event and plan that event with Grand Valley. And so I just think there is an element of not being truthful that, is going on here. And I personally, I don't appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. Commissioner Cosby?
I was just going to share, so I've probably been through about 15 years of the budget process, be it on large level, small level, unit-based, department-based, and kind of organizationally, clinic as well. And when we start the process, the budget that they first propose never is the same budget at the end of the process. And the thing that disturbed me the most, so I could have run back to my clinic theoretically and said, they're no longer going for a wellness and prevention model. We're all out of jobs. First budget proposal. By the end of 3 years or 3 months, sorry, and 3 years later, the clinic changed and that direction changed as well. Had I gone to my employees to say the wellness and prevention model is gone, no more direct to employer contracts, so you all should start looking for jobs, I would have lost my job. Without a doubt, I would have lost my job. I just think that it's akin to yelling fire in a crowded room when you say that the health department will close, our services will close. That was never, ever going to be the case. I would have publicly fought that had that been. That was, I was
been illegal.
illegal. I was absolutely struck. And then the volume of emails that I received from parents, from people who receive services, basically pleading with me not to do that. And it was never, ever going to be an option. And then it made me feel so sad for the community that they've been brought through this whole process unnecessarily, absolutely unnecessarily. It was not professional as far as I'm concerned.
Commissioner Rhodey?
And I would just piggyback on that too, because I know that, our families that have special needs children, they're under an immense amount of stress already. And for them to then have this fear of losing services when
Medication.
there's no way that we would allow that to happen. Is just beyond the pale.
I think what you both just spoke to is directly related to page 13. Says Ms. Hamley demonstrated incompetence, misconduct, and neglect of duty by making false public representations about budgetary scenarios, even early in the process. Instead of responding professionally and competently to the county administrator's request for different budgetary scenarios, Ms. Hamley ran to the media claiming that the health department may be shut down. Her actions incited fear and panic in the community. That's definitely true, especially based on what you just said. Rather than acting competently and in good faith, Ms. Hamley unprofessionally resorted to extreme public hyperbole. Like, there wasn't extreme public hyperbole in board meetings. That was, let's go back to pre-COVID. Let's look at a reasonable reduction. Let's look at ending COVID grants. Those are the things I remember.
And Commissioner, I did not agree with your recommendation to go to 2.5 million.
Right.
But I knew that it was a discussion between 11 commissioners and it was just a proposed reduction.
Right. And that original number was in the very beginning of our discussions, and we abandoned it. It was, let's go back to pre-COVID. Let's try to look at the numbers. Here's what we have currently with an analysis. And as we worked through the process, we continued to learn more. And something interesting I remember is I heard, I believe it was Attorney Howard say that Administrator Gibbs kept responding to the information that Ms. Hamley provided. Like, got new information, responded, got new information, made budget adjustments, made changes, made recommendations. And that's how that process works.
Commissioner Moss.
So, Commissioner Bonema.
A lot of folks have asked where that $2.5 million number originated from, because it was such a significant cut, especially in lieu of the email that you sent to Director Hamley saying that you would not, I think you used the word slash or gut or something, that the health department budget. And then you turned around once the first budget came up to do that. You did that. Where did the 2.5 million come from?
I'll go back to page 3 of the charges that I would really highly recommend everyone read multiple times. Taking a historical perspective on public health budgets. If you look back towards 2009 through 2019, that kind of area, you see public health, at least general fund allocations, much closer to $2.5 to $3 million, somewhere in that range, maybe a little more than that.
Who did you work with to come up with that starting number?
Who did I work with?
Yeah.
I actually went on the Ottawa County website and tried to pull budgetary information and look back at the history.
So you didn't consult with the director of the department to say, this is what I'm thinking. What do you think? Start a little conversation.
We were early in the budgetary process, and that's one of the things that I did as we got started. Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, so I guess just a basic question. I mean, was it Ms. Hamley who made the $2.5 million recommendation, or was it yourself?
That was something that was discussed, I believe, in a finance meeting.
Right, and then
Yeah.
who posted it on their
Yeah.
website? Was it Ms. Hamley or yourself?
I think that's obvious. And it was
I'm just asking
discussed,
the answer.
discussed publicly in a meeting with
I mean,
multiple commissioners.
Well,
Yeah.
the answer is yourself who published the 2.5. So this whole conversation began with the 2.5. Adeline Hamley on August 22 at 4:59 responded, "Hi, John. Commissioner Moss's proposal would slash health department funding from a $6.4 million total general fund contribution to a total of $2.5 million, a reduction of over 60%. This action brings the total operating budget for 2024 to $500,000 less than the 2009 budget, which was during the worst economic conditions the United States has experienced since the Great Depression. The demand for this reduction comes at a time when the county is experiencing significant population growth and record high tax revenue. Proposed budget reductions of this size will significantly impair and likely eliminate various public health services and the public health's ability to maintain public health and safety. It is ridiculous to expect that services in 2024 could be completed with a budget below 2009 funding levels. For example, as development ground to a halt during the Great Recession, only 38 evaluations were completed for vacant property to determine suitability for home construction. In 2021, over 200 evaluations were completed. In addition to cutting general fund allocation, the commission is proposing to give up a significant amount of grant money, allegedly because of various political considerations. This grant money is used for various purposes, including preventing the spread of a communicable disease and health risks other than COVID-19. This hurts Ottawa County taxpayers in a variety of ways and is fiscally short-sighted. These actions may necessitate large increases in fees for services that our business and citizens depend on, and or long delays for completion of services. This is in response to charge 1, top of page 14, saying that what you just said, that she did not respond in good faith or competently. That sounds like a competent in good faith answer. If you say, I'm going to drop to 2.5, and she responds with a fairly lengthy response saying why this is not a good idea, that to me, and I know we're talking about subjective opinions here, that to me sounds like she's acting competently in good faith. She is telling you why that is not a good idea.
Let's look at page 21. That speaks to charge 4 regarding claims that encouraged or caused confusion, anxiety, fear, and panic. And then let's go back to page 4, which is includes part of the first part of what you just read. Right in the middle, it says, Ms. Hamley responded later that day that it would be difficult to produce a budget at 2.5 million. Very helpful information. 1 minute later at 4:59 p.m., Ms. Hamley publicly posted her August 18 memo on the county Facebook page. And so I would call that reaction, I mean, that's inflammatory language, reckless. And when someone is talking about, or when a director is sharing information with an administrator or the board or whatever, it doesn't instantly become a public health crisis. We were, as a board, in a budget process. If 2.5 million is a bad idea, great, let her respond and then offer an improved budget. I believe one of the things that happened that we've heard talked about extensively is she was instructed to please create a budget that was, as close to 2.5 as possible, or get us to a better number. And then that didn't happen. But there were inflammatory statements causing fear and panic made publicly, instead of just sending it back to the administrator or something like that.
May I ask a question? What if she had said, okay, the original budget proposal is the one that will prevent this from happening? What would have been the response?
She did say that.
Okay. But what would have been your response? What was your response?
Well, I will go straight back to page 3. Taking a historical perspective on public health budgets, if you look back towards 2009, et cetera, what we're talking about there is going to pre-pandemic budget levels.
Okay. I understand.
That's what I would have said personally, but I'm just one board member.
That's fine. I'm just saying that she gave you a response. Whether you like the response is a different thing.
Or whether it was appropriate or not.
Okay, again,
Was another thing, too.
appropriate is an adjective that describes, and it is subjective, right?
Commissioner Brody.
I would just point out that there is a lot of details in here which, where timing and specifics are really important, because if you look at these things out of the context of timing of when things were issued. They often follow and seemingly are a reaction to a piece of information that's been shared and seem to be done in a manner without good intent. And so timing really matters. Like, when are you putting out messaging? What effect is it having? And because we do want feedback on the process. This is not at all about providing feedback, because that's appropriate. As Administrator Gibbs talked about, it's very appropriate to give feedback and to help us understand, if we do this, how does this affect things? That's completely appropriate. But fear mongering, taking it to the public and scaring families that they're going to have no services for people who need them, for their children, that's the problem.
And I would like to
That's-
timeline things out, honestly, because part of what, it sounded like my emails, the way they were presented were super random, but they weren't. They were actually in defense. I was looking for data to defend, and so without seeing how that's timelined out, and then the specific information that's I'm responding to, it was to be helpful, like, food programs or epidemiologists, and looking for like a population-based ratio. So it was only meant as a way of helping kind of the board better understand the requests of the health department, possibly from my healthcare background perspective.
I would just note there's a reason that we got to a total budget of 14.397, I think it was. It's because in discussions and in gathering more information and in what was important, that's where it landed. And Karen testified that adding and deleting happens. So when we're in a budget process, again, the important word there is process, changes are going to happen as information comes in. And so it wasn't the information that was a problem. We wanted the information.
Commissioner Moss.
One moment. I just want to speak to one thing that Commissioner Rhodey had said. If you look at page 20, charge 3, Ms. Hamley demonstrated incompetence, misconduct, and neglect of duty by failing to cooperate in the budget process. I highlight failed to cooperate in good faith in the very beginning, making extreme hyperbolic statements to the media. It goes on here. She was clearly involved with the process for weeks. Instead of acting in good faith by cooperating in the process, she falsely claimed that the health department could be shut down. And this was well before a budget proposal had even been submitted to the finance committee. We're going to go to Commissioner Miedema. Have you spoken yet?
Not on this particular topic.
My follow-up is on what you just said, though.
Okay, please continue.
While we're
We'll go
there.
back to you, Commissioner Miedema, in a moment.
You're just talking about appropriateness, extreme language. Do you believe that it was appropriate or not extreme to ask Director Hamley to come up with a $2.5 million budget in less than 2 days?
I mean, you know that it wasn't $2.5 million budget, right? Like, we're talking about a
Revise
10
to revise
a $10 to $14 million budget, a $9 to $12 million
what
budget.
percentage of the budget do you believe was a reduction?
Because you're speaking specifically about the general fund portion, but we know there's millions of dollars additional in
Okay,
addition
to remove all the grants and to make the reductions that do you believe that 2 days is an appropriate amount of time to take care of that?
I just heard you say, remove all the grants. That
Remove the
sounds
COVID grants.
kind of like what was happening when Ms. Howard was.
No, you know exactly
going
what I
through-
was saying, Joe. So
I'm just asking you to be precise with your words instead of
I am
glossing
precise.
over them.
No, I'm asking you.
Guys, Joe, you're supposed to have this under control.
Yeah.
And
Commissioner Bergman, please do not interrupt, sir. We're going to go to Commissioner
Control.
Miedema next. Thank you.
All right. One thing that was very troubling to me during the whole time was the comments being made that during the hearing, saying that Adeline was doing this out of due diligence to the public. And I would argue that it very much was disparaging to the public because when she was going to the media very early on in the budget process, Adeline's very much aware of that we are in a budget process. The general public is not. So the general citizen here in Ottawa County that's not here today or is not following online all the time is not aware of how different things take place. And so nowhere in the statements that were made in good faith from my point of view, because it wasn't ever stated currently in the budget process, this is where we're at. And so there was a lot of things left off that I would agree with the lack of truth. And it was very evident in people reaching out by emails or phone calls or in-person conversations. And when you were able to have the conversation intelligently with someone to talk about how we were in the budget process and it wouldn't actually even be decided upon until the end of September, when you were having a real intellectual conversation and the emotions were down, you were able to get to that point. And it took a lot because there was a lot of fear mongering that did take place. But if you could get to that level and have a solid, stable conversation, it was the light bulb moment of them sharing, I did not know that. And why is it being presented this way in the media when this is just in the budget process? That happened over and over and over again. And the unfortunate part was I couldn't get to everyone to have a conversation because that fear had already taken place. And I couldn't get to the level of a conversation to have a stable conversation. But if they were able to dispel the emotions and I was able to walk through it step by step, then we were able to get somewhere. And so that for me, it was a huge misconduct of Adeline that she chose to do that with the public. And so when she states that she's for the public, to me, I just, I don't even have enough words to tell you how that was so frustrating to be during that process.
I would point you to page 21, the charges. It says, while it is obviously appropriate to keep public informed and updated as to the budgetary process, it is quite another to act dishonestly and in bad faith, cause fear and panic in the community, and issue threats on nearly a daily basis that the health department is going to close, children will be harmed, implying people will die. In some instances, one of the quotes from the September 5 finance meeting, in some instances, you are literally taking services out of the mouths of children. So you can go back to page 21 for that. Commissioner Rhodey.
Just kind of along those lines. I think this is particularly important and a responsibility of a health officer because they also have, the responsibility of informing the public when there is an emergency and when there is a health threat. And so there needs to be a level of trust and honesty so that we know that we can rely on that person when they do come to us and there's something that we do need to take seriously. And so if we don't have truth happening in that position, and if we have fear mongering going on in that position, the next time around, when there truly is a public health threat, we're not going to trust this person.
Excellent point.
Just a couple.
Commissioner Zelstra.
I think you read that paragraph, if I recall correctly. The paragraph ends, children will be harmed, and implying that people will die. I haven't read everything that Ms. Hamley has spoken to the press, but I don't think that she implied people will die. So if we're talking about truthful representation, I think let's make sure that we're using words correctly. Two, to the point of, there was a $2.5 million general fund transfer proposed. That over time, fortunately enough, with accessing the fund balance, was improved. Would that have happened without public input? I really doubt it. At least to the level that we saw. At the end of the day, health education is not properly funded. In my estimation, Ottawa Food is not properly funded, but we are meeting minimum standards. I think in Ottawa County, we should think a bit higher than minimum standards, but regardless, that process, in my estimation, would not have happened if Ms. Hamley had not engaged with the public.
How do we know that it's not adequately?
There's no
funded,
two
though? You know
worlds.
what
There's
I
no two
mean?
worlds. I'm
No,
just.
Okay,
what I know is how many people we're feeding. You know, it might be one of the most value-added programs we have, but I don't know that. I don't know that.
So I have a thought, Commissioner Zalstra. As I was thinking about what you said, it almost sounds like you're arguing that inciting public panic was necessary to cause the finance committee to change direction.
Again, we are talking about subjective viewpoints, and I understand that your viewpoint is different than mine, and my viewpoint is different than Commissioner Rohde's. We see the world differently. We see language differently. But I do believe that Ms. Hamley's public-facing comments did improve the final budget. That is my estimation.
Thank you. Commissioner Rohde.
I just push back and say that those same comments could have happened in a professional manner internally, because when information was provided, the budget was changed, and it had nothing to do with the public outcry that was happening due to fear and panic.
That's my understanding as well. Yeah, and and I believe it was testified to. Like Administrator Gibbs wanted the information and continued to look at it and accept it and welcome it. And yeah, it's a process. Yeah, a 2-month process. Commissioner Bergman.
And that's the reason why we have different opinions. And I appreciate the fact that you're listening to those different opinions. And when we vote, we're going to vote with different opinions. From those different opinions, we're going to vote. When we vote,
Yes, thank you.
Chairman Moss.
Commissioner Belknap.
Over the testimony from the folks, we talked about a political environment, and that the political environment, was really kind of created as part of the new administration. I would just contend that this whole process is a political environment. Staff members carrying forward policy that's political activity, because it really is a matter of public rules and following procedure. I think what I'm seeing and witnessing is this arm wrestling between the status quo versus a new direction that led to 8 seats being changed in 2022. And I believe that the status quo represents a continuation of a cycle where the seeking of grants, no matter what the strings attached, is encouraged. We have I guess a cycle of continuing to go after more and more grants, and then these grants tend to commingle operations. So all the conversation about what's a COVID grant, I just, in my own mind, believe that, the idea is that, the cycle continues, status quo continues. It's a perpetuation of a constant crisis. And I think part of the, I guess, process that we've seen this past year is capitalizing on the crisis. And I think that I'm sitting in the seat because I think people in large numbers wanted a new direction. And I just feel that that's what we're witnessing, is just this constant arm wrestling of status quo versus a new direction. And just it's frustrating to be accused, seeing people accused of political action when both sides are doing this. That's, I guess, the nature of it. And I just think that the system that's been in place has rewarded panic and crisis. Just my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Belknap. Any other comments? Take your time. Commissioner Brody.
I guess I appreciate what you're saying, Commissioner Belknap, and that is actually a theme that I was picking up on today during testimony as well. We've heard testimony with, complaints about Jordan Epperson, Cindy Driesinga, John Gibbs, a variety of commissioners, really all based on having a different ideology than people involved in the bureaucracy in this county. And honestly, it felt like some of this budget process was on the part of the health department, taking opportunities to try to slander and smear, maybe slander is not the right word, but disparage the Board of Commissioners, with false information. And it is seemingly acceptable and embraced to have a left perspective in this county, and that is considered to be the neutral position. And anything to the right of that is unacceptable and, will be driven out of town by the press and with political activism from the bureaucracy. And so, I think that there needs to be some good faith within this county with our employees. And we have the best interest of the people of the county while we're working up here on this board. And, I appreciate what you said, Commissioner Zylstra. Yes, some of us do have very different worldviews, but it doesn't mean that we are opposed to each other as people.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. Something that I guess what I said in the beginning, talking about roles, responsibilities, it is a responsibility of this board, whether it's a finance committee or the board, to set direction. I definitely think what we've seen is bureaucracy that absolutely, objectively just refused. And instead of then just working in good faith, going back to the administrator, the board, or the finance committee, took it straight to the media, made public statements instead. That's a fundamental problem. One other comment I had was, go back to one of these quotes on page 3. Don't want to belabor the point, but one of the things in one of those finance committee meetings early on, I believe this is probably still a quote from me. I said, I think, it would be very wise use of taxpayer funds, going back to pre-COVID levels, and still allow all of the essential services to function just like they have since 2009. Like never in this process has anyone, not anyone, said, let's slash the health department. No one said that. The language was completely different. Let's go back to pre-COVID levels. Let's look at the numbers and try to go back. And you know what? Where we ended up is not where I thought we would end up. I thought we might end up lower. And that's okay. The bulk of this work was, to my knowledge, was done by staff, by administration. Board Finance Committee gave input. We didn't run the numbers. Like, I'm not here day to day. Is anybody else here day to day? No. But staff is, and that's their responsibility and their role. And so that, I'm thankful for the work that was done. And thank you, Administrator Gibbs. I know it was a lot of work. I know. Others definitely deserve, praise and thanks. And Karen and what?
Oh, Karen's entire team.
Yes, yes, Karen's entire team. And I think that's important. But there's different roles, different responsibilities. Any other comments here on the charges? Take your time. The time for discussion. So seeing no additional, there will be some more time when we get to 12 to have discussion, but we're not there yet. And I'm going to come back to you, Commissioner Cosby, before that. But we still have a couple items of business to do. And we have public comment. And a couple people have asked me, why, where is public comment? How could you make a decision or take any actions before public comment? Well, that's why the agenda is set up this way, so we can have public comment. Seeing 7B is complete. Let's move to agenda and action requests. We have 8A. And that would be a suggested motion to place into nomination the names of, there are 3 individuals, and to select Chris Costamo, Thomas Parker, and Alex Abramit. I'm going to slaughter that one. And to select one to fill one Democratic Party appointment vacancy on the board of county canvassers beginning November 1, 2023 and ending October 31, 2027, which is a 4-year term. Do I have a motion?
Make that motion.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I believe this is, we'll have discussion, but I believe this is an opportunity where the board does a vote by name. Is that correct, Clerk Roebuck? Thank you. Any discussion? Commissioner Zylstra.
Thanks. I do know all 3 gentlemen, Chris, Tom, and Alex. I think the clerk made a great choice in Chris. I think he'll do a great job. So in addition to the recommendation from the county clerk, as a lone Democrat on this board, I would also recommend Chris Costamo.
Thank you. Anything additional? Okay, could we please go to a vote? And a reminder, board members will vote by a name.
All right, Ms. Cosby,
Chris Costamo.
Mr. Bergman,
Chris,
Mr. Zylstra,
Chris Costamo.
Mr. Bonema,
Costamo.
Mrs. Medema,
Chris,
Mrs. Curran,
Chris Costamo.
Mrs. Ebel,
Chris,
Mr. Belknap,
Chris Costamo.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Chris Costamo.
and Mr. Moss.
Chris Costamo.
Chris Costamo is appointed.
All right, thank you. Moving on to B, we have a suggested motion to place in a nomination the names of three individuals, Carrie Brink, Lloyd Verdine, and Cindy Lorkey, and to select one to fill the Republican Party appointment vacancy on the Board of County Canvassers beginning November 1, 2023 and ending October 31, 2027, which is a 4-year term. Have a
Mr. Chair,
motion.
I apologize because there's a typo on here and it's completely my fault, but it's actually Lloyd Van Dyne, just so that you're aware.
VAN.
Anduyyn, Van Dyne.
Okay. Thank you. And with that slight adjustment, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Support. We have a motion and support. Thank you. Any comments, any discussion on this one?
I'm going to be voting for Lloyd Van Dyne. I know Lloyd from work on elections, and he is definitely in support of free, fair, and transparent elections. He helped me with some data analytics work, and I know he will be available up to 14 days. So my vote will be for Lloyd.
Thank you. Commissioner Medema.
also done a little bit of homework on these three, and I will also be voting for Lloyd. From my knowledge, Cindy had shared that I don't think that she's around enough to do this. I could be wrong. I don't know if she reached out to Clerk Roebuck on that at all. But I don't think she's actually considering being nominated.
I could confirm that. She was at a GOP event I was at, and she came up to me
Yep.
and told me that she would prefer not to be selected.
You did not communicate that part to me, but
She is
certainly believe you.
She is a wonderful
Would have,
person.
we
Yep.
would have let you know if,
Yep.
if that had been communicated.
I think she it was late and she realized late. Yeah, she'll be traveling or something. Any other discussion? Any comments?
Lloyd's a gentleman, Justin, I promise. He is Selected, non-controversial and very quiet.
Well, I appreciate the comments. I don't know Carrie. I hope I'm saying that right, or Lloyd. I do know Cindy. So thank you for their input. Anything else, Commissioner Bergman?
I was Carrie, first choice.
Roebuck?
Sherry.
Sherry, thank you.
Sherry Brink. She has been on the Board of Canvassers for a number of years. She's previously served as chair of the board as well. And we've just worked with her very closely. I know that she's very confident, very capable of doing the work and committed to doing the work. And, you know, we have the closest relationship with her. I was also not familiar. I had met Cindy and had worked with her a little bit as well, and had never met Lloyd. So that I just sort of, you know, felt very comfortable recommending the two that I did based on our experience with them.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, well, we'll go to a vote.
All right. Mr. Bonema,
Van Dyne.
Mrs. Ebel,
Van Dyne.
Mr. Bergman,
Sherry Brink.
Mrs. Medema,
Lloyd Van Dyne.
Ms. Cosby,
Lloyd Van Dyne.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Lloyd Van Dyne.
Mrs. Curran,
Lloyd Van Dyne.
Mr. Zylstra,
Sherry Brink.
Mr. Belknap,
Lloyd Van Dyne.
And Mr. Moss.
Lloyd Van Dyne.
And Lloyd Van Dyne is appointed.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are on 8C, resolution opposing state control of solar siting. The suggested motion is to approve a resolution opposing state control over solar siting. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Support. Motion and support. Thank you. Commissioner Gibbs, do you know if there's anybody who could speak to this, or are there any board members who would like to speak to it a little bit? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Moss. There's legislation under consideration to make the decisions on whether or not to site solar fields, I guess. To take it away from local jurisdictions and put it in the hands of the state. I believe it has passed committee in the State House, and the Michigan Association of Counties is strongly against it and has been urging counties to voice their opposition to it. And many, many, many counties have already passed this resolution or their version of it. And so this is something that's, again, happening all across the state, and by all measures is really, really bad idea. So that's kind of the background behind this resolution.
And if the state moved forward, it would be completely removing local control. So local units could not make determinations on certain things, aspects of solar installations and things like that.
Right. Yes.
I think
Commissioner Bergman?
MTA is also in opposition to it. Michigan Townships Association is all in favor
Okay.
of stopping this.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Miedema.
Agreed with Commissioner Bergman in many conversations, also with local township trustees and whatnot. I know they were supportive of us taking a stand on this. So.
Okay, well, the motion is to approve a resolution opposing state control over solar siting. There's no additional discussion, then if we could please go to a vote. Clerk Roebuck, thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
and Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
And the motion, and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we have reached public comment. This is an opportunity to address the board. You'll have 3 minutes. If you could please direct your comments towards the chair. Clerk Roebuck, do we have a list?
We do have a list, and
Great.
partially from yesterday's sign up, so we may have some not on there, but we'll go with number 1, Dan Zimmer. We have a total of 14 public comments registered. Number 1, Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, Chairman and members of the room. What is the actionable threshold to protect the masses? At what trigger point does the greatest good for the greatest number of civilians come into consideration? At what point on the civil liberty and health well-being continuum does the balance of one shift to protect the other? What if a health department did nothing and let illness spread and allowed people to do as they please with no restrictions, letting natural law prevail? The strong will survive and the weak will perish. How many lives would it take to demand action of health departments? With this board wanting to be the healthcare advocate for the county, the public deserves a contract that indicates and outlines how this board is going to respond to a future health crisis that is known or an unknown that develops. If an outbreak of a new strain of measles were to occur and the spread was rapid and deadly in children, at what point would you forego protecting parental rights to protect childhood innocence and close schools? Ottawa Impact is about to embark and fully display your Folly of Fools mission statement. It is evident and well documented that the intention of Ottawa Impact is to topple and overthrow the duly appointed health director even before OI was sworn into office. Common law and Ottawa Impact enable each other. Due to your echo chamber bubble, taxpayer dollars will be wasted for the personal revenge Mr. Moss is seeking. How long must Ottawa County taxpayers fund this legal fishing expedition? Before any termination is voted on, the public should be informed on the cost of each what-if scenario. Has a cost analysis been conducted on what the cost of termination is going to be? If not, why not? As agents of fiduciary responsibility, a cost to associated board action comparison should be made public. Has any thought been given to what impact all this turmoil will have on the underwriting costs of health and life insurance for those living in Ottawa County? It is unrealistic to think insurance costs to individuals and businesses will remain the same. A politically appointed patsy yes man in charge will be evaluated as a greater risk. Markets do not like uncertainty, and insurance costs will adjust accordingly.
Thank you.
Number 2 is David Barnowski, Port Sheldon Township.
My name is David Barnowski, and I'd like to wait until the chair returns because my comments were going to be directed at him. Could I reserve my time?
Yeah, he can come back.
You can come back.
Yeah.
We can go to number 3 and you can come back.
I think the vice chair operates as the chair in the absence of the chair.
That is true, though.
I waited for you, Joe. My name's Dave Barnowski, and I vote in Port Sheldon Township. And let's not pretend this is anything but what it is. You had 2 opinions before you came into office. You lost 2 court cases. You chastised Adeline Hamley at one of the first subcommittee meetings I saw you at, trying to tell her she won't put any mandates in. And I called you out then, saying that was an illegal interference in her authorities that came from the public health or from the state public health department. You didn't listen then. You don't learn, Joe. You all haven't really been noticing that this is really your last off-ramp from the insanity of Joe's vengeance. Because if you do follow through, you have the power to make this vote and to throw her out of her office. But she's going to win her wrongful termination suit. Because if there's anything that we've seen in the last 2 days, is that the incompetence isn't on her side, it's on yours. It's your administrator, it's all of you, and it's your lawyer who, Mr. Coleman, I've told them 4 times, well, excuse me, Mr. Moss, your lawyer, I've told you 4 times that Mr. Coleman had made false accusations in court about just Mr. Roebuck and Mr. Fensky, and I'm not sure he ever heard it. So now I've said it to his face now. No matter how much he respects you, he still lied about you, Justin. But let's not pretend that this is anything other than vengeance. But those of you who aren't all on board for the vengeance, think about this. What's your future? Discovery, litigation. You'll be sitting there being interrogated. There'll be fair, unbiased people sitting there making the decision. She'll win her case. How many times? I asked somebody to do a count because it was so many. How many times did Mr. Gibbs use weasel words? I don't know, or that's what it appears to be, or this. He couldn't give a straight answer to any of Ms. Howard's questions. You can rationalize all you want about honesty, but we know you're just as dishonest as anything you've alleged that she has been.
Thank you.
Number 3 is Rob Davidson, Spring Lake Township.
If I could request the chair, can I address Health Officer Hamley?
No, you may not.
Okay, well then, Chair Moss, I'm here to say I'm an emergency physician, sorry, I'm from Spring Lake Township, Rob Davidson. I sit on the other extreme of healthcare, as does public health in emergency medicine. And I will acknowledge, I went back and got my MPH because I believe this to be true. Public health has in fact saved more lives than the collection of emergency doctors that have ever worked on this planet with sanitation, with vaccines, which you all are trying to undermine in this county, with dental programs for kids, with family planning programs. I want to, through you, thank Officer Hamley for going to Grand Valley and for preventing STD propagation in those 6 people that they found that one day. Because I've seen the effects of STDs that are untreated, people with infertility, people with pelvic inflammatory disease, women who come in and have habitual miscarriages and ectopic pregnancies. And so I thank her and her department for doing that. When you talk about inflammatory language of Health Officer Hamley, and yet you state that in going to a college campus or in going to a pride festival where adults are being targeted for health interventions, they are sexualizing children. If that isn't inflammatory, nothing is. And on behalf of myself as a physician, my wife as a physician, and countless physicians I've interacted with, I can look at her while I'm talking to you. We are so thankful for this health officer, her leadership in this county, for the people who served under her. We vow, we have already started to organize to oppose Nate Kelly being inserted in that office. Someone like him, a COVID denier, a vaccine skeptic, someone who promotes ivermectin, which is an unproven and randomized controlled trial proven non-treatment for COVID-19. We are sending emails to the state. They have told us that they will not rule until that position is open, but that they are looking for the health of Ottawa County when they make that decision. And I will tell you all through your chair, you all got here under a fluke of a primary process of a low voter turnout and no Democratic opposition in 8 seats on this county commission 2 years ago. Going into 2024, we were asleep. We fell asleep. We screwed up. We're not asleep anymore. I'm going to be supporting a conservative Republican in a primary in District 9 that I don't agree with on 99% of things, but he agrees with good governance and honesty and truth, which you do not. Be the end of this majority. Thanks.
Thank you.
Number 4 is Dan Scripsima, Georgetown Township. Number 5 is Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township. I have a few questions for you. The first question I think you need to look at this afternoon is this evidence before you compelling? Is it indicative of true misconduct, incompetence, neglect of duty? I have not seen that today. There have been 7 witnesses that you heard from, every one of which Ms. Howard asked, is Ms. Hamley guilty of those things? Every one of which said to their knowledge, no, she was not. And they work with her day in, day out, 7 days, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year. They can't see it. Has she been dishonest? There's no proof of that. She has stated the facts in ways that you don't like, but I have not seen any evidence whatsoever that she misstated anything that had to do with the budget, which you seem to think she did. In fact, I have seen where, as Commissioner Zylstra pointed out, she quoted some of you about what the budget numbers were at a given time, but dishonesty, not seeing it. Has she been uncooperative, which is what was alleged in your charges? I have seen a lot of back and forth. I have seen a lot of issues with cooperation. I have seen a lot of patterns with cooperation since January, but none of them can be laid at Ms. Hamley's footsteps. How about inciting fear? Commissioner Miedema seemed to think that to inform the public is to incite fear. I think that is a misconception among some of you who do not understand public service. and the fact that public information is just that. It is never a bad thing to inform the public about what their elected officials are doing. What is the second issue I think you need to look at? I think it is that are the people who are making these charges themselves truly trustworthy in terms of their honesty and good faith? Let's look at the discussion you've already had here. Commissioner Rhodey in particular is concerned about honesty, but yet we have already seen where Commissioner Moss was the first one to go public about the $2.5 million budget and then criticize Ms. Hamley for doing likewise. I want to talk about the third issue, which I think really gets to the crux of this, which is in light of all of these questions in terms of your process, in terms of the trustworthiness of the people making allegations, in terms of the evidence itself, is this woman worthy of being terminated in her job? Not one of her coworkers had a flicker of a doubt about her competence, about her worthiness to serve in that job. And yet you can't wait. I would submit to you that you need to ask yourselves what is in the best interest of Ottawa County.
Thank you.
Number 6 is Donna Mooney, Georgetown Township. Number 7 is Kristen Megan. Nope, sorry. She's also not here. Number 8 is Karen Obitz, Spring Lake Township. Number 9 is Luke Sanner, Park Township. Number 10, Dina Arner, Holland Township. Number.
Oh, she's here.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Dina Arner, Holland Township. I had actually, for a change, prepared remarks and actually took the time to write them down and polish them. But the waves of hypocrisy coming from the front of this room washed those words completely away from me. I could not keep quiet as you had your deliberations and talked about the importance of trust. It is incredibly laughable that a board that came in on day one before they were even sworn in with all of their decisions made, including hiring someone for a job that was not even available, has the gall to talk about people being able to trust their politicians. How can anyone trust the majority of this board when you obviously met before you were installed in violation of the spirit of the law, if not the letter of the law, and made all sorts of decisions out of the public light after you ran on a platform of transparency? I'm surprised the hypocrisy doesn't knock me on my ass. And talking about, I loved it, Gretchen, when you talked about the importance of.
Please direct your comments to the board chair.
Oh, I thought I had freedom of speech. I thought we were a constitutional county.
Please direct your comments to the board chair.
Oh, Joey. Then please remember how hypocritical it was of Gretchen to go on about the way that Adeline was hired when she can't even get her story straight about how Nate Kelly came to be their pick on January 3rd, before she was a commissioner, before there was a job opening, when there was no job listing posted so that other people could apply for the job. It's like a miracle landed in her lap, and yet you want us to trust you. And you, Sylvia, Joe, your friend Sylvia next to you, who's so worried about panicking parents and will stand up there and fret herself into a mess about groomers and the LGBTQ community coming after her poor innocent children. That is not what's happening. And if you don't know that, then you're a bigger fool than we think you are. We just assume you're playing to your base and working them up so that they won't notice that you're sending all of their tax dollars into Mr. Coleman's wallet. But for you to pretend that informing the community rightly that your plans to cut the budget in the health department could have serious impacts on every person in the community is much more truthful than you clutching your pearls about a few drag queens having fun in front of mostly adults. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 11 is also not here. Number 12, Marla Walters, Holland Township.
Commissioners, today is a very sad day for our county. My heart breaks for Miss Hamley and for all the employees of the health department who are suffering because of this. Adeline is a qualified and experienced health officer who is dedicated to making Ottawa County a safe and healthy place to live. She has no political agenda. She just wants to do her job and serve the public. As commissioners, you are tasked with objectively observing the facts. If you do, you will conclude that Adeline Hamley should continue in her role as health officer, and all of us will be much better off because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone additional in the room who would like to address the board? If you could please come forward and
We do have two more on the list. I apologize, Mr. Chair, my screen went down.
okay.
But we have Alpha Mansoray, number 13, Holland Township. Or John.
Oh, he's here. Okay, we'll continue with the list.
Sorry.
Yeah, and then
We
we'll
only have one
continue
more.
with others who are in the room.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to address you. I again envy your position where you are today. My name is Alpha Mansouri. I am from Holland Township. First and foremost, I just want to thank everyone that made this day necessary. Yogi Berra once said, "The future ain't what it used to be." Yogi Berra said that. We have a courtroom where Herod, Salome, and others are presiding over somebody who's just been accused of adultery. They spend an extensive amount of time trying to explain what adultery is. Your words, not the dictionary, your heart, not the dictionary, defines the things you say. You see, the blood of your politics is thicker than the blood of Jesus. The blood of your associations is thicker than the health of this community and the blood of Jesus. We suffer in community, we heal in community. Miss Adeline is probably one of the finest people that I know. She's a hero of mine. And like John Piper once said, all heroes are shadows of Christ. She is the finest example of what a health officer should be, and you are not. You cast judgment today with false accusation. There's no basis for any of this. None. And you go screaming to the raptors. The caterpillar does all the work, but the butterfly takes all the publicity. Joan Collin once wrote. Miss Adeline, you command my respects, my admiration, and the hope of this community. And I hope we find it in you and not them.
Thank you.
Number 14, John Frost, Jennison.
So this is, I'm John Frost, Jennison, Michigan.
So this is what a far right-wing conspiratorial commission looks like. Just curious, I've been hearing this for the last 9 months. Or so. You were elected to conduct the business of this county. What you're doing, this is the business of the county. You are also elected to hold accountable those who abused power the last couple of years. The health department. The vast majority of Ottawa County residents are behind you, not the 7 or 8 people behind me. That does not represent the vast majority of this county. Trust me, it does not. That being said, public confusion, I don't know. Now, misconduct, let's talk about misconduct. The very fact that this has gained national notoriety by Ms. Hamley's action is proof that Ms. Hamley has tried to politicize this entire process for personal gain, making sure that at minimum, this will catapult her into state or perhaps national notoriety. One day it's MLive.com, the next day CNN or MSNBC. Who knows? But I do know it's the board's responsibility to go through what you said you were going to do before you got elected. I think it's time for you guys to release Ms. Hamley from her position so she can find other employment. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Those are all the registry comments we have, Mr. Chair.
Sir, anyone additional in the room who would like to address the board?
My name is Sheila Detloff and I live in Holland Township. About a week ago, there was a beautiful op-ed in the Holland Sentinel written by Marcia Mansoray. In it, she enumerated all of the things that she is grateful for that have happened thanks to the Ottawa Impact Aligned commissioners. Things that perhaps were unintended consequences of your actions, but happened nonetheless. Marcia inspires me with her optimism, positive attitude, and seemingly endless energy. And so I've decided to emulate Marcia Mansoray and seek the good in what has transpired here today and over the past 8-9 months, and hopefully lend a positive note to an objectively disheartening procedure. First, I'm grateful that your actions have revealed Adeline Hamley to be one of the strongest, most competent, most altruistic public servants I have ever witnessed. Someone who exhibits perseverance and grace under pressure and consistently takes the high road. I want to thank her publicly for everything she has done. I'm grateful that your actions made me much more aware of the importance of becoming educated about and involved in local politics. Fortunately, I was laid off from my job right about the same time I had decided I needed to retire, and now I have the time to expand my future involvement, specifically in 2024. The timing couldn't be better. I am grateful that your actions opened my eyes to the amazing employees this county has, not just in the health department, but across so many county offices and departments, from the clerk's office to Veterans Affairs to community mental health and more. The people I've met do not consider their work to simply be a job, but a commitment to helping the residents of the county. And I am grateful that your actions have given me the opportunity to meet so many new friends who are kind, caring, and compassionate, friends who will jump in to help whoever needs it, friends who show me what it is to be ethical, faithful, and faith-filled. Friends who spend every spare minute becoming informed and organized to bring good governance back to Ottawa County. Friends who care deeply about our country, our county, and the people who live here. Friends who truly exemplify that Ottawa County is a place where we all belong.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to welcome?
Good evening, Commissioners. Marcia Mansoray, Deputy Health Officer, resident of Holland Township. I am very sorry for many of you that you have not had the opportunity to learn from leaders. It is evident. I am so grateful that I got to be mentored by Lisa Stefanowski, work under the many commissioners who have served here, the department heads of this county, and work side by side with Adeline Hamley. I have learned from leaders, and it has made me a better person. I'm sorry that you don't have that chance. And I hope it changes in the future. Servant leadership is something that Lisa Stefanowski taught me. And it's something that I've have observed in Adeline Hamley. And I don't know if you know how lucky you are. Lisa Stefanowski did her duty during the pandemic and issued an order she believed was the right thing to do, that her conscience could live with for the rest of her life. And she did not involve the commissioners because it was not their purview. It was not their role. It was not their duty. And she told them so because they would take the fall. They would be involved in the public hate. And it was hers to take, not theirs. Adeline Hamley did the same for you. She warned you repeatedly about what you were engaging in and how it could break the law and hurt this community. You are supposed to be public servants. Yes, Mr. Epperson, what is that supposed to mean?
Please address your comments to the board chair.
Glad to do that, Mr. Moss.
Thank you.
I hope you're listening. You are lucky that she was a health officer. Now, because of what you're about to do, you're probably still going to end up in legal trouble. But I respect that woman. And I will stand by her and her decisions. And I'm grateful that I was able to come up here and make it in time to be able to say this. And I'm so 100% grateful that I spent 18 years in this job. It has changed my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Welcome.
Hello, I'm Bonnie Tardif. I just wanted to say that regarding you guys' mandate that you think you have, it was not a mandate, as it was said earlier. It was voter apathy. That's what it was. It was because we trusted the Republicans of Ottawa County to do what they have been doing wonderfully for the last million decades in Ottawa County. You guys have come along and shown that that is not the case. It was not a mandate for change. Grant writing is what intelligent communities do. Allegan is jealous of us because we have so many people who write grants in Ottawa County. We are rich because we have grant writing in our county. You guys have left money on the table. It's federal money. It's out there. It's for us to use. It's to keep us healthy. And to leave that on the table and just walk away from it is irresponsible. You guys are the ones that are irresponsible. And as was mentioned earlier, before Ms. Hamley even put her budget problems, whatever issues in the public eye, both Mr. Moss and Ms. Miedema had already published the $2.5 million numbers on your Facebook pages and other pages that were duplicating it. Just remember, in November of 2024, your secret Ottawa Impact PAC names are going to be all known. We are going to know who you are, and we are going to vote you out. The only thing that's really good about this is because it's only a 2-year stint this time. I am so glad you guys aren't in for a 4-year stint.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to address the board?
Hi, Chantal Martineau, Park Township. I'm obviously a member of the public. I've been watching what you guys have been doing since January 3rd. I've been here in person for most of the meetings since the end of February. And I would just like to say that your disregard for the truth and contempt for the members of the public like me that you are supposed to serve is obvious in nearly everything that you do and say. And I've been out canvassing for the recall to gather signatures for the recall petition for District 2 Commissioner Lucy Ebel. And I knocked on a lot of doors. A lot of people aren't home, and a lot of people really don't know what's going on, don't really care what's going on. And it's hard to get people to sign the petitions. Some people are very eager and anxious to sign, but a lot of people don't really want to get involved. And I was talking to one woman and I explained that she didn't really know what the Board of Commissioners did. So I told her that one of their main responsibilities was that they have control over the budget. And one part of the budget that they control is the Public Health Department. And when I said that, I caught her attention. And she wanted to tell me how grateful she was for all of the services that the Public Health Department provides and that she utilizes their services a lot. And she went on a great length about this. And she said that one of her main goals was to get her daughter through high school without getting pregnant. And she was so happy that she accomplished that goal, thanks in part to the family planning services that the health department provides, including the free condoms that they hand out. So I just wanted to let you know that thanks to your actions, people like her are now paying close attention as I am, and that we're not as dumb as you think we are, and you owe your jobs to us. We'll be voting in the next election, and you underestimate us at your peril.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Thank you, Harvey Nickel from Jennison. I wasn't going to speak, but I am going to speak to say that there are a lot of people in this county that support you and agree with you. I just saw that other counties across the nation are dealing with some of the same things. Benton County in Iowa fired every single health department member and is going to replace them with other members. Now, why would they do that? I've spoken several times about some issues, and I would have said that anybody on the health department who's involved in forcing the mask on our children, knowing that a mask has holes 100 times larger than a virus, and the holes along the side are not going to keep any virus from the mask, but they force the kids to wear these things for over a year, sucking back in their own carbon dioxide and all the bacteria they breathed out. They should not have done that. Also now, we are getting reports like the Rasmussen report and a publication out of Michigan State University showing that the vaccine, the COVID shot is actually causing more deaths than COVID did itself. And there's more and more coming out. So the fact that they're still pushing the COVID shot, and it is so much, is another call for greater caution. I feel that go along with the Attorney General or the Surgeon General in Florida, say stop giving the shots until we really know what's going on. Just stop. It's not effective. Most of the people who are getting COVID have had the shots. Most of the people who are dying have had the shots. So I would say there was other reasons for firing, but the things that I've observed these last several weeks about the news media going with this, and I told you before, you're over the target. Everybody in the whole nation is zeroing in on this conservative county, supposedly, these far right extremists, as there's not a single newspaper that I think that has told the true story about what's going on in Alberta County. So I support you. I pray for you. I hope you go through with these actions, and I'm sorry that people are going to be hurt through this thing, but I feel it's an important decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in the room? We will have an opportunity for online public comment at the second public comment session, but for now, we will move. I have a question for Administrator Gibbs. Looking at 11A, do you have a report, anything to report today?
I have no report.
Okay. Well, then Commissioner Cosby, I'm going to go back to you. So we've reached item 12, and at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to recess until Monday, October 30, 2023 at 8 a.m. To allow the board members to consider all the charges and evidence and exhibits, the hundreds of pages presented at this hearing.
I'll support.
Would you like to make that motion?
I can make that motion.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? A motion carries. We'll be in recess till Monday. That'll allow all board members to consider everything, especially Commissioner Terpstra, who was not able to be here. And Clerk Roebuck, if you could please notice that meeting as appropriate, that'd be great.
Will do. Thanks. Michelle.
Thank you. We're in recess.
Oh, we've got to get.
8 a.m.
Comment.
Second time of public comment is item number 13. It's on Monday. Thank you.